comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz.
Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
Maybe I'm the last defender, all alone, but I'm feeling brave. we have reached the final stage of men's. We're looking at the consolation final and the men's final. The big showdown between defending two-time world champion
Good morning and welcome to day number 8 here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. We have reached the final day of men's competition hitting the water today. We're going to see the consolation final between Jose Otavio and Diego Cabrera to determine 3rd and 4th place overall for the event. And then the main event, the men's final, the battle, the showdown between defending two-time world champion and defending Arica champion Laverne. He'll be going up against a South African Jared Houston. Both of these guys have looked really dangerous and marched through the competition. Now they will face off in the final. Also today will be day 1 for the women's portion of this event. The ladies will be hitting the water for the first time here during the event window. So we'll be getting the first round of women as well, getting the women's competition underway. Lots to come. Stay tuned. We're just about ready to get things started. We're going to be running 25 minutes. The surf is a little smaller than yesterday as the swell continues to drop, tailing off from that massive swell we had in the middle of the contest window, but still very contestable out there. Some really rampy bowls out there. You can definitely expect some big maneuvers. Yesterday we saw tons of and monster scores coming down the pipe. A couple of 10s from Amory Laverne. Scores in the high 9s as well. I mean, Amory and Jerry just put on a show yesterday, as did Diego Cabrera and several other competitors as we worked through round 6, quarterfinals and semifinals yesterday, bringing us to the consolation final and the men's final here today. So again, we have that geared up and ready to go in just a bit. Meanwhile, just taking a look at the women, we'll be getting into the first round, maybe possibly into the second round, depending on how the conditions hold up and how long the onshore winds hold off. So we have that coming up. Meanwhile, we're clearing the water, getting ready to set. The riders have already been called for their jersey assignments, and they will be making their way out into the water in just a few minutes. So, again, stay tuned. And if you're woken up yet, be sure to wake them up. Let them know. You know, we're about to get going. You do not want to miss this final between Amory Laverne and Jared Houston. I know there's going to be a ton of people tuning in to view this. Last night, there was a Facebook message tagging a lot of people and making its way around the social media from the South African contingent. Michael Osler from the Cave Rock Invitational, Jared Houston's father, Angus Houston, and the whole crew in and around Durban, South, rallying support for their boy going up in the final against Amory Laverne. So a big shout out to all of them. So all Europeans that have been checking in all over the place, Portugal, Morocco, France, Ireland, the Canary Islands. Thank you to everybody for tuning in, sending your messages of support to the riders in the final. And thank you for tuning in and supporting the APB World Tour and professional as well. So again, just waiting to get things rolling a little bit out in the water. Meanwhile, I think we're going to try and queue up the trailer for the next event just to get you warmed up, give you an idea of what you can expect. We'll be heading to Antofagasta next, where we'll be battling it out at Nilda Point, men's, women's, and the Pro Junior at the 2015 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. So again, we'll see if we can't queue up that trailer and fill in a little time for you as we gear up for the first heat of the day here on day 8. Again, men's final day and day 1 for the women's. All right, and back here in the booth, Steve Action Jackson again. We're just getting primed and ready to go, getting ready to send the first heat of the day out in the water. Again, coming up today, we will see men's action out in the water, the consolation final, and the main event, the men's final. Jared Houston, Amory Laverne, they will be squaring off out in the water to determine who will walk away the 2015 Arica Chilean Challenge champion. Say that 5 times fast. Meanwhile, there you can see plenty of people out for a free surf this morning. Still getting things squared away and ready to go for the start of the day. And again, I would be remiss if I did not remind you all that not only do we have the final day of men's here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, but we will be starting day 1 of competition for the women's pro division. So the ladies will be coming up later on this morning as well. So stay tuned for that. We have a solid field of competitors assembled for the ladies, including 5-time world champion Neymar Carvalho. She's here for the season opener on the Women's World Tour. And there you can see Jose Otavio getting ready to hit the water for the men's consolation final. Again, the consolation final, a new addition to the APB Tour this year. It will determine who finishes 3rd, who finishes 4th. 3rd place finisher will get 1,314 points. 4th place, 1,206 points. This will help create a little extra separation in the point standings through the course of the season and may very well play into the overall point standings and how things shake out by the end of the season. So every point counts on the World Tour. So this an added feature to the 2015 World Tour. Definitely making each finishing spot a little bit more critical for the riders.
La competencia de varones y luego, terminada la serie de consuelo, vamos a ir con la primera serie de la ronda de damas. ¿Ok? Así que por favor, free surfers tienen que salir inmediatamente para poder comenzar con la competencia. Gracias.
All right, there you can see Diego Cabrera getting his jersey assignment for the consolation final. I've just been word from Tour Director Alex Leon that we will be starting the day with the men's consolation final. Then we'll be going into round 1 of the women's before going back and finishing off the men's with the men's final. So plenty of action to come. And we'll be getting some guest commentary in the booth joining me here to run you through all the action out in the water. And right now it actually looks like I have the man, the myth, the walking legend, Mike Stewart, 9-time world champion, stepping back into the booth. He was here to call the semifinals yesterday, and what a semifinal battle it was yesterday.
Yeah, that was incredible. So, I mean, what you guys are going to witness today is you got 2 surfers. Well, this first heat is going to be another clash. These guys are super psyched. Usually these, consolation finals, there's not a lot of hype around it if guys have gone down, but they've had a whole night to sleep on it. And I'm sure they want some redemption out there, so you're going to see some pretty heavy action.
Yeah, besides creating a little separation in the points, it seems like the consolation final is a good way for at least one of these guys to get the bad taste of the semifinals out of their mouth. So we'll see these guys battle. I mean, they really put on a show throughout the course of the event and looked really strong. Unfortunately, nature of the beast, someone's got, and these guys were on the wrong side of things yesterday, as Jared Houston and Amory Laverne just were the class of the field throughout competition and have looked virtually unstoppable, and now they're going to go head-to-head.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting to see. You know, you got two wave riders that are at the peak of their riding. Not to say they're not going to go further, but right now they're both at their height of where they are in their careers. They're both super confident, coming off of great results yesterday. Two super technical wave riders. It'll be quite a show when these guys hit the water.
Now, give us a quick rundown of what we can expect from the conditions today, what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, so today is a little bit smaller than the last few days. So the waves moving inside to the shallow, kind of slabby portion of the reef. There's still tons of power in these little waves. Gosh, even more so these small ones. I mean, if you were to scale these up, they'd be a lot gnarlier when they're bigger. But when they move into this inside, it gets super punchy and drainy right on the inside portion. So you're still going to see, you know, a bunch of different pretty radical maneuvers, and you know, maybe not as long a tube rides. There'll still be barrels, but yeah, it's moved inside more, so it's going to be more punchy and more compact, and it'll be really interesting to see how these different riders approach this.
And here we can see making their way out through the keyhole to the lineup, Jose Otavio in red. Not far behind him, Diego Cabrera will be in the yellow jersey assignment. So these guys getting ready to go to work one more time. Again, this will determine who finishes third, who finishes fourth overall. And there is points, and that will play big by season's end. Again, the point breakdown, 1,206 points for second in the consolation final, which is fourth overall. And the winner of the consolation final, finishing third overall, will get 1,314 points. So that extra 100 points, we've seen in years past, you know, 100 points can be the difference between a world title and runner-up.
Yeah, it sure can be. There's been a number of years where it came down to within 100 points. So, yeah, that definitely makes it's going to make a difference. Or it could make a difference, I should say. We don't know for certain, but I would say it definitely makes a difference at the end of the ratings.
Meanwhile, again, riders making their way out to the lineup, trying to clear the free surfers, and there's still the occasional set coming through. So these guys have to keep an eye out for that. I mean, obviously not as big as yesterday, but every once in a while you see a nice little peak roll through the middle there.
Yeah, no, it's guys are still boosting out there, and so like I was mentioning, you know, there's still tons of power. There's still, you know, adequate waves for competition. I mean, most places you'd show up at a contest site and see these waves and just be super elated because it's still pretty darn fun out there, you know.
So again, just counting down a couple more minutes. There you can see a nice show of sportsmanship. Zay and Diego on the back getting ready to do battle time out there.
Yeah, it's all part of the competitive experience, right? You have that sessions where you're super stoked to be in the heat with the other rider, and you know there's a camaraderie amongst the bodyboarders that's pretty close and special. But at the same time, he's your competitor and you want to smash him. So you have these contrasting emotions and feelings throughout there. So it's you know, it's competition. It's cool.
All right, there you can see Louis Finnegan making his way out of the lineup as the horn is sounded, starting the consolation final. We are underway again. There you can see Jose Otavio in red from Brazil, Diego Cabrera in yellow from the Canary Islands, and Diego right off the bat.
Diego finding a little right-hander. He looked like he was starting to go left, and then he decided last second to go right. So he gets a roll-off, catches the first wave of the set. First wave of the contest today.
Now, a lot of people say that this place is actually more dangerous when it's smaller. What are your experiences here with that?
Yeah, my experiences here with that aren't too good. You know, let's go to live action here. Jose left, sliding the bowl, finding a nice section there. And you can see how that wave is gurgling towards the end. It's extremely shallow on the inside. And, you know, I was thinking to myself this morning, it's like, man, I can't think of too many waves in the world where you travel to expecting to get, you're going to have blood drawn from you at some point during your contest campaign here, because it's just, this wave is just something about it, like I've surfed reefs my whole life, and you might be able to surf the wave itself and not get thrashed, but man, just coming in, the other day I was walking in and all of a sudden I just felt this pain in my heel, and I'm like, what the heck's that? And I looked down, my heel's all bloody. I couldn't figure out what the heck went on, and I guess Tamati was saying that if it's super cold, you don't feel it until you warm up. So, man, it's like, and then yesterday I ended up in the rocks. So, yeah, I mean, my experience here on the rocks is that this is a very technical wave, and it's awesome to see these riders at this technical level, apply themselves to it.
All right,
how's that long-winded answer?
All good. Meanwhile, scores filtering in. Zé Otávio with a 6.0 on his first wave. Diego Cabrera, unfortunately, getting the lower end of things, a 2.25 on his venture into the heat. But we are underway. Both riders on the scoreboard here in the men's consolation final. Again, welcome everybody joining in on the action here on day 8, the final day for the men's and the first day for the women's, as we are already underway here on day 8 of the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. And it's been a long, wild week, and we're not done yet.
Kicking into this one, pulls in right at the start. Nice ball. Finding a nice roll section there. Let's see if he's got anything else here. These waves, because they're short, the guy is going to look at any ways they can extend point potential by riding it a little bit further, maybe into the keyhole, maybe onto the rocks. Basically, every wave is onto the rocks, when it's small like this. So, yeah, you're going to see guys pushing it towards the end here. It's going to be, I'm sure there's going to be some more blood drawn.
Now, if we see a repeat of yesterday, it started out with a little bit of morning sickness for the first couple of heats. But as I look up at the wind banners above our broadcast booth, the winds have started to shift offshore, so conditions should clean up, and hopefully we'll see some nice glassy conditions for the men's final. It should be improve a little bit upon what we're seeing right now. Still, like you were saying, a lot of times to a contest, you see waves like this, and you'd be really excited. All right, cool, we have some waves, and it should pick up today.
Yeah, not the biggest, but for sure some of the best quality as far as hollow, punchy waves. It's you don't always get that in competitions. It's like Diego looking for this inside one, Steve.
Diego taking a peek at this left-hander, drops in. Comes off the bottom, throws the air roll spin, gets it around. He's going to combo it with a flip.
Tried to get around that second one. Didn't quite get it around. He really pushed that second one. But that was pretty cool. He was able to compact, those two waves or two moves into that one little wave.
Now, you were saying this is a very technical wave. We've obviously seen that. We've seen guys going for some really high-performance technical combination maneuvers out in the water. Yesterday, we were seeing flip-to-invert combos. There you see Diego Cabrera going for an ARS to flip combo on a smaller left-hander. I mean, these guys have really raised the bar. It's like we've seen another level here at Arica this past week.
No, it's great to see. As far as technical wave riding, this is some of the highest I've seen in my existence, and it's great to see these guys taking it to that next step. I know there's a lot of other riders around the world ripping, but this is really cool to see at this break. These guys really apply themselves and just see what they're capable of doing, and yeah, to me it's like these competitions really push these guys. If they're as competitive as they are, which those guys are super competitive, it pushes them way their own limit sometimes and ends up with some really cool stuff going on.
Well, yesterday, along with the big scores and monster moves, as it was put in the APB press release, it seemed like the internet and social media was buzzing about another technical aspect we saw yesterday when PLC went for the gainer flip. Didn't land it cleanly, but still completed it, and it seemed to blow a lot of minds yesterday to see somebody go for that out here.
Yeah, you're going to see more and more of that, as guys get pushed forward and out of the traditional mindset of moves. There's a whole other series of these combined access moves, gainer flip, and I think Jacob Romero's brother Jonah, I think, was the first guy that I seen do that. He called it the Angry Dragon. And then they started really pushing it. But let's go to live action here. You got Diego Cabrera up and riding on this left.
Diego drops in, sets his line, looking for a section, and he's just going to kick out as it didn't really line up and went small on him at the end there.
No, you could see he's really trying to like pump for that section. It just did not cooperate with him towards the end there.
Meanwhile, his previous scores falling into place of 5.90, 6.15. That's enough to move him ahead of Zay Otavio. Zay has a 6.0, still looking for a secondary score to put on his score sheet. So right now, the man in the yellow jersey, the Canary Islander, Diego Cabrera, holds the lead.
Yeah, and getting back to that gainer flip and those new moves. And then I would say, the Tahitians actually kind of really pushed those forward. And those guys are just lunatics over there on some huge sections. And with those big sections, getting real lofty airs, super high loft time, and able to do all kinds of different types of moves. So that was really impressive. You got Jose Octavio paddling into this one.
Zay drops in, sets his line, trying to drive through the barrel. It looked like he was going to make it, but got caught up in there. So a no-make, unfortunately, for Zay Otavio. He will continue to search for a 6.06 here in the early going of this 25-minute heat. Meanwhile, Diego Cabrera will assume priority out in the lineup. So you were talking about the development of progressive technical maneuvers in bodyboarding. The sport has definitely come a long days of spin roll combos.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's Epo is responsible for a lot of that in the early days. Oh, here we go, Diego Cabrera, nice little barrel. Spins on his way out, and that wave just kind of peters down to nothing.
So again, Cabrera holding the lead, a quick barrel to spin out on that last wave. This should be a decent mid-range score. I don't know if it'll factor into his two high scores. He already has a 5.9 and a 6.15.
Okay.
There it is, a 5.25.
Looks like one of the bigger sets of the heat so far. Jose Octavio in position here. This could be a very important wave for him. Oh, flip right in the bowl. And look at how shallow it is right there, Steve. It's basically I've always said, if it's not exposed, it's rideable, but that's kind of getting exposed. So almost unrideable right where he hit that. And it's, the way the wave sucks out right there, it just draws all the water off of that section of the reef and just is, you can kind of see it in the background, just like menacing barnacles on those darn pieces of basalt out there.
There you go. She's got the right idea. A little morning tea with her bodyboarding action out in the water. Not a bad call, Mike.
Yeah, could be. Maybe she's from Argentina and she's drinking some mate.
So some people getting up bright and early with the daybreak so that they could be here and get a front row seat to watch the action out in the water. Here we have another set coming in. Diego taking a look at this one.
So Stahl scoops right in there, pulls in early. Now he's going to have to drive through this whole thing. Oh, nice clean barrel for Diego. See if this is, yep, reverse, and he's out. So that was a pretty nice barrel, probably the best barrel we've seen this heat, would you say?
And as we've been discussing, every once in a while, a nice little gem like that rolls through. Those set waves could difference in the heats that we're going to see today.
Yeah, for sure. The gift that keeps giving. This wave. Gosh, I haven't surfed anywhere like this. That there's just every day there's. And this is, we're going into the smallest days of the whole holding period, the next few days, and there'll still be rideable waves. So this is probably as small as you'll see it here before it picks up again.
Which is kind of funny considering there are parts of the world, including my neck of the woods in the United States, where a day like this would be a pretty epic, day to remember. Get out in the water, call out of work, and just spend the day chasing waves.
Yeah, even when it's small, it's super fun out here.
So, speaking of which, if I could take a second to just give a quick shout out to my friends and family back home in the States. Meanwhile, out in the water here at Flopos, up and riding Diego.
Diego basing out. Clean in and out barrel. Quick spin cut back to spin. Jose on the outside.
Zay answering on this one.
Looking for the section. So kind of two different approaches. Jose just going for the lip on every wave, and Diego kind of mixing up a little bit, finding barrels, trying to find lips.
So nice wave exchange. The previous wave of Diego Cabrera came in at an 8.25. Looks like this score is a little lower, but it may very well improve his secondary score. Just waiting for finalization from the judges. Meanwhile, Zay with a 6.0, 5.05 waiting for his last score. So a quick wave exchange from our riders out there in the water for the consolation final. And right now, again, Diego Cabrera maintaining the lead. He has Jose Otavio on the hunt for an 8.41 at the moment. But again, waiting for those last couple of scores to drop in for these guys. Could see a little more distance between Diego and Jose before all is said and done. Meanwhile, there you can see both riders making their way back out. It looks like Zay in front. He will assume priority out in the water.
Yeah, so, these guys have moved out just a little bit. I think they've seen those sets and realized that, hey, these are the sets this morning, so they've kind of repositioned themselves a little bit. They both have some waves under their belt. They know at this point they both need some bigger scores. Diego to build on his, already lead of, looks like, well, they haven't locked in that last score yet, but he's got an 8.25. And I dare say this next score would probably be better than his 6. He's looking at two pretty good waves.
Meanwhile, here at the event structure, that last camera shot, you could see Paloma Fregang from Chile getting ready to hit the water for the first heat of women's. We're going to see out in the water Andrea Carvalho, Luz Marie Grande, Paloma Fregan, and Joanna Soto. So about to kick into gear with day one of women's following the men's consolation final. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look at Diego Cabrera's last wave, worthy of a 6.9 from the judges. We'll queue up the first Arica replay of the morning, and we'll let Mike talk us through this.
Okay, this is one of those barrel shots. So you can see him kind of scooping in right at the beginning, gets in early, and then just drives through the whole inside. Comes out cleanly, looks for a little cutback section here, and a little reverse. And here's his second barrel. So just basing himself low, not, trying to stall a little bit in there, just to kind of prolong his barrel time. But yeah, two good little barrel rides from Diego. Puts him in the lead with an 8.25 and a 6.90. Now, Jose needs a 9.16.
Yeah, so Diego really picking up where he left off yesterday. He may not have advanced out of the semifinals to the final, but Diego is one of those guys that look really tough to beat out there, and he's really been putting it together out here. Meanwhile, still trying to put together a couple of solid scores to improve his situation. Zé Otavio rolls off the right-hander, looking for another section, but unfortunately he will just have to kick out on that one as it got a little funky and came up on the rocks.
Yeah, I think he's he's realizing he's not getting the scores he needs on the left, so I think he's reaching and trying to find a right to mix things up and maybe find an opportunity to get a higher score. He needs some high scores now. He needs to face both of his waves, which are 6 and a 5.05. So right now he would need a 9 to pass Diego. Looks like something out the back here.
All right, so set rolling in. Diego's going to pass and paddle over, look for something behind it. Meanwhile, Zay will duck through this one, and we do have a wave standing up out the back. Diego taking a look.
Ooh, looks like it might have a ramp on this. There's one after it as well.
So again, we say smaller conditions, but still, some pumping little waves roll at Flopos.
Just a little out of position for that one.
So these guys have some decisions to make, as do the ladies coming up next for heats of the women's. Do you sit inside and wait for those smaller ones to bowl up, or do you wait outside for the sets that we see coming through on occasion?
Maybe after a set, move inside a little bit and try to ferret out something in there and then move out, because those sets aren't coming in every minute. They're between them. They're kind of lully. So I don't know. You just have to kind of watch the ocean and see, try to get in rhythm with it. But obviously the best waves are those outside ones, it looks like.
Meanwhile, there you can see the ladies getting ready to hit the water for the first time. Luz Marie representing Puerto Rico. She'll be going up against Andrea Carvalho. Andrea, from Brazil originally, residing full-time in the United States now. And she'll be going up against Paloma Fragan and Joana Soto, a pair of Chileans out in the water with the Puerto Rican and the Brazilian to get things started in the ladies' end of things.
Yeah, well, this will be neat to see. You know, last night the riders are pretty. We were watching the girls, and they've been amping to get in the water for days now. And yeah, they got a couple good barrels last night. The guys, all the boys up the side. Well, how's that? They're getting barreled. So yeah, this will be pretty cool to watch.
Well, we've seen plenty of the ladies out for free surfs chasing some bigger waves earlier in the week, including the likes of Neymar Carvalho, the 5-time world champ, 3-time world champ Isabella Souza, and the defending women's world champion, one of your team riders, the 16-year-old Alexandra Rinder.
Yeah, she's not afraid to charge, and she doesn't hold back. You know, if you look outside, you'll see a little bit of texture. The good news is it's coming from the offshore direction, so that's the good news. You know, sometimes you see that texture and it's coming the wrong way, which means it's just moments before the whole thing blows out. But it's actually a side offshore right now, which actually make these waves open up even that much more.
So Flopo's shaking off the offshore winds have kicked in, and we still have some sets coming in. It looks like one popping up on the outside right now as both our riders paddle for it. And Zay will duck through the face. Diego will get over the top, one behind it. So there are plenty of waves still rolling through here on obviously not as big as it was at its peak.
Okay,
here we have Diego.
Splitting peaks. Diego trying to find that section.
Big
Nice flip into the ball. That was pretty well ridden. And I didn't catch what Red did on the other side, but
I stole a peek out the window. Zay unfortunately kicked on the right-hander. It wasn't really lining up for him. So Diego getting the better of that exchange. A nice flip in the pocket there.
Yeah, right.
Quick
in the
little
ball.
cover up.
That was pretty neat.
So again, he's been building his scores throughout the course of this heat. His last two waves are now his high scores. We'll see how this most recent wave factors in. Meanwhile, again, Zé Otávio trying to chase down a pretty sizable 9.1. Not impossible out there, but he definitely needs to choose wisely with the time remaining on the clock.
I would say with that last wave of Diego, it's going to make it even tougher for Jose.
Oh, and this is going to be a big score, Mike. So just from initial indications, waiting for this to finalize. I'll try not to jump the gun like I did yesterday.
Not to, huh?
As soon as you see the score drop, it's like, ooh, we have a score.
There you go.
There it is, an 8.55, his new high score. That pushes Zé Otávio into combination situation. Zay now needs two new waves totaling 10.81 if he's going to take away the top spot to finish third overall in this event here in the consolation final. So Diego Cabrera an 8.25 and an 8.55 on two of his last three waves as he seems to continue to build momentum and working his way towards that higher finish, looking to finish third overall.
Yeah, still with a lot of time left in this heat. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he drops even that 8.25 and goes higher.
And you know what? We're going to take a look at that last wave of Diego Cabrera on the replay. So we'll let Mike run us through this one.
Okay, so you can watch here. He takes that little check right there, and then he times the flip just right to get the and lands right in the ball, and kind of like just stalls around in there and hangs in the ball. Doesn't try to get around too quickly. I think he realizes he's in the barrel at that point and just kind of like drifts around. So it was actually pretty neat how he handled that landing, but going up to it, you could see him make a couple subtle adjustments just to make sure he hit that just in the right spot.
So there you can see on screen the current situation out in the water. Cabrera sitting on a combined heat total of 15.15. Zé Otávio with a combined heat total of 10.65. He needs two new waves for a completely new combined score. Actually, I stand corrected. They haven't factored in the new score. So just to correct myself, Diego with a 16.8 combined heat total, Zé Otávio with a 10.65. He needs a 10.81 combined heat total to overtake Diego at this point. Meanwhile, Diego staying busy, paddling over, taking a look at this. We're going to have split peak action again.
Jose pulling into the right. Oh,
Zay comes out, finds daylight on the right hand. Throws the air roll, comes down, and that'll be all on that one, but it looks like he got the better of the exchange.
Yeah, that'll easily be his best wave of this heat, I think. That was a pretty committed barrel on the right, and it kind of pinched towards the end. I didn't know if he was going to come out. He did come out, so that was pretty cool to see him fight back.
Unfortunately, Diego Cabrera, on the other hand, taking the left-hander, got caught up in the barrel. No exit for Diego on that one.
Yeah, that's you're wondering what's kind of weighing on his mind, but that's certainly going to help Jose's campaign in this heat.
Oh, and this could very well change the complexion of this heat if what I'm seeing carries through from the judges. Again, we'll wait for the judges to finalize the score, but Zé Otávio trying to fight his way back into this heat. And definitely a solid effort on that last wave.
Yeah, for sure.
So again, just waiting for scores to finalize for Zé Otávio. Currently out in the water, Diego Cabrera with an 8.25, 8.5 leads the way. Zé Otávio with a 6.0 and a 4.65 needs a 10.98 to get back into the mix. And here he is taking another look on this one as we're still waiting for his previous score to register. Again, Zay in combination situation needs a 10.81, 2 new waves to get back into it. Meanwhile, Diego not done. He's there.
Diego finds his little right in the barrel, but it looks like as soon as he saw that wave was collapsing, he just kind of like let go, and you could see him in the barrel there just fold. Okay, looks like a set coming in. Jose's in position. Oh, he elects to give that one a miss.
So again, right now, counting down, we're in the tail end of this 25-minute final for the men's. Waiting for scores to register for both Diego Cabrera and Zé Otávio. Again, Zay in combination situation, trying to track down 2 new scores, totaling 10.81 if he's going to catch Diego and finish third overall.
6 minutes, 20 seconds. 6 minutos, 20 segundos.
And time counting down. The final seconds ticking off the clock, and unfortunately, it looks like Zé Otávio might not get an opportunity for that next wave to roll his way. So right now, it looks like Diego Cabrera is going to the third position.
It's not over yet. There's still, what, 5 minutes or so?
Actually, we're getting into the last couple of seconds. My clock on screen is a little off. But again, waiting for finalization for Zay's last wave as we count down towards the end of this heat.
And even finalization of that right. I mean, that barrel was pretty long and pretty good. He did well to make it through that thing.
Yeah, so I believe the judges are in the booth deliberating, watching the replay, making sure they get the right score. Right, so again, counting down here in the final moments of the men's consolation final. Diego Cabrera leading Zé Otávio. Diego looking to claim third place overall. Zé Otávio would finish fourth if the situation remains. We have a wave rolling in. And Zé Otávio taking a look. He kicks into the right-hander.
Okay, Fengin, he needs something big here. He's looking for a section.
Oh,
nice clean backflip. Landing was a little bit hung up there. You could see him try to like fold and try to bend over to try to get that, that nose around, but just didn't quite cooperate with him. But nice flip, good extension, and that was pretty sick.
All right, so again, waiting for the last couple of scores to register from Zé Otávio. Unfortunately, that last one, not really what he was looking for. He got stuck on the landing, couldn't hold on. And it looks like an 8.2 at one right-hander he had. That cuts the deficit. Looking for an 8.56. We're going to take a look at the replay for Zé Otávio.
Okay, this is it. Deep barrel on the right. It kind of pinched there. He came out, found this next section. Big, good extended roll there. And then it just kind of died out after that. Had there been another section, I think that would have really been, you know, it would have gone even higher up into the 9s perhaps. One of the biggest sets of the morning just rolled through, and here we go, Diego sniffing on this one.
Yeah, so again, the update out in the water, Diego Cabrera with a combined heat total of 16. That comes from an 8.25 and an 8 point things up with a 6. A couple waves ago, he dialed in an 8.25, which took him out of combination situation. But with time running out, he still needs an 8.56. So he needs to track down another solid score if he's going to take the top spot away from Diego before this is all said and done here in the consolation final. So right now, Diego in the driver's seat. Zé Otávio still trying to play catch up.
Yeah, this is a tough situation to be in, needing an 8 with only a few minutes left. Because you know they can come, but if they don't, that's it. You're done.
So again, time counting down. All right, so we do have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. So Mike getting down to crunch time out there.
Now watch Diego. I've noticed in this contest in particular, he's really, he's being really tactical in the lineup. You know, with his priority and paddling and just like really pushing other riders. So he's going to be sticking to Jose like glue.
Yeah, he's sitting on him pretty close out there right now.
Yeah, and I think when you see a wave come, I believe Diego's got priority, and you're not going to see him give an inch.
Now, if Diego has priority, it's very likely we could see him use it to block Zé from getting a wave that he needs. So we'll see how it all shakes out as, again, time counting down. Meanwhile, there you can see some of the ladies competitors getting warmed up, ready to hit the water in a little bit. Again, on deck, we're going to see the first heat of women's. Andrea Carvalho, Luz Marie, Paloma Fragan, and Joanna Soto will battle it out in the first heat of the women's division. Again, that'll be right after. So 1 minute left in the men's consolation final. Diego Cabrera maintains the lead.
Okay, Jose pulling the trigger here. He's got to go. He needs something big here. He's got some speed. Nice flip. Pulls in. Not sure if that's going to do it for him, but that was a pretty nice move. You know, he really extracted all he could out of that wave.
Yes, again, Zé trying to chase down an 8.56. I don't know if that was enough. Meanwhile, Cabrera still not finished, still scratching around out there looking for one more ride to put on his score sheet. He's already got an 8.25 and 8.55. We're down into the last 30 seconds or so. And Diego scrambling for this one, but then ends up ducking through. So 15 seconds remaining. And Diego looking for one last wave. A little bit of a consolation victory lap, I guess you could say. And
there you have it.
Horn has sounded. Diego Cabrera will finish in third. Zé Otávio will finish fourth overall as Diego Cabrera wins the consolation final on the strength of an 8.25 and an 8.55. Zé Otávio did his best to climb back into it, got himself out of combination situation, but just could not find that 8.56 at the end.
Yeah, look at this wave. Diego found kind of what he was looking for towards the end there.
Wow, and even though it's after the horn and does a big looping air forward. So
yeah, that probably would have been a 9 or a 10 right there.
Diego having fun out there. So
Diego taking his victory lap.
A little bit of a silver lining. got knocked out of contention for the men's final, but put on a solid show in the consolation final.
And here we go.
Oh.
Women getting stuck inside, just getting through that set.
All 4 ladies riders getting a little morning wakey from Flopos. Some sneaker sets rolling through.
Yeah, they're still.
So back home we call those sleeper sets. Just waking up in the morning, you get one of those rolling through, it'll definitely wake you up.
Yeah, I'm sure they got a shot of adrenaline there. You know, getting stuck inside here is really a bummer because, you know, if it does send you in, it's sending you in straight over all the rocks you see in front of you.
No bueno.
Yeah, a lot of barnacles, a lot of sharp sections. I mean, just look at those rocks carefully and you'll see all these little sharp objects on them. Those things will just rip you apart.
It's like hitting busted concrete or dragged across a cheese grater. Whatever analogy you want to use, it's not a pleasant one out there, huh?
No. And if you surfed here long enough, you visited that area, not intentionally.
All right, so again, we're getting ready to start off the first heat of women's, day 1 of women's action out in the water. There you can see the breakdown. Andrea Carvalho in red, Paloma Fragan in yellow, Luz Marie in white, and Johanna Soto up and riding in the black jersey assignment.
Yeah, this is one of the local girls. In and out.
All right, so for the women's 20-minute heats, we've got 4 heats for the first round of women's. And then the marquee event of the day, we're going to go into the men's final, where we will see Jared Houston take on Amory Laverne. And what is basically bodyboarding's version of a heavyweight title fight out there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that, right? There's wow, both these guys are super psyched. You know, they've kind of gained all this momentum up to this point, and it's all going to culminate right now in the final. So you're going to see a serious battle out there. Both of them capable of just totally taking this thing to the next level, and hopefully both of them will.
Yes, last night there was a photo making its way around social media, a photo of Jerry and Maz standing next to each other with their fists up like you see boxing, and at the top it had photos of each of them riding waves here, and the caption at the top said, "Can Houston stop the Laverne freight train?" So we will get an answer to that in just a little while. Again, the men's final coming up after these next 4 heats of women's round 1. And we'll find out who comes out on top as the Arica champion for 2015. Maz looking pretty strong so far, picking up where he left off last year. The defending world champ winning event number 1 in Brazil, returning to his 2nd straight final here in Arica. It was mentioned after Brazil that coming here, if he were to win this event, he could be very difficult to catch up to in the championship race.
And I think if he was to, say, go on to win this and even do well in Antofagasta, he might lock it in before Portugal or lock it in at Portugal. So he's in the mode right now. He knows it too. I mean, he's very aware of his position in the world standings, and he's totally aware of where he's at. So that's added fuel to the fire for the guy.
Meanwhile, here we have some ladies taking a look at the wave out there. That was Paloma Fragan in yellow. So Paloma, one of the 2 Chilean representatives out in the water, joined by Andrea Carvalho, listed as being from the United States full time now, originally from Brazil. She's joined by Luz Marie Grand from Puerto Rico. Luz Marie has been one of the top female competitors from Puerto Rico for several years now. She definitely knows how to get the job done out in the water. Former U.S. national champion, and It'll be interesting to see how these girls battle it out there. The conditions are still pretty strong out there. They've been waiting for their opportunity all week to get out in the water. Now they finally get to battle it out in competition. Meanwhile, there you can see getting ready for the next heat. That is Savita Alvarez. So Alvarez getting her yellow jersey assignment, getting ready to hit the water. She'll be joined by Begonia Martinez, Claire McGowan from England, and Alexandra Rinder from the Canary Islands. So we have a little bit of a Europe versus South America battle coming up in the next ladies heat. Venezuela, Chile, England, and the Canaries all represented.
Yeah, this is a full international bout here amongst all these ladies.
It's good to see the turnout for the women's. I know in conversations with them, they were all saying they were very excited to come here when they saw that Arica was going to be the first event on the Women's World Tour this year. The first time that the women's has been included as part of the competition field for the Arica Chilean Challenge. So this is a big deal, an opportunity for the ladies to showcase themselves in a heavier break than we've seen in years past. Obviously, pipeline is always one of the heavier tests for the ladies, but this wave is another animal altogether.
Yeah, that's right. This is quite a bit more gnarly, I'd say, than pipe, especially when it's small like this. Just because the waves are kind of washing up right onto the barnacles, and so you got to be pretty careful, riding here. You don't want to, if you go too far in, you're pretty much going to be bleeding by the end of the ride.
All right, so right now we're counting down to about the 15-minute mark, and it's been pretty quiet out in the water so far. Joanna Soto with one wave ridden. Meanwhile, all the other girls waiting to get on the board with their first wave. Joanna with a minimal score so far.
Seems like that first set came in and kind of like, oh, okay, their set's out here. We can't go too much further out, but here we go. This looks like might get some action here.
Luz Marie up and riding on the right-hander. Pumping for speed, trying to line up a section. And she will kick out a little frustrated. Trying to pump for speed, set up a section down the line. It just didn't offer up the goods on that one.
Yeah, I would say, it's kind of a peaky wave, not much wall to that. But yeah, they have to move in. They got to apply themselves more here. They can't just sit out the back and wait for just the right, more aggressive than this. If they want to get mixed in with these waves.
Here we can see a wave rolling in. Let's see if we have any takers. It looks like red. Andrea Carvalho taking a peek at this one. She decides to pull out of the left-hander.
Yeah, not too sure why she pulled out of that. I mean, it wasn't a great wave, but, considering the other rides that have been ridden, it's probably would have been better.
So, meanwhile, I'd like to give a quick shout-out to everybody tuning in. I know the South Africans have been rallying the boys in and around Durban, South Africa, getting ready for Jared Houston to hit the water. Also, Dave Heaviside and the crew at Riptide Bodyboarding Magazine, they've been tuned in and following along, giving people constant updates on their Facebook page and throwing the press releases up on their website every day. So thanks to all the guys at Riptide Magazine for their support of this event.
Props to Riptide, man. They're just so into it, and they just want to help the sport out in so many ways. So support that mag gang. It's for you. It's for the bodyboarders, and it's got to be the premier bodyboarding publication in existence right now. And it's been there since the beginning. So it's got history, and they want to support your sport that you support. So support them. It's a great publication, and they're dedicated. They're dedicated to bodyboarding.
And here we can see Paloma Fragan paddling into position, taking a look, but not going to go. Meanwhile, before that, we saw Joanna Soto up and riding with a quick wave. Unfortunately, some technical difficulties on the maneuvering. Meanwhile, getting ready to hit the water. You can see Alexandra Rinder throwing on the red competition jersey. She'll be coming up in heat number 2.
All right, so yellow just pulling off a roll there. It's like the first move of the event. Let's see how she negotiates back out. She's pretty far in.
Yeah, Paloma Fragan from Chile. I've seen this girl out in the water before here in Chile, especially back in December in Iquique, and this girl chases after it really hard, so definitely one to watch.
Oh, looks like she just nicked her knuckle there.
You were saying it's not really a session out here at Flopos unless you've drawn a little blood, so even the ladies are going to get a little nicked up out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's indiscriminate. It will take you apart. It doesn't care who you are and how many years you've been doing it. It will make you into a humiliated piece of meat.
Yeah, Flopos non-biased, male, female, young, old. It'll shred everybody equally.
Okay, this looks like a nice little sec.
Up and riding.
Oh,
nice roll.
Right into the ball.
Oh, and
Hold
then
on,
she
girl.
just got at the end, that end section, clipping her.
Don't get on the other side of the board. Yeah, yesterday, I had to come in on my last wave. I got stuck in the whitewater trying to make a move, and I went right into the rocks, and I just had to hold the board away from me and up, and just my board just took gas.
We've seen a lot of people on the inside, they'll complete a mover, and then that other oncoming, almost like a side section, just seems to hit people like a sucker punch out there.
Yeah, that end bit on the left is pretty gnarly.
And we're going to queue up a replay of that last wave from Luz Marie. As we queue up the Arica replay one more time, we'll let Mike talk us through it.
Yeah, it looked like one of the better waves of this heat. Right in the bowl. She's kind of like waiting for that roll section. Boom, right up into it. Right back into the bowl, and then just kind of gets clobbered by the lip. But, she did well to kind of do the roll, complete the roll in the pocket. And for sure, that would be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
Yes, with 10 minutes remaining on the clock, Paloma Fragan scored a 5.25 on her first wave. Meanwhile, Luz Marie with a 7.25 for her efforts on that last wave we just saw on the replay. So all of the ladies on the board except for one, still waiting to hear from Andrea Carvalho, the lady in the red jersey out in the water right now. So Luz Marie leading the way.
I think it's good that Luz Marie pulled that off, because hopefully some of the other girls will see that, and it's like, hey, we can do this, just move on the inside here and attack this inside bowl.
So again, right now out in the water, Luz Marie in the lead with a 7.25, now looking to better her backup score. Paloma Fragan opening up her account with a 5.25, now looking for a secondary wave. She currently sits in second. In third, Joanna Soto, and unfortunately right now Andrea Carvalho still waiting to catch a wave. She sits in the fourth position as a result.
Here we have Ryder paddling on the outside. It's like Red might get this.
And she just can't scratch into it.
Or decides not to go. Probably a good decision. That wave didn't really have much to offer. It was just kind of a peak and whitewatered in.
All right, so again, we are underway with day one of competition for the women's, and wrapping up the men's end of things. The final day for men's coming up after the first round, the first four heats of women's will be going into the men's final, so stay tuned for that. Jared Houston going up against Amory Laverne in what is sure to be an interesting battle, to say the least.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty cool battle. Hopefully we don't get a tidal lull or anything like that, and there's plenty of surf that these guys can just go to town on. But, it will be interesting to see, because they're going to have to adjust to these conditions. It's been like in the 6-foot range, even up to the 10-foot range throughout this event. And now we're down in the 3-foot range, and punchy little 3-foot bowls you ride differently than you do bigger waves. So these guys are going to have to adjust their whole strategy and their whole approach to riding these waves, or at least a big part of it. And that'll be interesting to see who applies what.
Yes, today, as you can see on screen, some smaller conditions. We're basically looking at like 2 to 3 foot with the occasional 4-foot set rolling through. And when those 4-footers roll through, they're popping up outside a little bit more. So we've seen already this morning a couple of occasions where the riders have been sent scrambling to get out there so that they don't get caught on the inside.
Yeah, it's hard to be in position. You can't really be in position for the inside and the outside. So you got to commit to one or the other.
It's been a little bit of a game of cat and mouse out there between Flopos and the riders. Right now, the ladies with it as it's still cleaning up. We now have offshore winds shaking off the morning sickness here at Flopos. We saw this yesterday. The first couple of heats were kind of the litmus test for the day, and then it improved from there. So hopefully we'll see a repeat of yesterday, and the conditions will continue to improve as we get deeper into the morning. But regardless, there's still some nice bowly waves out there for our competitors to work with. We should see an interesting show, especially once we get to the men's final.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be a real show. Just how good these guys are. You'll see the highest level of riding there is in these types of waves for sure. So if you got waves similar to this, it looks like we got a set here. Guys are scrambling, or gals are scrambling. Oh, Yellow in a pretty good position here. A little bit of an air drop. Let's see if she's got like a little section here. Oh, reverse off the top.
So Paloma with a quick reverse off the top. Meanwhile, out the back, looked like we had Joanna take, but decides not to go. So again, we are into Heat 1, Round 1 of the women's. Luz Marie leading the way on the strength of a 7.25, a critical roll in a heavy section on the left-hander. That has her in the lead for the moment, but now Paloma with a 5.25 on her first wave. The second wave may very well just be enough to move her ahead of Luz, as Luz is still looking for a solid backup score, trying to replace a 1.0 for her secondary score. And there it is, 3.75 to go with her 5.25. That moves Paloma to the top spot, bumps Luz Marie down into the second position. Still in third currently, Joanna Soto and Andrea Carvalho in fourth. So again, Andrea still waiting to get on the board. She's been out there taking a look at a few, but hasn't really found one to her liking. Still biding her time out in the water. She doesn't want to wait too long. We're down to about 4.5 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Time's running out for Andrea. She needs to get on something soon.
Okay, here we go. Ryder's paddling. Oh, and Ryder's not paddling anymore.
Luz Marie still looking for a backup score. Again, she has the high score of the heat of 7.25, but a 1 right now. She needs to replace that sooner rather than later. She's going to firm up her advancing spot. Here she is up and riding.
Whoa, goes for a roll on the right. And got a little hung up there on the landing.
And there you can see she's right in front of those rocks.
Yeah, she'd be right on
We've said it time and time again. They come up pretty quick on you out in the water. Fortunately, it doesn't look like she is any worse for the wear. She'll make her way back out to the lineup.
Yeah, fortunately, no sets, because she would be in a bad spot if there was.
And actually on that wave, a 2.75 for the effort. That's enough to push her back into the lead ahead of Paloma. So Luz Marie and Paloma holding the top two advancing spots, looking to move on to the next round.
Looks like a set coming in.
Heads up, girls.
Okay, looks like we have someone paddling a take. We have a taker. She's Yellow.
Paloma Fragan up and riding.
Oh, nice roll.
And she will duck out as she comes up on those rocks. You could see it kind of surging across that rock ledge there right in front of her. So
yeah, that looked like a pretty good wave.
Good time to kick out, solid wave. This will definitely help her regain the lead and solidify a solid backup score. If not, better her top score. So again, just waiting for that to register. Look at what we can expect to see in the next three heats of women's. Again, coming up next, we're going to see the defending women's world champion Alexandra Rinder go up against England's Claire McGowan, as well as Savitri Alvarez and Begonia Martinez. That will be heat two. Then in the following heat, we'll see Jessica Becker from Brazil go up against Valentina Diaz. They'll be joined by five-time women's world champion Neymar Carvalho. Another Brazilian entering the fray, Kirtis Montenegro. Kirtis, one of the top up-and-coming female competitors, the next generation of ladies competitors from Brazil. And then in the final heat of round 1, we're going to see 3-time women's world champion Isabela Souza, Karina Carvalho, ISA gold medalist Teresa Almeida, and 14-year-old Chilean Super Grom Anise Valise.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool to see.
Meanwhile, we're going to show a quick replay of that last wave from Paloma as we count down the last few seconds of the heat.
So this was one of the bigger waves of the set. She was good here just to get right up to the lip, and pretty good roll, clean landing, and got out of there quickly. So that was a pretty good wave.
So there you have it. It will be Paloma advancing out in first, Luz Marie in second, Joana Soto in third, and Andrea Carvalho in the fourth spot. And again, we are underway with the next heat out in the water. 20 minutes on the clock. Top 2 waves will be scored. In the water, Alexandra Rinder, the 2014 Women's World Champion, the youngest bodyboarding champion in the sport's history. She's joined by Claire McGowan, Savitri Alvarez, and Begonia Martinez. Just getting underway again in that last heat. It was Paloma Fragan, Luz Marie, Grand, and Joana Soto finishing in the top 3 spots, rounding things out Andrea Carvalho in the 4th position. Meanwhile, here in the booth, Steve Action Jackson with 9-time world champion Mike Stewart calling the action out in the water, and we have a rider up out in the water, Savitri Alvarez, getting things started on the right-hander as she throws into a reverse off the top and will kick out. So Alvarez getting things started out in the water. So again, we are into heat number 2, round 1 of the women's. Alvarez getting things started. And now waiting to hear from the other 3 ladies out in the water. So Mike Stewart here in the booth gets to watch one of his pupils out in the water.
Yeah, Alexandra, rider from Canary Islands. I'm told that she's been in contests and taken out the guys. And in Canary Islands, that's quite a feat because there's a bunch of really good riders down there, of all ages. So yeah, she's it'd be neat to see her get into some of these waves. Okay, here we go. White up and riding. Nice. Oh, barrel. Yeah, clean in and out.
Claire McGowan getting spit out, finds the barrel.
Nice.
That'll be a
nugget.
solid score for her. Nice way to start off the heat for Claire.
Yeah, that was a nice little bubble.
Claire, a competitive veteran. She's for many years and, still giving it a go in the world of competition. There it is, an 8.0. The highest scoring wave we've seen from one of the highest scoring waves we've seen from the ladies so far. As we saw a 7.75 for
here we
Paloma.
go. There's a pretty good set
heat.
coming in. Looks like Reiner paddling around for this one.
Alex driving off the bottom,
Oh.
trying to throw for an air forward. Lands off the back, unfortunately. So Alexandra wasting no time pulling out the stops, getting right down to business.
Oh, yellow. Didn't think she could make it through there.
So again, an 8-point ride for Claire McGowan. Gets the barrel, gets spit out.
Puts the pressure straight on everybody else.
So the Brit taking the early lead.
Wow, that was pretty cool. Like, she fully backdoored that little section and just got shot out. That was pretty cool.
So McGowan on the board with the lead. Alexandra Rinder in second. And Savitri Alvarez currently in the 3rd spot. Still waiting to hear from Begonia Martinez.
Looks like riders paddling. All right, good to see. Oh, this one giving it a dig, pulling it on the right. Oh, didn't seem to be able to keep that edge. But, gosh, gutsy little move there. cool to see her pull in and give it a dig.
Yeah, so Savitri giving that right-hander a go. Pretty heavy-looking barrel, unfortunately, just ran off with her inside the belly of the beast.
Yeah, it looked like she kind of lost her rail control there a little bit on the bottom, but nonetheless, a good attempt, for her to just give that a dig.
Definitely. So she's the first one on the board with 2 waves. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, Begonia Martinez in black, yet to get on the board. Still plenty of time, though. 15.5 minutes left on the clock in this 20-minute heat. Heat 2, round 1, day 1 of women's competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Challenge. Again, coming up in just a little while, we will have the men's final featuring Jared Houston from South Africa going up against Reunion Islands' Omri Laverne, the 2-time defending world champion and the defending event champion here at Arica. So again, stay tuned for that.
He's the guy to beat right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to run through everything Maz has been piling up. He won the world title last year. He won this event last year.
And he just won the last event in Brazil. So he's number 1 in the ratings. He's current world champion and current event champion. So he's the guy to beat.
So no for Jared Houston in the final. But if anybody's going to be able to take a shot at slowing down Maz, it's going to be Jerry. Yeah,
Jerry's been on a real roll over here. Started off a little slow in the first few sessions, but then just started his campaign, man, and he just hasn't stopped since. Like, just bigger, more gnarly airs, and just really, just raising the bar on the air games.
Day 3 was pretty much the day we saw Jared Houston just blow up all over the competition. Day 3 competition, we saw Jared drop a 10 and a 9.65 in his heat. That remains the highest combined heat score of the event so far.
Wow, yeah. And that was just for airs.
Yeah, that was on the strength of his air game, those big inverts.
Okay, look, Claire kind of weaving. Let's see if she can get another barrel section here. Spins. Little cutback.
So there you go. That'll give Claire her second wave. Meanwhile, Begonia up and riding on her first wave of the heat. Bigo looking at the left-hander, a little check turn. And there you could see it's frustrated right off the bat.
Yeah. Probably wasn't the wave. Wasn't what you wanted for sure.
Now, whether it's big or small, how important is it to maintain your composure out in the heat?
Well, it's important to maintain it. It's hard to maintain it. You're fighting against it a lot of the times. But if you really get to the competitive level you need to be and in the zone, it's you treat everything just like information, and you don't get affected by any shortcomings of your heat, any waves or anything that you don't successfully make. You just take it as information and move on. If you start dwelling on the negative parts, it'll just kind of overtake you. So you got to be mentally pretty tough. But I say that it's a lot easier to say that than it is to actually live that. So I find myself even at my age, and as much as I've competed, still swearing sometimes, like, why did I do that?
Well, here we have Alexandra up and riding again,
looking for a section. Nice roll. Gets unglued on the landing, just too much.
So Alexandra getting bounced off her board. She collects her gear and heads back out to the lineup. That'll give her her second scoring wave, but still trying to dial in score-wise. Right now, current situation out in the water, Claire McGowan with an 8.0 and a 3.75. She's in the lead. Alexandra, meanwhile, a couple of minimal scores is enough to hold the second position. Currently in third, Savitra Alvarez with a couple of waves, and Begonia Martinez with one wave on her score sheet, still looking to put together a couple of solid rides. Meanwhile, here you can see some of the girls making their way in from that first heat of the morning for the women's. In that heat, we saw Paloma Fragan take the win, Luz Marie Grande finishing second.
Looks like we have a rider up and riding.
And here we have Savitri Alvarez on the left, throws into a reverse and trying to throw into a forward spin, but really not enough forward momentum to carry her through.
No. That wave just kind of fizzled.
So again, right now, Claire McGowan leading the way on the strength of that 8-point barrel ride she had to open up her morning. She sits out there in the white jersey waiting for her next scoring opportunity. See if she can strengthen her backup score and replace that 3.75 with something a little bigger. Meanwhile, currently in second, Alexandra Render. She has a 2.75 and a 3.0. She's been going for it, but just hasn't really been able to complete the maneuvers. It seems like she might need to settle down a little bit.
Yeah, I think she wants to just go for broke. And, this wave, you can't really you can't really approach it like that. If you go for broke, you're going to get broken because the wave's not unrelenting and it's not the kind of place that is forgiving at all. So you have to work around it and surf it. You have to, use the little power zones and the treacherous parts to your advantage, not let them get the advantage of you.
And meanwhile, scoring a 3.35 on her last wave, that's enough to actually move Savitri Alvarez up into second ahead of Alexandra. Alex now looking for a minimal score, a 3.46. As we're seeing a little bit of a quiet, low-scoring affair, with the exception of that 8 from Claire McGowan. It's been a little bit of a battle to find the scores to get the waves out there for the ladies so far.
Yeah, they seem to be struggling a bit here, trying to get in the right position. And I think, you add the fact that they're competing with each other, and, so they position each other so that the other person doesn't get the section and they get the section. It makes it a little bit difficult to line everything up for them. The wave is actually kind of tricky this size, because it's on the inside, it's on the outside, it moves around a little bit. But when you add, other competitors, like 3 other competitors in the lineup, it definitely complicates things.
So here we have a couple of riders taking a look. Begonia Martinez takes a peek at the left-hander, but not going to be able to scratch into that one. She's a little too far outside. Meanwhile, there you can see Jessica Becker, one of the top women's competitors from Brazil, getting ready to hit the water. Meanwhile, back out in the water, McGowan goes for the invert, but unfortunately she landed, and it was just an elevator drop into the whitewater explosion on that one.
Yeah, nice. Good to see her go for it, though. And here's Alexandra Reiner up and riding. Let's see if she can get a good wave. Oh, nice roll. That was pretty cool. She went through the lip. She's looking for something else here. Not much else on offer.
So it looks like to dial it back a little, and she goes for the roll. This will be her best score of the heat so far, and definitely put her back up towards the front of the pack as we wait for the score to come in. Meanwhile, also waiting on a score for Claire McGowan, and here Bigo Martinez up and riding.
Oh, this is a little nugget.
Little pocket ride on that one. Never really got into the barrel.
No.
And unfortunately not much after that. She might have benefited from stalling a little bit to get a little deeper in the pocket, but still, that will help her out a little bit, get a second score on the board. Meanwhile, 7.0 falls into place for Alex Rinder. And here we have Alvarez up and riding one more time.
Looking for a section. She's trying to find it. No, she's going to just do a spin. Oh, and it goes.
Yeah, she might want to get out of there.
Into the gauntlet.
Yeah, and I didn't get a whole lot off of that. And now she's all the way down to the left of your screen at the end of the right out there. She's going to spend some time getting back out to the lineup.
Yeah, she might. I don't know. Oh, there she goes. I was wondering. It looked like she was almost going to come in.
So, yeah, she's got a little bit of a paddle ahead of her. It looks like the ski's going to swing in. She's going to call off the ski and just paddle it.
If I was her, I'd say, I need help. I'll jump on that ski and get a ride.
Please surprised you guys weren't taking advantage of the ski.
Yeah, I guess you can only use a ski if you lose your board. So I've contemplated that too, like being outside on the set. Maybe just let go of your board, get the ski, and then, if you got pulled all the way in, I might do that. I would have considered it on the bigger days because, you get washed all the way in, then you got to try to like either come in and go around to the keyhole or try to get through the sets. So it might have been a call to like just let go of your board, let the ski get it, and pick you up and drop you off the lineup. I saw, was it Yuri Valadao who took advantage of that? It was a heat, they totally took advantage of the ski. Somebody lost their board and got.
I know at one point Elton Lavero lost his board actually twice in a heat, and ended up taking advantage of the ski. I don't think it was intentional though. It was on one of those bigger.
No,
sets.
it wasn't for sure. But it was, the person got dropped off. I think it was actually, I was watching Tanner's heat. I think it was in Tanner's heat. And the person got dropped off. Like normally, that person would have had to got their board, and it would have taken 5 or 6 minutes at least to get back out there. But with the ski, they got right back out there.
Well, meanwhile, out in the water right now, just over 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Claire McGowan leads the way with an 8.0 on a deep barrel ride. She backed that up with a minimal score, 3.75, still trying to build on that backup score. She currently holds the lead. Meanwhile, Alexandra Rinder with a 7.0 for her roll on a heavy section. She got a 7.0 for her new high score. She's looking to replace a 3.0 at this point for her backup score. Meanwhile, Savitri Alvarez and Begonia Martinez trying to play catch-up. There you can see the combined heat scores on the bottom of your screen. So McGowan first, Rinder second, Alvarez third, and Martinez in the fourth spot. As we count down to the 4-minute mark out in the water. Meanwhile, coming up on deck, we're going to see Jessica Becker, Valentina Diaz, 5-time world champion Neymar Carvalho, and Kyrtis Montenegro coming up. So stay tuned for that. So a couple more heats in round one for the ladies. And then again, we will be going into the men's final, Jared Houston versus Amory Laverne. Meanwhile, here we can see the girls scrapping to get through this set, rolling through the lineup. One of the bigger waves of the morning so far.
Somebody's kind of down there on the right.
And here we have Alvarez up and riding.
Oh, can she come out?
Alvarez just not able to find the daylight on that one. Meanwhile, Alexandra up and riding on the left-hander.
Action here.
And unfortunately, just a foamy mess on that one. So she will kick out and make her way back to the lineup again. She remains in the second spot. As Claire and Alex have created a bit of distance between themselves and Savitri and Begonia. Right now, Savitri needs a 6.61. Begonia trying to chase down an 8.76. So they've got their work cut out for them. Time running down. Might be a bit of a tall order with less than 3 minutes left. There you can see again the combined heat total so far out in the water for the ladies here in Heat 2. 2.5 minutes counting down. And while I have an opportunity, while we wait for the next waves to be ridden by the girls, a big thank you to Manny Vargas, the esports manager at U Riding Games. Manny V overlooking the not only the bodyboarding but the surfing, skiing, and snowboarding end of things with the U Riding League. Also, be sure to check out the new U Riding The Journey, now available on all iPhone, iPod, iPad, and Android devices. 26 regions with a new region being unlocked every week. 300 waves from around the world that you can ride with advice and tips from local riders from those spots. Also stay tuned for the U Riding Forum coming soon.
Yeah, I see Tanner on that thing all the time playing that U Riding game. He's pretty into it. And he's competitive on it too, I guess. He's like, he takes pride in doing well in it.
Yeah, the U Riding League for bodyboarding, they just finished up their 4th event last weekend, the Keramas Pro in Indonesia. So for those of us who can't make it to Indo to go ride Keramas, you can at least battle it out on
Virtually,
U Riding.
Yeah. Oh, Alexandra. Oh, paddling. Not getting that one. Oh, it looks like White paddling for this one. She's in a pretty good spot.
So Claire McGowan in the lead, not done doing work yet, takes off on the left. She's been favoring the lefts.
Yeah, she likes to get those little bully barrels. You saw earlier in the heat. She got a pretty good little 8-point ride on the barrel going left.
Yeah, not a bad way to start off the morning. And there it is. The horn sounds the end of the heat, and it looks like Claire McGowan the way out. Alexandra Rinder in second. Savitri Alvarez third, and Begonia Martinez in fourth. And now the horn sounds the beginning of Heat 3, Round 1 for the ladies out in the water. Jessica Becker in red, Valentina Diaz in white, Neymar Carvalho in yellow, and Kirtis Montenegro in the black jersey assignment. This will be an interesting battle. Valentina Diaz, one of the most prominent female competitors from Chile, going up against 3 Brazilians out in the water. Jessica Becker, she was in the title hunt for the Women's World Tour right up until the very last event in Sintra last year. You have to consider her a threat for the 2015 season, but she's going to have her work cut out for her.
Nice set. Oh, good to see. Girl giving it a dig here. Oh, yeah.
Jessica punching the roll through the lip. Critical section, critical maneuvering. Doesn't look like she's going to complete the maneuver, but still going for it. Meanwhile, Kirtis Montenegro throws the roll in no man's land and it comes down under the lip.
Gosh, that first one, man, that was super committed. That first maneuver from Jessica, well, that was committed, man. Just right in the heaviest convergence of that wave, she just went for the roll right through the lip. So that was gnarly.
Well, there you can see the breakdown of that last heat. McGowan first, Rinder second. Meanwhile, here we have Valentina Diaz up and riding.
Little pocket ride, not much else on offer.
So to touch back on what I was saying about Jessica Becker, you have to consider her one of the favorites to try and win the Women's World title. Obviously, she'll have to go through the defending Women's World champion, Alexandra Rinder, as well as 3-time world champ, Isabella Souza, but now 5-time world champ Neymar Carvalho back to competing. You got to consider her a threat for a 6th world title. So, it's going to be a battle all year long. The jersey assignments out in the water: Becker red, Diaz white, Carvalho yellow, Montenegro in black, and they'll mix it up out in the water here in Heat 3.
Yeah, so this is a much more active heat. These girls are giving it a dig. It's pretty cool to see, actually.
Yes, Jessica, no stranger to World Tour competition. We've seen her win events charging after some heavy sections in years past. I wouldn't put it past her to charge Flopos with reckless abandon.
Well, I think you saw that on the first wave, man. She was going for it.
Jessica getting a 2.90 just for the effort. And meanwhile, Kirtis Montenegro 2.75, Valentina Diaz with a minimal score 1.65 for her opening venture. Now just waiting for the 5-time world champ, Neymara, biding her time, waiting for something a little more suitable to her taste out there to get her on the scoreboard.
Yeah, she's pretty focused and keen on doing well here. I was talking to her the other day, and yeah, she's gung-ho for the tour and to do well, and she knows she's been away from it for a little while, and
here we have Kira's pulling in. That one just shuts down with her inside.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So a little bit of a paddle battle between Kirtis and Valentina.
God, she is right on the impact zone. Like, she's got to get out of that little area she's in.
Yeah, not a good place to be in. Meanwhile, we were touching on Neymar Carvalho, waiting for her to get on the board out there in the yellow jersey. She currently has priority. If you remember, in 2013, she declared her retirement from pro bodyboarding. She was taking a look at pursuing a political career back in her home state of Espírito Santo in Brazil. And now here we are 2 years later. She just couldn't shake the competition bug. She's back to it.
Well, more so, I think, she is a charger, and so it takes a personality like that to take on a political position in Brazil, I'm sure. And so, she wanted to go make a difference in Brazil, and I think she just got, smashed by the whole political system over there. Politics is such a tricky deal,
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick look at the replay. We'll cue up the Arica replay. Ladies, we'll have Mike talk us through this last wave.
Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, so here's the interesting paddle situation. White was kind of position, and then I guess she thought black was going, and originally black was wanted to go right, but she ended up going left, and kind of lost her rail there a little bit and just kind of pulled into a closeout.
Yeah, so it's kind of a question mark going for that wave. As she pulled in, it was already sectioning ahead of her, and she just pulled into a closeout barrel and got crunched.
Got to watch out for the interferences.
Meanwhile, Kirtis Montenegro staying busy.
Oh, going for a roll. Man, it's not easy to hold on to those rolls. It's just so much power convergence right there.
So Montenegro with a couple of quick waves under her belt. Opened with a 2.75, now waiting for scores to fall in on those last two waves. Currently, Jessica Becker in the lead, followed by Montenegro.
It looks like it's lost a fin.
Oh.
She's like, and you know what? I wouldn't want to be barefoot walking right there where she's.
Yeah, she's right on top of the rocks right now. And she's actually going to ride in further onto the rocks. Really bad place to be right now.
Yeah, and barefoot on top of the barnacles.
So
she lost both fins.
Dropped both fins out in the water. So Montenegro having some issues here in this heat. She's the current heat leader on the basis of the fact that she's got two moderate scores added on her score sheet. Meanwhile, Jessica Becker, Valentina Diaz, both with one wave each. Neymar Carvalho yet to get on the board. So some tricky maneuvering out in the water. And Kirtis Montenegro losing both her fins, washing up onto the rocks. It looks like she's going to get a backup set run down to the beach floor. So she's on the rocks. The event organizer Tomati down on the rocks as well, overseeing things. We're definitely trying to make sure we maintain safety for the ladies with the treacherous venue here at Flopos. So again, down on the rocks, we have event organizer Tomati overseeing Kirtis Montenegro, who lost both of her fins out in the water. Now she has fins on. She's going to run over to the keyhole and jump back in. And meanwhile, there you can see the situation out in the water. A low-scoring affair as it's gone a little quiet wave-wise out there. The only real action was the misfortune of Montenegro, as she's going to try and make her way back out into the lineup now that she's refinned and ready to resume competition.
So right now you got these riders out here. It looks like it's almost flat. So it's been a pretty big lull right now in between the sets, and they're way on the inside here. So if a set does come, it's going to be some mayhem. But it looks like the riders are spreading apart, getting to the left and to the right. So looks like we have a rider up and riding, pulling in and not coming out.
And Valentina Diaz pulling in and just getting gobbled up on that little left-hander. So she'll paddle back out to the lineup and look for something a little more substantial on the next go-around. Meanwhile, again, Jessica Becker with a 2.90, still looking to strengthen her score, still waiting for Neymar Carvalho to take her first wave. I believe she still has priority. She's just been sitting out there waiting for a set. And actually, it looks like we might get a chance to see her go into action.
Nice set right here.
As she takes a look at the right-hander.
Yep.
This one roll on by. Meanwhile, Valentina's got a duck under this one.
That looked like that was a kind of a winning wave if you would have been in the right spot for it.
So Valentina makes her way back out. Neymar holding priority, waiting to get on the board. Again, we are in 3. On deck, we're going to see 3-time world champion Isabel Souza go up against Karina Carvalho, Teresa Almeida, and Anais Valise. Anais, only 14 years old, and she's Chilean women's national champion.
Wow. Is she like the youngest competitor in this whole event?
I do believe she's the youngest competitor in the entire event, men's and women's. So she'll be heading out to the water next. She was one of the competitors that there was a little concern about sending out in the bigger heavy surf we saw earlier this week, because the idea of sending a 14-year-old out into 6 to 8 foot flopos is kind of a
liability issue.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
so. But you know what? All of these girls, willing to get out there and give it a go. So kudos to all of the ladies competitors here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, we are into Heat 3, Round 1 of the women's. On deck, Heat 4, and then you're going into the men's final.
Yeah.
So building up, leading the way, the ladies rolling out the red carpet for the men's final today. We appreciate the ladies jumping out in the water, getting their end of competition underway here. So again, day 1 for the ladies, final day for the men's.
Yep. That'll be a clash. We're really looking forward to that.
So meanwhile, counting down, 9:20 left on the clock. And it's unusual to see Neymar Carvalho this quiet for this long in a heat.
Yeah, it's actually unheard of. So I'm really surprised. She must be still waking up or something. I can't understand why she hasn't just been turning it up a notch.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a shocker so far for Neymar Carvalho. Quiet to the is ridden. Meanwhile, it looks like we have waves rolling in, and a rider up, Valentina, drops in. Throws into a forward spin, gets a little caught up, but she will get it around and ride out. So this will probably be the best scoring wave for Valentina so far. She's struggled. Meanwhile, here we go. Neymar, first wave of the heat.
Oh, rolls right onto the dryness of that little piece of reef there. Gosh, to wait that long for that wave, not a great, not something characteristic you'd see Neymar do.
Meanwhile, waves still rolling in. You can see the riders scrapping for the horizon, trying to get over it, trying to get through it. And it looks like we might have one more wave behind it, maybe a wave or two more, as we're starting to see some lines roll in on the horizon, a little bit of corduroy out the back, and we have up and riding Jessica Becker.
Roll.
So Jessica with a little bit of difficulty. She lands the roll off the back. And this is kind of unusual to see Jessica Becker struggle like this and to see Neymar Carvalho this quiet in a heat.
I think that they're pretty, they must be intimidated. This wave can be very intimidating. And if you don't surf it frequently, it's kind of daunting. You see people get washed up the rocks. You see blood, guys coming out with bloody whatever. And, it's intimidating. And I'm pretty sure that's weighing heavily on their minds. Like, okay, do I go for it? If I go for it, what's the consequence? On one hand, if you do go for it and you get, disabled, then that's it for your contest. So
here we go. Valentina Diaz throws the roll,
nice
lands
roll.
it. And she's going to reverse, but not get it around. But that roll right there was the best we've seen so far. Valentina Diaz, this will be a solid score for her. This will definitely help her out. She currently holds the lead over Kirtis Montenegro. And there it is, a 6.0. Now she will be looking to build upon her secondary score, currently 7.5, with 6:35 left on the clock. And a quick rundown out in the water, it is Diaz first, Montenegro second, Becker third, and Neymar Carvalho currently sitting in the fourth position.
Yeah, not what I expected in this heat at all.
Yeah, so far it's been a reversal. I think both of us were expecting to see the two Brazilians, Becker and Carvalho, dominating this heat, taking control of the heat, and so far both of them have struggled heavily. So Jessica Becker, the defending Brazilian national champion, And obviously, Neymar Carvalho, 5-time women's world champion, more titles than any other women in the history of bodyboarding. And both of them just having trouble getting things sorted out in the water here in this first round of ladies action.
Okay, we got a rider up and riding white. This is
Valentina throws it to a forward pocket spin.
Cutting back. See if she's got anything left on this end. No, just kind of peters out. Now let's see. She looks like she's got kind of a commanding lead in this heat. She's and also she's probably the one who's the most assertive. I'd say with the exception of Jessica's first wave. Which would be kind of cool to get queued up. I'd like to see a replay of that if that's possible, because that was pretty rad. She just charged it. But yeah, so Jessica got a 2.9 for not making that roll, but just going for it. And then Valentine seems to be kind of in a commanding lead right now. She's catching more waves than everyone and just going for it. Okay, we got tandem surfing out there. And you know what? I'll bet you even realize that Neymar was on that wave.
All right, so it sounds like we have an interference yellow on red, I believe they said.
I think it's red interfered on yellow.
Red on yellow, so Becker interference on Carvalho. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look at that last wave from Valentina Diaz. All right, so while we wait for the replay to queue up from the transmission booth downstairs, meanwhile, out in the water, we just saw a interference call.
Yeah, that was a pretty tactical move from Neymar, who's a very experienced competitor. Let's see what we're going to replay here. Yeah, so, Jessica really, that was a good wave for Jessica too, so unfortunately for her, that's not going to count. But, she really should have been more aware of who was around her. And, yeah, that's unfortunate because that was that was a pretty – or maybe – no, who got the interference here? Hold on here. Did Neymar get the interference? Yeah, so Jessica must have had priority.
Look at the time.
So I guess they deemed it Jessica was kind of going, and then yeah, so that's interesting.
Yeah, so on our live scoring, Neymar's last wave blocked off in red. She gets a 0.25 on that one. Meanwhile, Jessica Becker scoring a 6.50 on that wave, moves her into the second spot behind Valentina Diaz. So 6.50 now looking to replace a 2.9 as her backup score. But it's Diaz and Becker leading the way. Montenegro in third, and unfortunately Neymar Carvalho really having a bit of a shocker out there.
Yeah, this is a shocker for her for sure. This is not how she wanted to start off.
So again, Neymar Carvalho called for the interference. She sits in the fourth position. She's only got 2 waves ridden, and now the interference, this is really going to cripple her chances of advancing out of this first heat.
Yeah, she needs like a amazing wave to get through this heat.
She's now in combination situation, needing a 15.01. She's pretty much in a situation where, I hate to say it, but stick a fork in this one.
Gosh.
So again, meanwhile, Valentina Diaz with a 6.0, 4.75 on her last wave. Again, continuing to build her scores through the course of this heat. And Jessica Becker with a 6.50, now trying to track down a backup score. And here, Valentina Diaz up and riding again.
Getting the tail end of this right into the shallow zone and just cuts out.
So, quick wave there for Valentina. As we count down the final minute of this heat. And I'm kind of stunned. I mean, I'm left It's not a good thing when a commentator's left speechless, but I'm kind of in shock watching what's going on with Neymar out in the water. This is very uncharacteristic of the former 5-time world champion.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's not something you'd expect to see for sure.
Meanwhile, after losing both her fins and getting washed up on the rocks, Montenegro up and riding back to it. She was at one point the heat leader, but suffering some misfortune out in the water. She lost both fins, had to come up on the rocks and get a new pair of fins. And there, just under the horn, Jessica Becker with a little back will duck out. So there you have it. It looks like it's going to be Valentina Diaz first, Jessica Becker second, Kyrtis Montenegro in third, and Neymar Carvalho with a stunning fourth place finish. Just really surprised to see it all go sideways on her out there. Wasn't getting the waves, got hit with an interference, and the complete opposite of what we expected in the return to World Tour competition for Neymar Carvalho.
Yeah, that was surprising. So this is a throwaway for her for sure.
So we will see Neymar again next week at Antofagasta, battling it out with the ladies at Nilda Point.
Situación en el agua entonces, resultados no oficiales. En primer lugar, Valentina Díaz de Chile. Un segundo lugar para Jessica Becker. Tercer lugar, Kyrtis Montenegro. Y cuarto lugar, Neymar Carvalho. Resultados, repito, no oficiales. Estamos en la ronda de mujeres. Se viene la cuenta regresiva. Atención, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, back in the booth, Steve Action Jackson with Mike Stewart. We have just heard the horn sound starting the last heat of round one of the ladies out in the water right now. We're going to see Isabella Souza, the 3-time women's world champion, go up against Karina. Teresa Almeida, the ISA gold medalist, and the 14-year-old Chilean national champion, Anise Veliz. And here, up and riding right off the bat, Isabella Souza.
Yeah, right to the end of that, nice roll on the end of it. Hit that just right. That was a well-ridden wave by Isabella. And we also had a rider going right on that as well, Karina. So they open up right at the buzzer. Go for it, quickly.
So we will wait for the first scores to register from the judges. Meanwhile, for those of you just tuning in, welcome to day number 8 here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Today is the final day for men's and day 1 for the women's. Out in the water right now, we have women's round 1, heat number 4, and on deck, we are going to be going into the men's final. Amory Laverne and Jared Houston facing off. And for all of you tuned in watching the final, to share the link for the live feed on all of our social media outlets. I'll get back to that in a second as we have Teresa Almeida.
Oh, nice section.
The rider riding, driving.
Little barrel ride, little spin off the top, and out of there.
All right, so a 6-5 opening up for Isabella Souza. Karina Carvalho gets on the board with a minimal score of a 2.0 to start things off. Teresa Almeida in yellow, waiting for that score to come in. They are joined by Anise Veliz, again, the 14-year-old Chilean national champion. And that's your rundown out in the water. Almeida, yellow, Carvalho, white, Veliz, black, Souza, red. Meanwhile, back to what I was saying, for all of you tuned in, waiting to watch the men's final, be sure to share the live link on all of our social media outlets. APB Tour on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you will be entered into the running to win an autographed jersey from the winner of the men's division. Meanwhile, more on that after this commercial break. We'll be right back.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
El lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz.
Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
And we're back. Steve Action Jackson, Mike Stewart here in the booth on day 8, the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. And while we were away at commercial break, we had action out in the water. We saw Isabella Souza up and riding. Not much of a score there for a quick in and out wave. She kicks off the back as it wasn't lining up in her favor. But again, she opened up with a 6.25. She leads the way. Meanwhile, Karina Carvalho with a 2.0. Teresa Almeida with a 3.75. And the 14-year-old Chilean, an ace, out in the water, still waiting to get on the board with her first wave.
Yeah, this must be a pretty exciting contest for her, right? Surfing Gringos, 14. Like, this is pretty intense, you know, and it's very dangerous when it's small like this. So I'm sure she's like on edge.
And here we have the 14-year-old we speak of up and riding on this first wave. Nice solid set for her.
All right.
Gets the barrel, comes out, and throws into a forward spin as well, and then will pull off the back and call it a wave.
Wow, that was pretty good. I'm impressed.
So again, Anise Feliz, 14 years old. She's already the Chilean women's national champion. So obviously, this young girl would definitely classify as Super Grom status.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to see, really. You know, rider that's that young, you know, with those kinds of skills, it's great. It's good to see. It looks like, you know, this is something I've kind of noticed, but Chile in general seems to have surged in popularity for bodyboarding. And I think this event is a big part of that.
And we mentioned the term Super Grom. Speaking of which, coming up in the next event, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, we will see not only men's and women's competition as we have seen in years past, but this year it will be event number 2 on the Pro Junior World Tour. So stay tuned for that as we'll see some of the best and brightest bodyboarding stars of the future battling it out at Nilda Point.
Yeah, I know there's Brazil's got some of their top riders, and well, we have ours with Tanner, so that's going to be a pretty exciting competition, I'm sure.
Yes, Tanner winning the first Pro Junior event in Brazil, taking out Brazilian Mateus Matthewzinho. As the other well-known Brazilian Super Grom, Socrates Santana, are already at Nilda Point training, getting ready for the event.
Okay,
meanwhile,
Isabella
out in the water,
giving a dig for the end section, pulls in. Can she come out? She comes out. Nice wave from Isabella.
Isabella Souza, best ridden waves of the morning so far. Meanwhile, up and riding in white, Karina Carvalho, one of 2 riders from Portugal in this heat.
Yeah, Isabella looking super hungry.
So Isabella getting the better of that wave exchange. Both Souza and Carvalho will make their way back out to the lineup. And you can see Isabella just off to the side of the screen. Well, at least I can see her out the window.
Yeah, she's
really digging hard to get back over there.
Yeah,
you'll see her come back into view in just a second.
We got a little paddle battle race, but it doesn't look like it's much of a battle. Isabella's kind of really motoring.
And there it is, a 9.0 for Isabella Souza. So Isabella dropping in the biggest score in the women's division so far today. Actually, I believe that's the biggest score we've seen so far this morning.
Yeah, that's right, in the men's or women's. So with Diego's heat and all the women. So that's an impressive ride from Isabella, catching kind of the tail end of Gringos, which is a hollow section. So it's a part of the wave that hasn't really broken that much today, and she's kind of figured out a way to find that little spot over there, and it's gotten 2 decent rides.
Yes, just looking back to earlier this morning in the men's consolation final, the highest scoring wave of that heat was an 8.55 from Diego Cabrera on a flip to barrel, and now Isabella Souza dropping a 9.0 onto her score sheet. Long, deep barrel on the left-hander. Nice set wave there for her.
Very cool.
So on the strength of a 9 and a 6.25, Isabella Souza takes commanding hold of the lead. She's a combined heat score of 15.25 right now.
Yeah, this is going to – let's see what the other girls do. Are they going to step up and just, go after it, or are they just going to roll over? Because you're going to have to fight pretty hard to come back and better that score. That's something we haven't seen, this today yet. It's a 9. Good bottom turn. What do we got here?
Split peak.
Big roll. Just gets gobbled up. Still under. Just popped up. Took a little beating there.
So the Portuguese rider splitting the peak on that one. Almeida on the left, Carvalho on the right. Didn't really see much on offer for the right-hander. And unfortunately, Teresa just got pumped on the inside there.
Yeah, good for her for charging it. That was an impressive hit side bowl. That was cool to see.
Well, again, Teresa Almeida, the 2014 women's gold medalist at the ISA World Bodyboard Championship back in December here in Chile at Iquique. And this girl, don't mistake her good looks and her smaller frame, for an inability to ride. This girl actually absolutely charges. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look at Karina Carvalho's last wave. We're going to queue up a replay. We'll let Mike talk us through this.
Okay. So this is a right, and it looks like she's trying to, you can see her kind of fin, kind of counterbalancing a little bit, trying to get some speed up. Looks like she tried to do a flip towards the end there, like she rolled and then brought it in to try to do a flip move, but just got consumed by the right lip there. That was kind of a difficult, totally difficult section to do that move in, but kind of cool she went for it.
So right now we're already halfway through this 20-minute heat, 9:30 left on the clock. Isabella Souza taking control of this heat with the strongest performance we've seen from any of the women so far this morning. Isabella with a 6.25 on her opening wave, a 9.0. And there you can see the girls from Sushi Lounge cruising the contest site. So a bunch of us were fortunate enough to order up some sushi the other night from Sushi Lounge, as well as some gyoza and other goodies. So definitely some good eats from Sushi Lounge. Thank you to them for their support.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sushi Lounge.
So also a big thanks to the event organizer Tamati and his store, Tamati Surf Shop, for organizing and promoting this event year in and year out. Would not be possible without Tamati. This was his vision. He made it a reality, and here we are just over a decade later, one of the marquee events on the World Tour year in and year out.
Yeah, this is a stable diet for the bodyboarding competitors on the World Tour. One of the key venues, and there's a reason that this is such an important wave. It's because it's so consistent and it's so technical. So it offers not only big hollow waves, but ramps, big bowls to do big air moves.
And Souza on this nice left-hander. Sorry to cut you off, Mike. Souza takes off, drops in, going down the line, and really was eyeing up a section that just never stood up for her.
Yeah, I think she was trying to get something big out of that, and that wave just did not cooperate.
Well, we know Isabella is capable of busting out some big air reverses and air forwards, right up there in par with the pro men's competitors. So I'd be willing to bet if we put Isabella Souza into the men's division, she'd be taking out quite a few people and shocking the world.
Yeah, she's based on her scores right now, she would be for sure.
So again, right now, current situation out in the water with 7:25 on the clock. I'll actually get to a score update in just a second, as we're actually going to throw into another quick replay.
Okay, this was the wave that was right on the other side of Isabella. It was just right. And in there, a reverse spin. Let's see if this thing's going to section up at all. No, it just kind of peters away. So just a series of spin moves, nothing too critical. But probably, it looks like that kind of helped her. That's like her highest scoring wave of the heat, Steve.
Yeah, so right now a 3.75 falling into place for Karina Carvalho. She currently remains in the third spot. Isabel Souza holds the lead on the strength of a 6.25 and a 9.0. Teresa Almeida in second position, currently with a 3.75 and a 3.25. Karina Carvalho with a 2.0 and a 3.75 sits in third. And the nice Valise sitting in the fourth spot. She has a 5.15 for an opening score. Pretty solid opening wave for her, but still waiting to get on the board with a secondary score.
Yeah, right. Isabella's just like commanding this. She's just like way out there in front. She's basically has double the points of everyone else.
Yeah, she's comboed the field at this point. The second place rider, Teresa Almeida, needs an 11.51 to catch up with her. And the distance is increased as you get further back through the field out in the water right now.
And we are 5 minutes away from the men's final, about 5 minutes. I'm not sure if they're going to go straight into it, so it could be longer. But and the final, I'm told, was going to be 35 minutes.
All right, so 35-minute final for On Deck. Again, be sure to share the live link for the men's final on APB Tour at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and enter yourself into the running to win an autographed jersey from the winner of the men's final. So get on that. Be sure to let your friends know if you want to claim that that autographed winner's rash guard. Be sure to share the link. APB Tour, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Get on it, boys and girls. All right, meanwhile, here in the booth, Steve Action Jackson, joined by 9-time world champ Mike Stewart. We're walking you through all the action out in the water for both the men's and the women's. Meanwhile, up and riding out in the water, here we have the 14-year-old Valise. Gets a little barrel. She's going to finish with a roll and takes it to the rocks.
Way to go.
Wow, she's going to wash up onto the rocks. So
she got pushed into the keyhole, fortunately.
The 14-year-old looking pretty fearless out there and now digging to get back out.
Yeah, I like to see it. What kind of approach you need to have at this wave? You got to be aggressive. You got to be attacking this wave. You can't just kick back and, maybe a wave will come to you. You got to be proactive the whole time and just go after it.
And there it is, a 5.75. Actually, I stand corrected. They're adjusting the score. Just waiting for this to fall in. 4 minutes on the clock, waiting for that second wave from a nice Valise to register from the judges. She currently sits in the fourth position. This could very well change her fortune. So again, counting down, Souza dominating. And then the rest of the field, Almeida second, Carvalho third, Valise in fourth. But situation change.
Looks like she's bottom turning, finding a section. What she got here? Nice extended roll, clean landing. That was a pretty textbook roll from anyone's standard.
So Isabella Souza on that wave. Meanwhile, the score coming in for Valise, a 6.15. That moves her into the second position behind Isabella Souza.
Looks like one of the bigger sets.
Here we have Teresa Almeida from Portugal up and riding on the right.
Looks like she's trying to find a section here.
Waiting, setting it up. She's going to roll off the section. And here you'll see her. She gets around the whitewater. So Teresa looking for a 7.5. She gets a roll off of the right-hander, but not much else. Meanwhile,
I think
Carvalho
the judges like to see, you're not just waiting the whole time. You got to be pretty active on the wave. You want to be doing a spin or a turn or setting up. The whole time you should be busy functionally doing something to either accomplish a maneuver or set you up to accomplish a maneuver. So if you're just cruising and you're waiting too long, that's going to work against you a little. Still, her highest score, and that was a good set, and she did do a pretty good roll on the end of it, so she was awarded the highest score for her for this heat.
Meanwhile, Valise, the 14-year-old Chilean national champion, up and riding, throws an air roll spin, but lands under the lip. So the Chilean Super Grom on the ladies' end of things. A nice Valise pulling out the stops and going big on that.
Wow, that was a shot across every competitor's bow. Nobody's seen that yet from the girls.
Yeah, don't sleep on the 14-year-old, people.
That was massive, right in the bowl.
So they're a perfect example of why she is the Chilean national champion, representing the women's. The 14-year-old not afraid to go big on any given section. Unfortunately, an incomplete maneuver there, but still, she gets a 3 for the effort.
Wow, yeah. I mean, imagine if she landed that. It would have been a 9 or a 10.
Oh, that would have been a massive score if she had been able to complete that maneuver. So the biggest attempt we've seen from any of the ladies, even bigger than what we saw Jessica Becker trying to nail down in her earlier heat. So we've seen some of the ladies throw big. Souza, of course, with the biggest score of the day, a 9.0, and that's in both the men's and women's division. So Isabella Souza, putting people on notice, and here she is up and riding again.
Oh, tried to do a forward air there. Nice roll. Yeah, she's doing good. I'm happy to see this because hopefully this will inspire all the girls to kind of lift their level. You can't. Oh, whoa. Whoa, watch out.
And she rides out, so the 14-year-old not done. Valise trying to hammer down an air roll spin. She got caught up in that, but did eventually ride out ahead of the whitewater as we count down the last 5 seconds. So just waiting for those last scores for Isabella Souza and a nice Valise. But again, Souza and Valise with those top 2 spots looking very strong.
And guess what, gang?
Oh, it's about that time, Mike.
It is about that time. Man, I've been waiting for this. Everyone's been waiting for this for like days.
Oh, this is what we've all been building up to through the course of this event. The men's final is about to go off.
Yes. I'll tell you what, just the anticipation behind the scenes is just like enough to cut so thick you could cut it with a knife. It's just so intense. Just the posturing of these guys behind the scenes, the little pre-competitive little deals going on. It's pretty neat. And, yeah, we're about ready to start the men's final.
So, again, just finalizing some scores from the judges for that last heat. Waiting on the last score for Isabella Souza, the heat leader, and a nice Valise, the Chilean national champion. As the scores register from the judges, those ladies were the top 2 spots waiting for finalization. Meanwhile, there you can see on screen what we're going to see in the men's final. Amory Laverne in red, Jared Houston in yellow. This is going to be one heck of a match.
Yeah, I mean, even if the waves are 1 foot with these guys in the water, it's going to be really neat to see. And fortunately, there are waves. It's probably about 3 feet on the sets and pretty darn hollow. So these guys are going to be able to do pretty much their whole repertoire of tricks.
All right, so again, getting ready to set things off. Counting down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, and we are underway with the men's final. Welcome, everybody, to day number 8 here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. The moment we have all been waiting for, out in the water right now, underway. Run us through what we can expect out here with our competitors, Mike.
Well, I think you're going to see an amazing display of technical riding and some really tricky technical small waves. And then also you're going to see some crazy competition tactics going on. Throughout this event, Jared's been really good about his paddling for waves or holding people off of waves without paddling, so he doesn't lose priority, but he keeps you from not catching the wave. He did it against me. He did it against Diego. We both had our hands. Hey, what's going on, man? I thought he'd come on and help me off the wave. We're trying to get him to lose his priority, but he's really smart when it comes to competition. And same with Omri. I mean, look, the guy's a world champ. He's here. He's from defending champion. He just won Brazil. Both these guys are just on a major collision course here. So there's everything at stake for these guys. They've worked their whole life to this moment right now, and you guys are going to witness the collision.
All right, so as you can see in red, Amory Laverne, Jared Houston. And right now we've got so many people typing messages, I can't even get to them all. But I know we've got people all over the world tuning in, the international bodyboarding community all over this. We've got Australia, South Africa, Europe, Hawaii, mainland United States, all over the world, everybody tuning in to watch this event. Thank you for following along and supporting professional bodyboarding. And this is what you have all been waiting for, the showdown, the final. Both of these guys have been unstoppable as they've worked their way through competition here at Flopos. And here they are going head-to-head out in the water. Jared Houston from South Africa against Amory Laverne from Reunion Island. 35-minute heat. Top two waves will be scored. At the end of that 35-minute run, we'll see who is the champion of this event for 2015.
Yeah, and they both want to draw blood first. You saw Jared with priority first, and now you got Maz. So this will be interesting, Looks like Maz is going to get the first wave. Looks like a good one. Pulls in. Good barrel ride. Right to a flip. Into the barrel. Beautiful wave rated by Maz. And that's what I mean by technical waves. Like, that was pretty sick.
And there you can see he's putting his finger up in the air, kind of like, there it is, chalk it up. So Amory Laverne drawing first blood, gets on the board first.
Yeah, and that was interesting. Amory gave Jared kind of position in the lineup at first, and maybe he knew that Jared couldn't catch that wave, but initially it looked like Jared was going to get the first wave of the heat, which as a competitor, you don't want that to happen.
Look at the score, Mike.
Oh, boy.
A 9.25.
Okay, here's Jerry. What has he got? He's going to look for air moves here. Watch for some. Oh! Jerry, just for some reason, indecisive. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but that was totally uncharacteristic. Yeah, and that was, I think Jerry knew right from the get-go that was a sick wave Amory got, and that it was going to be a big score, and it was. Sick deep barrel, coming out with a big flip, right back into the barrel. Not much more you can do on that little wave. That was pretty amazing. And Jerry, took off, and I'm not too sure what happened. It would be interesting to see a replay of that, just to figure out what went down, because it looked like he was going to go for an air, and then maybe he decided he couldn't make the barrel, and then he cut out at the last second, and then just got sucked over, and.
Yeah, definitely would like to see a replay of that first wave exchange between Amory Laverne and Jared Houston. Jared Houston, we saw him go over the falls. That's definitely not something you want to do here.
No, not in that little spot over there. You're definitely going to visit the bottom. So he could have very well smashed against the bottom. He might have bruised, hopefully nothing that he's going to be riding on, like his hips or his elbows. But, he could have very well, maybe if he got his fins down first, he might have, saved his or diminish the impact a little bit. Looks like Maz is up again on his second wave. Spin, pocket right into the barrel, into a flip. Maz is like in the zone. It's going to be hard to beat this guy, but watch Jared fight back and come back, because all he needs is one section, and he's going to loft. So look at we're within the first 5 minutes, and Maz already has two crazy waves.
Score to come in for Amory Laverne, and looks like being a little hole here in the early goings of this 35-minute heat. And the question on social media last night, can Houston stop the Laverne freight train? Well, the train seems to be continuing on its course, and Jared Houston's going to have some catch-up work to do. There it is, an 8.75. So just like that, Amory Laverne with an 18-point combined heat score. Jared Houston in combination situation in the first 5 minutes of the heat.
How's that? 5 minutes, 18 points. That's like
unreal.
Yeah, that's crazy. It seems like Amory's found another gear in this heat. Well, in the past, he was surfing great and ripping, but it's almost like he's gone up a gear. Maybe because it's a little smaller, you can feel he let loose a little bit more or what, but I don't know. Not that he hasn't let loose earlier. It's just, the way he's packing in the moves right now is pretty intense.
So again, Maz on the board. His first two waves, a 9.25 and 8.75. Jared Houston, unfortunately, drawing sticks from the judges on his first wave as something went sideways for him, and he ended up going over the falls.
Yeah, I think he just was indecisive, either on the way up to the lip or figured the wave was going to run away from him, and he just was indecisive and decided to try to cut out, and he didn't cut out. He got sucked over. So he wasn't even committed enough to dig into the wave to get out of it. So this is wild, First 5 minutes, it's at 18 points. Omri in the lead. And Omri, he's like, this is it, man. He's putting a stamp on this right now, and not just to Jared, but to every bodyboarder in the world. He's calling out like, okay, this is what I'm doing. Can you beat? Well, you got to come and prove it if you're going to do it.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Maz, the defending world champ, defending event champ, winner of the first event this year, it really looks unstoppable. I mean, obviously we still have plenty of time. Jerry has more than enough time to drop a couple of big scores of his own. But, I mean, overall, what we've seen, the level of performance last year and this year, and even 2013 when Maz was in the title hunt as well and finished second for the year, it's just he seems to be hitting that stride professionally in his bodyboarding career. And we've only seen this from a few people over the course of bodyboarding's history. Yourself dominating the 80s and early 90s, Guilherme Tamega with his 6 world titles, winning consecutive titles. Andre Botha when he went back-to-back with titles. You see guys win world titles, but it's very rare to see guys, string it together and just get into that groove where they dominate for a period of time. And
for sure. What you're witnessing here with Maz is, a really organized preparation with crazy focus. The guy, he walks around with confidence and focus, and you can tell he means business. The first day we came here, we walked out. We got up early. We figured we'd crack it. We got up at 6:30, and we didn't realize there was that daylight savings issue. We're walking in the dark at 6:30 to get down here. I'm with Tanner, and who shows up but Maz in the back. I'm like, okay, this guy means business. We waited for an hour and a half before you got light enough to surf, by the way. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, we always talk about Omri Laverne being one of the most physically fit competitors on the World Tour, but his mental conditioning, his level of focus is very intense as well.
Yeah, you add that intensity with, technique, and you see what you get, You get incredible performances in technical type of conditions.
So there you can see on the bottom of your screen what we've been talking about. Omri Laverne jumping out to a combined heat total of 18.0.
And
Jared Houston with a 1.
I like to add in the first 5 minutes. I mean, that's like
5 minutes.
Within 5 minutes, the guy he's up to 18 points, which is just crazy. But the heat's far from over. But I mean, that's pretty astounding.
Yeah, talk about just coming out firing and taking it to your competition. I mean, it's just stunning to see someone come out and do that in the final.
Yeah, and almost, almost buckled a little bit there on his opening wave. That could have been a pretty high-scoring wave for him. It looked like he was either going to get a good barrel or do a big move, and something clicked in his mind, and he decided he wanted to press the eject button, and he got ejected.
Well, not to say this is going to be a repeat of Brazil, but we saw Maz do this in the first event of the year in the final. He came out firing. 2008 world champion Ori Valadown left Ori in combination situation that he just ran away with the heat. Just decimated the former world champion in that first event.
Yeah, that was, I blame part of that in Yuri's case. I think he was tired. He had surfed an additional heat or so. And so he was pretty, that was a long day for Yuri, and it was unfortunate that he didn't have the, he wasn't, in a headspace or position really to challenge Maz, because it would have been a good battle. But I think he must have been quite tired. But man, the way it looked like from the beach and how Maz just dominated that heat, it just took all the wind out of his sails.
Well, it seems like out in the water so far this year, if Maz even sniffs a scent of blood in the water, any weakness from his competitors whatsoever, he just goes right after you.
Yeah, for sure. And here we go. Here's a set coming in. So look for some more antics here shortly.
So there you can see both our competitors out in the water, kind of taking a glance out to see what's rolling in. Maz paddling over. Jerry kind of holding position out in the water right now.
And I wouldn't be surprised if you can see Jerry going for a right, too. I mean, I think he would love for a nice right to come in. He's been scoring huge scores in the big airs on those rights. And, I wouldn't be surprised one bit if he goes right. You haven't seen a lot of good scoring potential on the rights right now because it's a little smaller, but he can somehow generate big scores out of those.
So there you can see competitors patiently for the next waves to be ridden. And you know what? We're actually going to queue up a replay right now and take a look at Amaury Laverne on the Arica replay.
Okay, so this is either going to be I think it's his first wave. So deep barrel, behind the scene, comes out right into a flip, out of the barrel, lands back in the barrel, and then travels a bit more in the barrel. Probably it would have been a perfect 10 had he came out of that barrel for sure. I don't know what else he left, for debate.
So again, a 9.25 on the opening barrel to flip combo. First wave of the heat, and then he backed it up with his second wave, an 8.25 on the spin to barrel. Yeah, and that's all he's needed so far. 2 waves, 18-point total. He's got Jared Houston in combination situation right now.
Yeah, Jerry, he's going to be looking just for that one big move, That's kind of what's pulled him throughout this event. And, there'll be more opportunities for him. He just has to kind of keep his composure, keep his motivation, and have some faith thinking, he's going to dig deep in there and just know that he can do it. He's done it in the past, and he can do it again if he just kind of reaches deep and waits for those waves.
Right now I can't help but look at this as a little bit of a role reversal. If you remember last year at the Ida Quachera Pro, Jared Houston won his first World Tour event last year. But on his way to that win, he had a heat against Maz where he absolutely took it to Maz, left Maz in competition.
Wow.
And now here we are in Chile a year later, and the roles are reversed.
Okay, here we go. Looks like a set's approaching. It looks like a good one. Jerry in position with priorities, taking off. Okay, stalling here. Looks like he's going around the section, looking. Oh, there he goes. Stalls a little bit to pull in. Gets the barrel. Rolls out. Pops out nicely in front of the wave. I thought he was going to end up kind of more on the chopping blocks there on the reef, but he actually somehow pushed in front of the wave. So that was pretty cool.
So there we have it. Jared Houston on the board. Solid score of the heat. This will definitely help him get back into the mix of things. Now if he can tie a couple of more waves together, we'll see if he can track down Maz, who has a commanding lead right now, just jumping out, getting right down to business, like you mentioned, in the first 5 minutes, just dropping 18 points on the board.
Yeah, that is just right? And these waves, I have to say, are really suited to him. He loves these little left pockety bowls. Where Jared, I think he prefers kind of more open faces with a bigger sections, just to lofty, massive airs. So I would say in these conditions, it kind of favors Maz a little bit more, but, it'll be really interesting to see if Jerry can find the waves that he needs to get the big airs that we're hoping, and we know he can do.
There it is, a 7.50 coming in for Jared on his first wave. Unfortunately, he remains in combination situation as he's got to top Maz's 9.25 and 8.75.
Okay. This is a competitive savvy move here. He knows he needs a score. This looks like a pretty good wave. He does great lofty flips, and there's one of them. So
right. Quick turnaround for Jared Houston.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges score that, but that was pretty neat. That was smart of Jerry. He knows that he's behind. He needs something big. Maybe not the biggest wave, but still a really nice maneuver nonetheless.
All right, so scores filtering in. A 7.0 to go with a 7.5. Again, not enough. He's still in combination situation.
Combo zones.
Residing in combo land. Not a pretty place to be.
I mean, at this point, he's just, it's tough now because there's not a ton of sets coming in. You know, Maz at this point, he's already got an 8 and a 9. Maz realistically needs to be looking at bettering his scores. I mean, if he wants to just seal the deal, he's going to have to get better his 8.75. So he's going to be looking for that type of wave. He's not going to go for something that's less. There's no point.
Meanwhile, we're going to take a look at the last wave of Jared Houston. We're going to queue up the Arica replay and let Mike talk us through this.
So he was deep. He was deep on the left and kind of backdoored the section. I would have liked to see him got the barrel and then do it, but look how much loft he got on that little flip. I mean, that was a small wave, and he got quite a bit of height. So just, you know, gosh, he's so good at getting good height off of those flip moves on the rights. Unfortunately, a little bit smaller wave. Had that wave been a little bit bigger, he probably would have gone a couple feet more in the air and probably would have been right back in this heat.
So 18 minutes remaining in this 35-minute men's final. Amaury Laverne with a 9.25 and an 8.75 in the first 5 minutes put Jared Houston into combination situation. Jared trying to work his way back. He currently has a 7.5 and a 7.0 on his. Still in combination situation. He needs 2 new scores totaling 10.51.
Yeah, with about a little less than 20 minutes. It's a tall order, actually, if it's inconsistent. Looks like, you know, Maz is carefully watching Jerry. He knows Jerry's dangerous if he catches a wave. So, you know, Maz is in a position where he's got a lead. And so he's going to utilize his priority here. Maybe a wave he didn't want to go on, but Jerry forced the cards. Amaury just pocket riding again, looking for something, cuts out. So that was basically a strategy move, just to keep Jerry off of the wave. But now Jerry out the back with plenty of time to get what he needs and leaving the door open a bit.
Well, you were saying Maz should keep busy and, you know, he's carefully watching Jared. You don't want to go to sleep on your competition ever, but especially not against a guy like this.
Okay,
Jared
here,
Houston up
he's
and
on
riding.
A nice wave here. Wow. Oh, nice.
Oh,
that was beautiful.
Wow. And that will definitely be more to Jerry's liking out in the water. Nice big air roll spin, lands in the pocket.
That's what Maz wanted to keep him from doing, and unfortunately, he kept him from doing the wave. The right wave was the one he just did it on. That was a huge flip. And what I liked about that, the rotation was so drawn out that it was really nice to watch. It wasn't kind of spastic. It was just like a big, flowy, lofty flip.
And looking at this score coming in, we'll see if this helps get Jared out of combination situation. And an 8.50 comes in. He pairs that with a 7.50. Now Jared just needs but he needs a 9.51.
Yeah, nearly a perfect score. So even though he didn't score as high as Maz's 8.75, 8.5 gets him back in. Now Jerry's capable. He's been dropping 9 and 10s for single moves. And that was pretty darn close, that last one.
Well, if he's able to line up some sections like we saw him do on day 3, 9.51 should be a walk in the park for him. Again, he just needs Jared scoring a 10 and a 9.65 in the same heat for the highest combined total of the event so far. So who knows? We could see that topped by either one of these guys in this final, the way both of them have been riding.
That's right. And Jerry kind of waiting over to the right, maybe hoping that a deep right comes through and he can get one of those lofty flips. Maz, on the other hand, just kind of like at the peak waiting. But this changes the complexion of this heat for sure. I think Maz is now realizes, you know, it's not as far apart. And he's really got to be smart how he surfs the rest of this heat if he wants to win this.
So 14 minutes remaining on the clock. Again, Jared Houston trying to work his way back into this heat after being comboed in the first 5 minutes. He now has a 7.50 and an 8.50 on 2 of his last 3 waves, now trying to chase down a pretty sizable 9.51.
This looks like a pretty good wave coming in here. Jerry looked like he was going to go for that. Probably a good decision that he didn't go. That wave didn't look that great. It's kind of crumbly. No big sections. Yeah, they're just at this point, Maz is getting a little closer to Jerry. He's moving over a little bit. But they're paddling quite a ways to the right, which is very interesting. You know, Maz is not letting Jerry get too far away.
All right, so looking out the back, you can see waves rolling in. Both of our competitors trying to get into position, and Maz is going to turn around on this left-hander up and riding.
Yeah, Maz here spinning the ball. Oh, got lipped. You know, this is a really hard wave to do that particular move because the wave is kind of tight when it starts to barrel, and when you do that spin is kind of a stall move, so it does kind of help you get up, but you know, normally what ends up happening is just exactly right there as you get lipped because it doesn't throw out that far. So it's a tricky move to start with.
We saw him doing this yesterday, throwing the pocket spin, sliding up underneath the lip and getting right into the barrel. Unfortunately, that time, the timing a little bit off, and he got clipped while he was completing the maneuver. I
think that whole set was a little bit off kilter because I think Maz was following kind of way over off into the shoulder because I think Jerry's trying to look for a right now, and what ended up happening is Maz got off the peak. You know, they could have been another 50 yards deeper, 50 meters deeper, and they would have been just in the right spot on that wave. But because he had to kind of take off on the shoulder, he needed to do something a little bit more special, putting the pressure on him to do that spin, and it just didn't really allow for that, and he got lipped.
So again, right now, situation remains unchanged. Maz in the lead. Here he is taking a look at this one.
Yeah, look for maybe some sort of reverse air or forward air. I think he's going to try to do something. Oh, nice air. Super clean.
And Maz throwing out the invert on that left-hander. He really likes the lefts here at Flopos. Last year we saw him win in the men's final using that left bowl to just boost air reverse after air reverse. Now here utilizing the left this year, but mixing up his bag of tricks.
Yeah, he loves the lefts. You know, his local spot in Reunion Island was a little left pocket. He's been surfing, you know, now in the Reunion Islands, which has a good left there in front on, but it also has good rights. So he's rounded off his surfing quite a bit, but he does prefer the left bowls, and that's on what's on offer here. I think he's most comfortable in those kinds of conditions.
It's interesting to see his background with St. Louis and Reunion, his love of fronton in the Canaries. He just loves the island reef breaks. I guess that's what he's used to throughout the course of his life. And Flopos, you know, a heavy left-hander as well. We'll actually show the replay so you can talk us through his maneuvering on this last left-hander.
Yeah, so I think he was looking for some kind of air move here. He kept a high line here. You know, no stall for the barrel, looking for a lip, sees a lip, and then last second probably decided to just go for an invert, which was cool. You know, might have got a higher score had he gone for a rotation move like a reverse air or a forward air, although that section didn't really look like a good forward air section. It was a little bit quick. He might have been able to pop a reverse air. As I was mentioning, I mean, at this point, he's got to go for higher scores than what he's already got. He's got an 8.75 as his low score, which is pretty amazing as it's counting low score. So if he can go higher than that, that's what he should probably be focusing on. He probably is. He just isn't getting the waves to cooperate.
Yeah, and on that last wave, a 7.0, that's going to be a throwaway score. For most guys, a 7.0 would be a keeper.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, Jared with an 8.5 now, I think it's totally within Jerry's grasp here. If he can really pull something special out. He's going to have to wait for a set. He's going to have to wait for just the right wave. But if he gets it, it can totally happen and switch things up here.
So again, counting down, 9:25 on the clock. Maz with a combined heat score of 18.0. Jared Houston with a 16.0 combined heat score. The South African trying to dial in a 9.51. We've got waves rolling in out the back, Mike.
Okay, looks like Jerry's looking at this. Okay, this looks like a pretty sick ball. keep an eye out for something big in the air, gang. Big reverse, maybe. Huge.
Oh, there it is. But
wow.
Oh, and he rides out. He lands in the pocket, get lost in the foam.
And just for assurance, he rides that last bit out just to make sure that he made it. That was pretty sick.
And that's what we've been waiting to see. His air game has been deadly. It has been spot on throughout this event. I mean, we've seen at least 5 of those during the course of competition that have scored 7.75 or higher, all the way up to a perfect 10. And this is going to be no different. This is going to be a big score. This is definitely going to change things out there, Mike.
Yeah, that's right. And so, here is a perfect example of digging, having some faith in your ability and digging deep. Being comboed with an 18-point score within the first 5 minutes is pretty daunting. But you just have hope, you can do it. And, here we go, Jared Houston coming back swinging.
The anticipation on the score is killing me right now, Mike. I mean, we're going to take a quick look at the replay right now. Here's a look at that last wave of Jared Houston on the Arica replay.
It was all about the air from his first paddle. You saw this thing sectioning up. It had a nice hook on it, and he just went fanged right into it. Huge lofting extended air. Lands almost, just about perfectly, but gets a little hung up and then has to push his way through the whitewater. But that landing, it's just gnarly. That landing is super gnarly. To try to make that is crazy. It's right on the slabbiest part of the reef, and you got to land on that and kind of push your way through it. And it's not easy to ride out of that cleanly.
So again, just waiting for the score to finalize from the judges. They're taking their time to look at this one. 7 minutes left on the clock. There it is, a 9.40.
Highest score of this heat.
Highest score of the day so far.
Okay, so what does that mean? How close are we?
Now Jerry just needs an 8.61 to overtake Maz.
Oh, boy.
So Jerry battling back, busting big. Are you freaking kidding me?
That is easy. Are they tied? Is this another tie?
We are tied right now. We saw this yesterday in semifinal number 2. Jared Houston, Diego Cabrera tied. Went to a count back to the high-scoring wave. And it was Jared Houston who took the advantage there. Right now, we are tied at 18 points each. Jared Houston holds the tiebreaker with the 9.5.
How's that? By point, what is that?
You want to talk about
0.25
close battles. We're talking
sick.
ties and going to the high-scoring wave of the heat to determine whose time I can recall ever seeing that in World Tour competition. And here we have a repeat scenario here in the men's final.
Yeah,
this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, this is really cool to see. And Jerry, someone who probably favors, the right ball, you would say more or less. I think living in Puerto Rico, he's kind of been able to more, and man, that was a perfect air that he pulled off. So huge height, perfect everything. That was pretty amazing.
We have a battle on our hands, folks. We are tied in the final.
Okay,
and here's
Maz. He's going to do something, maybe a reverse air. Oh no, it looks like he's missed that whole section. Trying to find something a little bit too big.
Well, Maz knows now, Jerry means business. He's scrapped his way back into this final. We've got about 5 minutes remaining. It's go time. I mean, pull out all the stops, put the pedal to the metal, whatever colorful phrases you want to use to describe it. It's go time apiece. Jared Houston with the advantage on the tiebreaker with the 9.5 is the high score of the heat. So now it's kind of Maz on his heels. He's got to get the job done. He needs to improve upon that 8.75.
Yeah, these guys are looking for 9s right now. And, Maz, I just saw him a little posture there. I hadn't seen yet in this whole event, maybe not in a couple of events. He put his head down like, oh, man, like, what do I got to do? So now Maz is going to have to dig deep and really try to find that inner strength, to kind of come back. He's got less than 5 minutes to pull this together, and it's going to be a nail biter.
The entire international bodyboarding community has been looking forward to this. The amount of last night, everybody eagerly anticipating this final. We were all expecting a battle, an epic fight out in the water. And you know what? We have it. It looked like Maz might run away at first, really taking it to Jerry in the opening minutes, but Houston not backing down, showing the fortitude of a World Tour competitor. And here we are, tied at 3:45 remaining.
Wow. That's all I can say is wow.
It doesn't get any tighter than this, folks. So again, both riders waiting outside there. You can see Maz needs an 8.76 or better to get the higher score and break the tie.
And it looks coming in on the outside. I think Jerry with priority here. Jerry is going to be real smart about this priority. Like, watch how he controls this. You know, he's sly how he does it. It's pretty crafty. But he'll make sure that if a wave with that scoring potential comes in, he'll make sure he's on it.
We are under the 3-minute mark in the final. Again, our riders tied at 18 points apiece. Jared Houston holds the advantage with a 9.50 high score of the heat. It does not get closer than this. If you're not feeling the intensity of this moment, you might want to check your pulse.
Yeah, that was a rad exchange. Jerry basically all in on that air, and yeah, that was a sick move. Like, he just boosted way out of the wave. That was, the power of this wave is so good. And that's why, we love coming here all these years. It's just, you can do what you want when you want to do it.
There you can see both riders on screen.
And this could be the decider right here, guys.
2 minutes on the clock. We are tied. Set rolling in. Who's on it? Jared Houston with priority.
It looks like it's going to run pretty quick.
And this one's going to run off with Jared inside of it.
I think that one was, too fast.
So now Maz with priority. 1:45 left.
Now this is a predicament that's, I want to say it's almost been every heat. I can't think of a heat that Jerry hasn't had a situation where the guy has priority and he needs an 8 or better. And it doesn't happen. So let's see if it will happen for the final for Omri, who seemed to be magically in rhythm with this wave. I do see a wave on the outside, Steve.
Wow, so things could get even more interesting before all is said and done here in the men's final. Again, 1:15 on the clock. Maz, Jerry, 18 points apiece. Jerry with the tiebreaker on the 9.50 high score of the heat. Maz waiting for through. He needs an 8.76 or better. This is unprecedented, Mike. I can't recall ever seeing a tie in the final with less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Omri's got to make a decision here. There's not that much time left. And there's not much waves.
Wow, we knew this was going to be one heck of a battle, but a tie going back to a tiebreaker for the final. These guys just battling, dropping the big scores they need.
Yeah, I almost want to say, like, Omri came off firing so fast, so quick, he thought it was done. And maybe let the accelerator off a little bit, But, man, he came out so firing. Okay, here we go, guys.
20 seconds left on the clock. Set rolling in. Maz with priority.
There's 2 waves in this set. They're going to split the peak, it looks like. Maz on a needed left.
Action staying with Maz. Needs an 8.76. Driving through the barrel. Can he make it out? And he's not going to make it out, so down to the horn. And it's going to be Jared Houston.
Jerry. That was the barrel that Maz needed to make.
Unbelievable.
Wow. I couldn't even speak. I was just waiting to see what happened.
I need to catch my breath after that one, Mike.
Wow, intense.
There you can see Maz applauding the effort of Jared Houston. What a battle.
Incredible. And that was 3 feet. That wasn't 20 foot. That was 3 foot.
These titans of professional bodyboarding battling it out in surf in the final after massive surf in the earlier rounds, putting on a massive show. And we're going to take a quick replay of the yellow as we see Jerry climbing on the ski, raising his board in victory. Here's a look at the Arica replay. Jared Houston on his last wave of the heat.
And it fully just crumbled on him. And it doesn't look like this allowed much for him. He pulled into a closeout, basically.
So both Maz and Jerry getting closed out on. We end the final with a tie. Jared Houston wins on the advantage of his 0 high score in the heat. And I have never, ever seen a heat, a final that close, Mike.
That was incredible. That was cool.
So there you have it. Jared Houston, the South African, after getting comboed in the first 5 minutes, climbs back, nails the huge 9.50 on the invert.
Claws back and destroys.
That was the difference in the heat. Both of these guys deadlocked at 18 points apiece, and the 9.50 of Jared Houston on the invert. We said it throughout the course of the event that his air game was dangerous. It gives him the advantage here. And what an absolutely epic conclusion to men's competition here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Wow.
Yeah, that was great. That was great to watch. Just how that whole thing unfolded was really, really cool. Maybe Maz, maybe he got a little bit overconfident after those first 2 waves. Gosh, he surfed so amazing. I mean, it just, there's not much more you could do. And then Jerry just starts clawing back, And I think, Omri kind of got more into the defensive mode there, and maybe that meant the difference. I'm not sure. But, hey, hats off to Jerry, who came out with some amazing airs. That big flip was, all his moves are just so tight. And, yeah, so good to see. That air he did on the left was, for that size of wave, was pretty much as good as it gets. So, awesome job, guys. Congratulations. Great ripping.
All right, so right now, just getting the official word, we're going to go into the men's presentation, and then we're actually going to carry on with more competition here today. Wow, I'm not going to need some coffee and IV or something to keep on going, but we are going to go into the second round of a women's competition following the men's awards ceremony. So still more action to come, but again, we just saw quite possibly one of the most epic finishes in a final ever. The waves weren't huge, but there were some big sections on offer. Yeah. Both of these guys taking advantage of it. What are your thoughts, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of speechless in some ways. It's, that was awesome to watch. Just it wasn't the biggest surf, but this wave just has the power. You don't need much, and these guys can turn those waves that are 3 feet into huge scores. And yeah, it's just amazing to see that the technical skill of these 2 riders. They have to be the best riders right now in the world, and I don't know who's gonna prove me wrong.
Yes. So again, right now, big congratulations to Jared Houston on taking the win, and also to Omri Laverne for his level of performance this event. I should actually thank every one of the men's pro competitors, because the way they battled, the way they performed here during this event, from everything from 2 to 4 foot surf today in the final to 10 to 12 foot surf earlier in the event window, the level of performance, the high performance level that all of the riders were firing at was just unprecedented. I mean, it seems like the sport of bodyboarding took giant leaps and bounds at this event.
Yeah, it's good to see. I don't know if I've seen that kind of, that kind of technical riding in this size surf before. That was really an amazing display of bodyboarding. Hats off to Jerry. He's had an amazing run. This whole trip here, he's just been the point, on point. The free surfs, the competition, his big airs, pretty much the biggest of the event. And yeah, hats off to Jerry. Amazing riding, and to Maz as well. Jeez, I thought it was going to be pretty hard to topple his momentum. But as I kind of mentioned earlier in the day today, it's like both these guys kind of at the peak of their careers, both peaking in momentum, and the collision you all witnessed, hopefully, of what happened there. It's like pretty neat to watch.
And there you can see a solid crowd down, both competitors and fans. Lots of photos and autographs. Jared hasn't even gotten off of the rocks yet, still making his way up as he works through the crowd of well-wishers, signing some autographs, taking some selfies along the way.
Yeah, the fans here are super enthusiastic, and it's good that the riders give them time, and it's a kind of place that you walk to the beach and you're walking with your fans sometimes. It's cool. It's the riders are totally obtainable, totally touchable, and they're down to earth. So it's easy. It's not like other things where these guys are on pedestals and you don't have access to them. Like we're just like everyone else. We're walking the beach. Walking down to the point, and sometimes guys hang out and walk with you, and you talk on the way, and it's a pretty cool camaraderie amongst all the bodyboarders.
So again, those of you just tuning in, hate to break it to you, but you missed it. The men's final, an absolutely epic battle between Jared Houston and Amaury Laverne. Maz coming out, putting 18 points on the board in the first 5 minutes, put Jared Houston into combination situation. But Jared Houston never wanted to back down from a challenge, worked his way back, ended up putting up a 9.15 in the process on a massive invert off of the left-hander. Tied Maz at 18 points. They were deadlocked until the very end. That 9.50 was the difference maker as they had to go back on a tiebreaker to the high-scoring wave of the heat. Advantage Houston. He takes the win in one of the tightest finals, if not the tightest final in bodyboarding.
Maybe in history.
I don't know. We'd have to look way back, I think, to see anything that reminiscent of this.
That was, and you know what? It got kind of down to the last 20 seconds. Like there was an opportunity. Maz might have been able to get the score he needed. He might have been able to beat the 8.5 on his last wave. It was a barrel ride, and I think he just tried to stay in the barrel a little bit too long. Had he got the barrel and maybe came out and did a flip, he might have got the score, and we could see a different winner. But it wasn't the case. He didn't make the barrel. They both took off in the last 20 seconds. Jerry going right, pulling into a closeout, and Maz is left closing out on him. And there's the victor right there. Jerry comes victorious. The highest single score wave of 9.5 for a massive air. Technically perfectly done.
And there you can see finally getting lifted up onto the shoulders of fellow South African Ian Campbell, as well as Australian Ryan Hardy, getting the winners ride up to the stage.
Cool. You got to be careful, guys. The rocks are sharp.
Yeah, some dicey footing over there.
There's not many better feelings in the world than that right there, just to be victorious, especially here. This is such a challenging wave, and the competitors are so good, and to win here means so much. So not too many guys happier on the planet than that man right there, Jared Houston.
All right, there it is. You can hear the roar of the crowd, the applause down on the ground as Jared Houston gets hoisted up on the shoulders, and they carry him up to the main stage here at the event site. And just a great sight to see Jared Houston coming out on top. And I really am at a loss for words at this point after seeing what we saw out there and throughout the course of competition. I can't recall seeing such a dangerous air game.
Yeah, he just kind of really brought a different level, when he needed to.
I mean, this is reminiscent of, guys like Jeff Hubbard and Sean Virtue, back in the early 2000s and even the mid-2000s. Jeff Hubbard has always been a major aerial tactician. Sean Virtue from Australia was well known for his huge inverts. But Jared Houston just taking it to another level in applying those aerial maneuvers, the big flips, the air roll spins, and especially the invert in the use of competition.
Boy, he's taking the invert on this contest. And almost the turning point was the heat with him, but the turning point was the heat where he had not really, he looked a little out of rhythm until he figured out, okay, I'm just going to go for massive airs. and then he got a 10, and then he got a 9, you know, for these huge, you know, probably the biggest airs of the event. And so, yeah, absolutely amazing final. Congratulations to both these riders here, both putting on amazing performances. Maz just, gosh, man, just surfed the heck out of the waves he had, and Jerry just fought back with just absolutely massive air moves.
Yeah, so here we have it.
Con él y después como había surfado todo el campeonato y nada, súper emocionado, y el gringo como siempre me ofrece buenas olas y espero que la gente haya disfrutado del show. Y nada, muchas gracias a toda la gente que están aquí, que soportarnos, todos los ariqueños, y ¡viva Chile!
Necesito al Chalo con el cable, al Chalo que me ayude con el cable.
En español, yo sé que usted está ahora hablando en español, tiene muy buen español, está enamorado, se está casando con una niña de Sudamérica. ¿Qué se siente ser el nuevo campeón, quitarle la corona a Mauricio Bernet? ¿Qué se siente? Exprésalo todo a su gente y cómo la gente de Chile y de Arica lo ha recibido usted. Wow, sí, estoy...
Más atrás, diablo, más atrás.
No lo puede creerlo. Sí, Mauri venía bien fuerte al principio de ese manga y me quedo tan, como, no sorprendido, pero así como con miedo, como diablo, ¿cómo va a sacar un puntuación del 18 en ese manga con él? Así que yo nunca he regresado así en una manga como buscando esa combinación, así que para mí fue lo mejor victoria en mi carrera y estoy muy orgulloso de compartir eso con vos, y muchas gracias a toda la Chile y muchas gracias a todos los chilenos por la buena vibra, la energía, el apoyo de la voleibol. Gracias a ti, Tomate, por el evento, y que viva Chile, mierda. Por favor, los periodistas sí pueden abrirse para que la gente, el público que viene a ver acá los mejores del mundo también puedan apreciarlo. Vamos a iniciar la parte protocolar de premiación para que la gente ahí... Señor Jade, ¿qué tan importante es para usted haber ganado el Arica Chilean Challenge? ¿Qué tan importante es el Arica Chilean Challenge para todo el circuito mundial? Sí, yo creo que sin duda es la más importante dentro del circuito, porque la ola está una ola increíble, una ola de alta calidad. El bodyboarding se ve muy bien aquí y ese evento en particular ha sido increíble para el bodyboarding. Así que todos los chicos completamente destrozándola, y estoy orgulloso de ser parte y además de ser el ganador. Así que es sumamente importante y muchas gracias por hacerlo. Muchas gracias, un aplauso para Janet Houston, por favor. Ahora, sí, a Mauri puede hacer unas palabras sobre el nuevo proyecto, el nuevo programa del Make a Pro Rider que se va a iniciar mañana, a continuación con la categoría de mujeres. ¿Nos puede dar unas palabras con respecto a esto? Claro, y este nuevo proyecto ahí de tener gente joven ahí en el voleibol es súper importante para aquí el voleibol chileno. Aquí el voleibol es un deporte bastante joven y cada año a más nivel de los locales, y creo que es muy importante involucrar gente joven en este proyecto. Entre yo, Jared, Mike, Nemara y Alex Bronga y la otra gente estamos muy orgullosos de ser parte de este evento. Y nada, mañana vamos a divertirnos con los niños, que así he entendido que el Maker Pro Rider es mucho más que este campeonato que vamos a hacer mañana. Es un proyecto ahí de social y de vida, y para darlos a ustedes las ganas de moverse, que el voleibol es un medio muy sano para moverse, para conectarse al mar, y aquí ustedes tienen un paraíso para el voleibol, entonces hay que aprovecharlo y pasar más tiempo en el agua que en la calle. Eso. Ahora sí, vamos a comenzar con la ceremonia de premiación. Está José Octavio, nos falta un corredor más. Está por aquí Diego Cabrera, se fue en Bora. Ok, ¿puedes pasar acá, José Octavio, por favor? Mi estimado locutor principal. Ya. Les quiero pedir un favor a los periodistas un poquito más abierto, porque la gente también quiere ver. Este campeonato es para ustedes. y ustedes también se merecen verlo, así que por favor, un poquito más atrás, un poquito más atrás también, por favor. Uno, dos, tres. Ahí viene Diego Cabrera, te estamos esperando, aquí nomás. Mira, es una estrella, Diego Cabrera. Un gran aplauso para este corredor de Islas Canarias, que es su primera vez llegar en cuarto lugar. Viene jugando el tenis. Roberto Calderón, por favor, su camiseta principal. Ya, vamos a comenzar la premiación entonces. Espera que canta el señor Cabrera. Viene por ahí. El canario. Bien, viene por ahí. Ok, vamos a, recuerden, por primera vez en la historia se hace una serie de consuelo, consolation es en inglés, pero consuelo, donde antiguamente se premiaban los dos terceros. Hoy día vamos a premiar al cuarto y al tercero. Vamos a partir por el cuarto lugar, ¿sí? ¿Quién va a hacer la entrega del premio, mi querido Mario Lepe? ¿Sí? Un minuto.
Se entrega primero a la a media mañana. Subió.
Ya, bien, ahora sí, vamos a presentar entonces el cuarto lugar de la categoría varones. El premio hará entrega Piero Gregorini, presidente del club Arica de voleibol. Ahí está Piero entonces. Ya Piero. Le vamos a dar un fuerte aplauso porque es un tremendo competidor. Viene del gigante Brasil. Fuerte el aplauso para...
Estoy muy contento por este resultado. La primera vez que competí acá en Arica, en 2005, yo me quedé tercero contra Jeff y después volví otra vez, pero no fui muy bien. Y ahora estoy con las mangas, pero yo creo que pasa a ser un poco mejor. Estoy muy contento, quiero agradecer a todas las personas que vinieron acá para mirar la competencia, Tomate por hacer este evento increíble. Pues, un parabéns para Cabrera, para Mauri y para Gerard, que estaban increíbles corriendo las horas, y todos los otros que hicieron mangas muy increíbles. Un saludo para mi familia, para mi novia, para mi hermana, mi mamá, que están mirando todos los días las mangas, y para todos los brasileños que están mirando todos nosotros.
Obrigado, José Octavio. Bien, vamos a ir con el... Bien, vamos a ir con el tercer lugar ahora. El tercer lugar, el premio tercer lugar, a la entrega del subteniente don Cristian Álvarez en representación de la Autoridad Marítima de la Gobernación. Y le vamos a dar un fuerte aplauso. Viene de lejos, viene de las Islas Canarias. Fuerte el aplauso para el señor Gabriel de las Islas Canarias. Por favor, la gran persona. Por favor, reciba el recuerdo del chinchorro de subteniente Álvarez. Ah, miércoles. Ahí está, muchas gracias. Un aplauso, por favor.
Bueno, primero que nada agradecer a todo el mundo que está aquí en la playa.
ha estado asistiendo al campeonato y dándole una muy buena vibra a todos los competidores y demás. Y nada, muchas gracias a todos los chilenos en general, porque siempre que he venido aquí me han tratado increíble y me han tratado como si estuviese en casa. En especial el año que tuve un accidente duro, fue para mí el peor momento de mi vida, y los 2 meses que estuve aquí siempre bien acompañado. De corazón os quiero mucho a todos los chilenos y en especial a los buenos amigos que tenemos acá, por eso siempre agradecido de corazón. En segundo lugar, agradecer a toda mi familia, a mi gente que me sigue desde Canarias, de España, que me estáis viendo ahora. Es un honor poder levantar este trofeo, os lo dedico a todos vosotros. Y nada, felicidades a los campeones, al primero y segundo, a Mauri y Jared, y a José Octavio por su buen surfing y desempeño en la competencia también.
A ti también, Diego, por la perseverancia y gran ejemplo profesional. Un aplauso, por favor, amigo. Diego Cabrera. Muchas gracias. Entonces, tercer lugar para Diego Cabrera de las Islas Canarias. Bien, vamos con el segundo lugar. El premio lo hará entrega el organizador del evento, don Cristian Peralta. ¿Está por ahí? Venga para acá. Mashle. Bien, vamos a darle un fuerte aplauso. Segundo lugar es el vicecampeón. Es un tremendo competidor. Ahí está, entonces el vicecampeón de las Islas Reunión, Amorí Labrán. La felicitación, Amorí. Más palabritas.
Claro, como lo decía antes, estoy súper feliz del campeonato y claro, al final había un show increíble todos los días, y hace 10 años ahora que yo competí en el Arica. Es un campeonato duro, es un campeonato con... Siempre sabemos que vemos aquí que el gringo va a estar fuerte, y es una ola peligrosa, es una ola que nos ofrece siempre para hacer un buen show, y estoy muy agradecido de ser parte de todo esto. Y el tour aquí, viste el nivel que hay hoy día en el bodyboard, y nada, lo que ustedes ponen en el deporte aquí, hay tanta gente y no hay muchos campeonatos así para nosotros donde la gente nos trata tan bien y donde nos sentimos ahí como profesionales. Que el bodyboard te parece grande, pero estamos en un deporte súper frágil y necesitamos eventos así. Y gente como todo el club aquí, todos los locales que tienen pasión para este deporte, porque claro que ganamos un poco de dinero, pero estamos aquí para el pasión para este deporte y para mostrarles lo que es el bodyboard y el modo de vida que tenemos. Y entonces estamos muy agradecidos de toda la buena vibra que hay aquí, y pues seguro que estoy aquí el próximo año, segurísimo.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Eso es. Ellos vienen a mostrar lo que es el verdadero bodyboard. Es una fiesta. Gracias, Amorí. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Bien. Bueno, un dato, ¿ah? 3 de los 4 son de África o de alrededor de África, así que muy bien. Bien, a propósito, Amorí, hay una buena noticia. El 2019 en los Juegos Panamericanos de Lima, el bodyboard va a estar incluido como deporte invitado, y esperamos que el 2020 en Tokio también esté. Bueno, este año se decide si está o no está, así que gran noticia para el deporte. Bien, primer lugar entonces va a ser entrega del señor Reinaldo Córdoba, en representación del alcalde de la ilustre municipalidad de Arica, don Salvador Urrutia. El primer lugar, bien. Y el primer lugar hizo un evento de verdad fantástico en una final de las mejores. Mike Stubar, el gran bodyboarder, uno de los mejores deportistas del mundo, dijo en la transmisión, probablemente ha sido la mejor final de la historia en la que he estado presente. Empataron a 18. Desempató esa ola de 9.5 de Jarrett, el cohete Houston, que por ser la ola más alta de la serie, lo hizo llevarse el primer lugar. Viene de un país increíble, 11 lenguas oficiales tiene. Señoras y señores, fuerte el aplauso para Jarrett. Hay que dejarlo preparado. Por favor. saludo en la calle, ¿verdad? Te agradecemos tu visita y espero seguir contando contigo en los próximos años.
Claro que sí, muchas gracias.
Ok, un gran aplauso para Jared Houston. Y ahora se viene el clásico champañazo.
Uy, el champañazo.
Cámaras, protejan sus cámaras, camarógrafos, fotógrafos, que esto es para la gente. Vayan a estar en Houston, por favor, que relación. No se abrir el champaña hoy que Ryan Hardy. Ya, chiquillos, para la gente, adelante, por favor. Hagan todo más adelante. Salud, dice Mauricio, salud, salud, Jared Houston. Una fotito con el pobre tomatito, por favor, una fotito.
Con Mario Leme.
Ya.
Una foto con Mario Leme.
Ok. Chiquillos, esto no termina acá. Chiquillos, una foto aquí adelante con el público, por favor. A Mauri, aquí, colóquense aquí para que salga el público. Acá colóquense acá, por favor. Aquí. Hacemos con el trofeo, antes que se nos peleen. Antes que pase el llevador. Una foto. Pablito Jiménez saque la mejor foto ahí, usted sabe cuál tiene que salir, ahí va Diego Cabrera, José Octavio, ya nadie más cuenta ahí. Levante toda la gente las manos, por favor, para que ahí saque la foto en la ruta. Ya estamos, dice el Pablo. Bueno, acá no termina todo, ya se viene nuevamente la categoría de mujeres. Aprovechen a sacarse fotos con los muchachos. Oye, pero, a ver, esperen, ahí nos parecen unos regalos.
Falta yo. ¿Está grabando o está...? Grabando, sí, que ponga el de color.
Hey, tiren para la gente.
Sí, para la gente. Pero ese es mío.
No, pero te van a regalar más. Para la afirmación, ahora sí. Se va a ir, ahí se va. José Octavio. Palabras, Jared, esta emoción que te da de entregarle a toda la gente, por favor.
Solamente muchas gracias, chicos, felicidades a él para coger el boogie y sí, muchas gracias a todos para apoyarme durante el evento. Estoy tan contento con todo y contento de ser ganadora de aquí y muchas gracias a los auspiciadores, Pride, Reflex, a Emerald Surf City, Grand Flavor por todo el apoyo, muchas gracias a APB para hacer el evento, Tomate y todo su equipo, los auspiciadores, todo y muchas gracias a mi familia, mi esposa, mi hija. Sí, la amo a ellos y los extraño mucho, pero sé que ellos están mirando, así que muchas gracias a todo el mundo.
Gracias, Jared, gracias.
No.
Alex León, continúa con el evento.
4, 3. Bien, continuamos con la categoría damas, por favor, chicas.
All right, back here in the booth, Steve Action Jackson with 9-time world champion Mike Stewart. And there you can see the awards presentation for the men's.
Pretty awesome to see.
So amazing performances from all of our riders. Congratulations to Jared Houston on winning one of the tightest finals we have ever seen. Also, congratulations to Amaury Laverne finishing second. He starts off the year with a win in Brazil, a second-place finish at Arica. We'll see what he has up his sleeve in Antofagasta.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to slow him down. I guess if anybody can do it, maybe Jerry. So, yeah, that'll be awesome to watch that next battle when those two guys get together in Antofagasta for sure.
Meanwhile, we also saw on stage Diego Cabrera finishing third and Jose Otavio finishing fourth. So there are your top results for the men's. Again, stay tuned, stick with us. We've got more women's action to come today as we get a little deeper into day one of competition for the women's pro division here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. And, well, I'm almost at a loss for words at this point, Mike, after what we saw. Everything building up to that final, that final did not disappoint.
Yeah, that they delivered. I mean, that was a case where the hype lived up to the hype for sure, you know. And hopefully you had a chance to witness that. That was a pretty special interaction between Amaury, Jared, and the wave here at Arica. So yeah, phenomenal riding, amazing moves. Just, you know, gosh, the highest level of wave riding I think there is right now, basically.
And meanwhile, during the awards presentation, you saw a few things we've gotten used to seeing here at Arica. The champagne shower going on stage, as well as the board toss, and people just going absolutely maniacal in the crowd trying to grab up those boards from Zé Otávio, and of course the event winner Jared Houston throwing out a board as well. So a couple of lucky fans here at the event just scored some new rides.
Yeah, that's super cool. I mean, hopefully Jerry didn't need that board for Antofagasta, but I don't think so. But that's really cool that he threw it out there.
So we've seen that in years past. It seems like it started out as a joke in prior years, but it's become a staple here after the awards ceremony, seeing guys throw their gear out into the crowd.
Yeah, and then guys grabbing guys' boards and throwing them out to the crowd, as in the case of GT.
Yes, we have seen that in the past. That's kind of where it came from, I believe. I mean, in years past, we've seen Winnie and GT throwing their boards or throwing one another's boards out into the crowd. And now almost a tradition here at Arica, you know, the people finishing in the top spots, receiving their awards on stage, and then rewarding some lucky fans out in the crowd.
Yeah, another reason to get down here and watch the show live if you can.
Yeah, if you've never been here to Chile, I highly recommend it. I believe Mike would highly recommend it as well. Flopos is one of those waves, if you're going to test your riding and push your wave riding ability, Flopos is the place to push it. And if you're going to come watch an event and interact with a huge, enthusiastic crowd, Ex-Isla Alarcon in Arica is definitely a destination you want to book a ticket for.
Yeah, for sure. It's a special event.
Yes. So there's a reason why it's been around for over a decade and one of the pillars of the World Tour. And in the meantime, again, we're going to go into the women's in just a bit. We're going to have to all over again, let the crowd and settle back in. There you can see a rabid crowd out in the water scrapping for waves as best as possible before they get the boot. And we resume competition with the second round of women's today. So again, that's coming up. Meanwhile, we'll see if we can't cue into the preview trailer for the Antofagasta Festival. Again, Antofagasta, hot on the heels of this event, will be in Antofagasta riding Nilda Point for the third event of the season, July 28th through August 2nd, wrapping up the South American leg of the 2015 APB World Tour. So again, there you can see out in the water the free surfers. We're going to try and clear them out of the water right now. Meanwhile, we'll see if we can't get the control room to queue up the Antofagasta trailer for all of you at home to take a sneak peek at what we have in store coming up next week. So So here we go. We're going to cue it up, check out what we can expect from Nilda Point. All right, and back here in the booth, Steve Action Jackson. We're getting set to jump into the second round of women's. We'll get that underway in just a moment as we try and clear the water. Meanwhile, big thanks to Mike Stewart for joining me here in the booth and running us through the consolation final, the first round of women's, and the men's final. And what a final that was. Coming down to the wire, finished with a tie. Jared Houston taking the win on the advantage of his 9.50 invert. So a tight finish. Jared Houston from South Africa coming out on top. Meanwhile, Amaury Laverne, a first in Brazil, a second here at Arica. He's going to remain the points leader on the World Tour, but Jared Houston right behind them. And the two of them look like the front runners, the odds-on favorites to chase down the world title here on the 2015 APB World Tour. So it'll be interesting to see how the remainder of the season plays out for both of those guys, because both of them seem to be in a groove and unshakable right now, as you don't see a final any tighter than what we just saw. Again, both of the finalists, Maz and Jerry, tied at 18 points apiece, and it went to a count back on the tiebreaker. Jared Houston with the advantage, the high score in the heat, the 9.50, was the difference maker. Meanwhile, there you can see out in the water, getting ready to start off the first heat of round 2. We're looking at 3 ladies out in the water for this first heat. Luz Marie Grand from Puerto Rico joining Savitri Alvarez and Andrea Carvalho. So they will be first for the second round of women's competition. So again, not finished yet. We're going to keep running for as long as the offshore winds and conditions hold. So getting into round number 2 of the women's. 4 more heats, and then we'll see where we stand. We may possibly even go into round 4, which would then set the field to get into 2-person heats in round 5, then the quarters, the semis, and the finals for women's. But again, 3-person heats out in the water right now for round 2. Starting things off, heat 1, Luz Marie Grand from Puerto Rico, Savitri Alvarez and Andrea Carvalho joining her out in the water. Again, ready to get that underway. You can see the 3 ladies out in the water with the rash guards, the jersey assignments, getting ready through this set wave coming through as we just clear out the last few riders in the water. And it looks like Miguel Adão from Portugal making his way back in, jumped out for a quick free surf between the men's final and the next round of women's. So plenty of action going on today. We have wrapped up the final day of men's competition. Jared Houston is your 2015 Arica champion, defeating Amory Laverne in an extremely tight final. So that will be one for the record books. Again, meanwhile, getting ready to get things underway out in the water. We're looking at the first heat of round 2 of the women's. And it looks like we're going to get 3-time world champion Isabella Souza mic'd up and into the booth as we get into this next heat. So let's get her all set up, and I'll be right back with you in just a second. All right, so we are just about ready to get underway with round number 2 of the women's. Off the bat, Luz Marie pulling in on that one as we are underway. Getting out in the water right now, Luz from Puerto Rico. She's joined by Savitri Alvarez and Andrea Carvalho rounding out the 3-person heat out in the water. And again, joining me here in the booth, 3-time world champion Isabella Souza. You had a very strong heat to start the day off with.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, the waves, the conditions pretty good today, and to make it my heat. And now I'm the round 3. I'm just waiting the round 2 to know who is gonna with my heat with me.
Now in that first heat, you had a 9.0 for a really good barrel ride, one of the highest scores of the day in both the men's and the women's. We didn't see scores that high until we got into the men's final with Amory Laverne and Jared Houston. So up to that point, you had the high score of the day so far.
Man, the final of the guys was crazy. It was pretty like a good final.
There we go, Steve Action Jackson in the booth with Isabella Souza. And yes, looked like the strongest competitor in the women's field. How did it feel to get out there first thing this morning and put a couple of solid scores under your belt?
Yeah, the conditions here is pretty hard. I think everybody that's watching looks like too easy the wave, but it's pretty dangerous. And then I'm so happy to have the women in here. And then I think the girls are surfing amazing, and doing. Look, the red's coming. It's Luz Marie. From Puerto Rico, try to get a barrel. Let's gonna see what the judges will think about. So yeah, I'm pretty happy to come here to compete, and the wave is so good. It's dangerous, but really good. And if you catch the good one, you can big maneuvers and get sick barrels. And the final of the guys was like, I'm so happy to watching from the beach. The final was crazy. Eh?
Yeah, how crazy was that? Both, as I was telling the fans leading into the start of the women's, what we saw in that men's final, something you don't see very often. It's pretty much going to go into the history books of bodyboarding as one of the tightest finals ever, if not the tightest final ever. Both guys tied, and it went to a count back, the tiebreaker on the high-scoring wave of the heat, which advantage went to Jared Houston. But both of those guys finished that heat tied at 18 points apiece. And the dynamic of the heat was really something special. We saw Amaury jump out to an 18-point total score in the first 5 minutes, put Jared Houston in a combination situation, and then he worked his way back in and ended up winning.
Yeah, it was crazy. And then the biggest air that I saw was today from Jared, to left, and Amaury was surfing amazing all the contests. When I was in my home, the room in the hotel, when I saw that have a hit from Amaury, I come quick to the beach to watch it, because such a good competitor and a good style and good everything.
Now, you're no stranger to having a solid air game yourself, and a lot of your videos and photo footage, we see you going for a lot of air forwards and air reverses, and you have a very, very exceptional air game as well. Can we expect to see that out here today in the conditions we have?
Yeah, I just feeling the wave. It's pretty hard to train here, because all the mornings we have the contest, and the last week was pretty big to train in the early morning alone in here, so it's really dangerous. And then happy that it's small too, because it's kind of a little bit easy than when it's big. And then so I'm feeling the wave. I try I learn a little bit more hit per hit. In the next heat I can do all the airs.
Now, it looked like in your first heat you attempted an air forward. You didn't quite get the section to stand up the way you wanted.
Yeah.
But you still popped a little air forward off of the wave, and a sign of things to come. Mike and I were in the booth, and we were both commenting about how you look really strong and comfortable out there. How comfortable are you with the setup here with the rock bottom and the waves breaking close to that rock ledge?
Yeah, it's pretty I'm taking care. I know that feeling a pretty safe, but I'm taking care. And but I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable. My last heat I was happy to make it that barrel. And then I was lucky too, because I think all the girls was a little bit more to the right size, and I think that the wave was broke a little bit more left, because today is smaller, so the peak is broken different. And then I lucky to be alone in that place and get to the good ones.
Meanwhile, out in the water, just taking a quick look at the scores. There you can see Luz Marie holding the lead. She's got a couple of waves to her score sheet, a couple of minimal scores. The same can be said for Savitri Alvarez. Meanwhile, Andrea Carvalho on the board, and Savitri leading the way out in the water. And it seems a little difficult out there. The consistency of the sets, it's a little inconsistent, I should say. And the smaller waves are breaking really close to that rock ledge. What kind of approach were you taking during your heat? Were you waiting for the sets, or trying to grab the smaller ones, or hanging in between? What was the best approach out there?
I think you try to get the first wave on the heat, trying to catch waves quick, and then you go change the scores. I think this is the best idea, because sometimes it's have a heat that don't have a lot of sets, and the other have more sets, so it's pretty you have to have lucky too to get the good one. But the wave right now looks pretty easy. If you catch and you go to hit, it's pretty easy to complete and everything. But one thing that I was talking last night with my friends from Brazil, the boys was like watching from the live, like right now, and looks so much easy when you watch it, but it's pretty like hard, But anyway, it's such a good wave, and so lucky to come to Arica this year.
The reason I ask is because that first heat this morning, while Mike and I were in the booth commentating, as you out, a set rolled through and you all had to duck under it. I'll get back to that in a sec. Lou's pulling in, getting the barrel, comes out, finds the exit. That will probably be the best scoring wave of the heat, I'm going to say. And that will definitely help Lou's strengthen her hold on the top. We'll wait for that score to filter in. But to finish the question, you ladies paddling out, and you all four of you almost simultaneously had to duck a set that was rolling through. And then from that point on, it seemed like the girls that were out in the water with you were waiting outside for sets that stopped coming. And in the case of Neymar Carvalho, we saw her wait until almost the 5-minute mark in that heat before she even caught her first wave, because she was waiting outside, and it seemed like that strategy worked against her in the heat.
Yeah, my strategy always like in the 5 minutes catch like 2 waves, and and then I'm going to change the scores and try to be better and better. But the other strategy, and I think to this condition actually is the best strategy to do, because it's pretty like inconstant, and when you catch a small wave like broken really close off the rocks, it's pretty like dangerous, So it's better you like wait and get on little bit big ones, because it's pretty, when the wave is broken, like it's just rocks, and then no sand.
Just rocks waiting to shred up any competitors that ride that way. Now, here in the booth, maybe we can get you in Portuguese.
Yeah, falando pra galera em português. Eu acho que o pessoal que está assistindo, a gente está aqui na bateria da repescagem. Em primeiro lugar, vão para o round 3, não precisam passar por esse round 2. E o máquina é uma onda bem divertida, mas é bem perigosa. Ela quebra muito perto das pedras, não tem nada de areia. E o Chad pediu para falar um pouquinho aqui em português para o pessoal que está assistindo de língua portuguesa. E para falar sobre isso, sobre a onda é incrível, mas ela é muito perigosa, principalmente quando o mar tá pequeno assim, porque ela quebra bem mais perto das pedras. E na próxima bateria a gente vai ter a Alexandra Hinder, a Yohama Soto, que é do Chile, e a Begonha Martinez, que também ela é da Venezuela, mas é radicada aqui já chilena. Vai ser uma bateria também muito forte. A Alexandra, que foi campeã mundial no ano passado, ela acabou que caiu para a repescagem e vai estar na próxima bateria. E agora a gente tem um atleta de Porto Rico, que é a Luiz Marie, tem a Alvarez, que é do Chile, e tem a Andrea Carvalho, que é do Havaí, dos Estados Unidos. Então a bateria aí que tá menos, e então a diferença é bem pequenininha, mas quem vai passando em primeiro é a Luiz Marie.
Muito obrigado, Isabella.
I must talk a little bit in Portuguese to the people, understand what's happening in the heat and what the other heat's coming, and then about the wave, like that's shallow and everything.
Eu preciso aprender mais português, possivelmente próximo ano falando ao vivo, mas agora não.
For sure, you live in Copacabana, for sure you learning quick.
Learning more these days than before, yes, definitely. And now that I have my permanent visa, I need to learn even more quickly.
Yeah. So live in Brazil, you can like walk in the calçadão and talk with the people.
Yes. Meanwhile, out in the water, a 4.7 falling into place for Luz Marie Grande. She sits in the lead. She has a 4.75 and a 3.75 on her score sheet. Right now, that's enough to hold the lead. 14 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. And behind her, Savitri Alvarez in the second spot. She has a combined total of 4.20 right now, looking to build on her scores. Meanwhile, there you can see Andrea Carvalho. She has a 2.40, looking to get a secondary score on her score sheet and build from there. Again, just to make note, people might be wondering, Andrea listed as being from the U.S. She is a U.S. citizen now, but she comes originally from Brazil.
Yeah.
She's been residing in the United States for quite a few years now.
Yeah. She studied there and worked there, and then she's living there, like I think, for, I don't know, 10 years or something like this.
She's been there for quite a while.
Yeah.
I can speak from personal experience. I worked a lot with the U.S. National Tour for nearly 7 years, and every year Andrea was one of the women's competitors on the U.S.
cool.
National Tour. So she's been residing in the U.S. for a while now, therefore listed as a U.S. citizen on her entry forms. So there you have it.
And then the other heat is going to the water. Then for sure this heat will finish like quick.
Yes, coming up on deck, we're going to see the defending world champion Alexandra Rinder go up against from Chile, and Begoña Martinez, originally from Venezuela, but she's been living in Iquique, Chile for the last several years, her and her fiance. So we'll see them coming up next. Meanwhile, just taking a look at the remaining heats in round 2, we're also going to see Jessica Becker go up against 14 ISA gold medalist Teresa Almeida from Portugal, and rounding out that heat will be 5-time women's world champion Neymara Carvalho. Then in the last heat of round 2, we're going to see the 14-year-old Chilean national champion Feliz go up against Brazilian Kirtis Montenegro and a representative from Portugal, Carvalho. So a pretty solid field of women's competitors gathered here for this event. Some strong talent hitting the water today.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see the girls like surfing well in these conditions, because the boys was talking to me like, man, you'd be like crazy, like to come to do the women's division, and then I think everybody's like happy to see the girls like doing it.
Well, it seems like some of you, yourself included, have gotten out there and had some really solid free surfs, looking really strong in these waves, even though this place has blood on everybody sooner or later.
Yeah, and wave.
All right, so right now, 40 clock, lose front.
See, sleep, like try and looking, and sometimes it's pretty like a difficult waves.
A couple of the men's riders about how the lefts are bowling around. So meanwhile, split peak out in the wood on the right. So
the rocks.
Luz Marie and Savitri.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there she bails on the rocks, throwing her board in front of her. And now trying to push off with her fins, but she's right in there. And another wave comes in and is going to push her into the rocks. And this is a concern for everybody, as that's some tricky maneuvering on the inside there. There you can see she's actually on the rocks. She's going to stand up. And she's going to have to choose her footing cautiously as the heat comes to an end. Really can't paddle across those rocks. You'll end up gouging your board.
Yes, I was talking to you guys. It's pretty all the time you like stop on the rocks.
Meanwhile, the horn has sounded the end of that last heat. Getting ready to start the next heat. It looks like we're going to see Luz Marie win her heat. She's been looking pretty good out in the water. She's had flashes of, solid performance out in the water. She's just, it seems like she's still trying to dial in a little bit and be a little more consistent out there. How difficult is it to get into a groove out there and ride a little more consistently?
Sometimes you like go to hit the lip, and sometimes it's not the best place to hit. It's kind of a little weird for us. I think the boys like coming to here like for a long time and look no more the wave. But I think Luz Marie did good, did well, and then in the count 3 right now.
Now, there you can see on screen the color assignments for the riders. Martinez in yellow, Soto in white, Rinder in red. So those are the riders out in the water right now. Getting ready to go to work in Heat 2, Round 2 of Day 1 of competition for the women here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, congratulations to Jared Houston, who defeated Amare Laverne in a final for the ages earlier today. Stay tuned to apbtour.com for all of the latest news, updates, press releases, video highlights, and continuing live webcast. Meanwhile, continuing on with competition here today, Day 1 of the women's, Alexandra Rinder up and riding on this first wave.
Oh, looks like Alexandra. I can see the rocks just coming. Oh, she lose the board, I think. Alexandra lose the board, and then it's coming the right. Oh.
Meanwhile,
Yeah, I think Alexandra lose the board, the last wave.
Yeah, it looks like the ski is going to pull in and give Alexandra a ride. Meanwhile, her board watching in towards the rocks. There you can see Alex getting a jet ski assist, signaling for help to get her board washing up on the rocks. So a little bit of misfortune at the get-go for Alex Rinder. Meanwhile, we saw Johanna Soto on the wave behind her.
It's bad situation. Eh? You lose the board just in the beginning of the heat. It's gonna see, but the guys from jet ski is working pretty good. For sure, she's coming quick to the heat.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of the women's first round. Kirtis Montenegro losing both of her fins out in the water. Actually came up on the rocks, had to have somebody run a new pair of fins to her. She threw those on and then jumped back into the keyhole and got back out there. But she lost a good 3 or 4 minutes of the heat dealing with the lost fins. And now Alexandra, there you can see on the ski, being brought around to the right where she can reclaim her board, and then they'll zip her back out to the lineup. But she's going to lose a little bit of time out in the water, retrieving her board and getting back out there. Now, I'm not sure what happened, whether she's riding without a leash or if her leash snapped, but definitely some bad luck losing her board out there.
Yeah, man. Such a bad luck. I think the lash broken, just was heavy section. She just go out of the wave and broken. It's gonna see. I think somebody's just running across to the beach to give the board in the other side.
Yes, her board was retrieved from the rocks and run down to the rider's entrance to the right, or for those of you watching online, to the left of your screen. Meanwhile, out in the water, Johanna in white, Begonia Martinez in yellow. And Begonia's going to paddle through this one. Johanna takes a look at it, but not going to be able to kick into it. She was a little too far down the line. So one of the riders missing from the lineup right now, the defending women's world champion, as she tries to retrieve a lost board, losing some time out in the water. We have about 20 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. The good thing for Alexandra is she still has plenty of time on the clock to get her board, get back out into the water, and get a couple of waves under her belt to try and advance on to round 3. Again, the winners of the first round went straight to round 3, while the remaining competitors went to round 2. So round 1 was non-elimination. Advancing straight to round 3 were Paloma Fragan. She will be in the first heat of round 3. Heat 2 will be Claire McGowan, who won her heat. Then Valentina Diaz and the lady sitting next to me, Isabella Souza. So you got to skip around this morning. You won your first heat. You get to take a little break and call some commentary here in the booth.
Yeah. Now I'm relaxing this round. But when I was in my first heat, I was pretty nervous because I didn't compete this year. This is actually the first contest to women's, to the women's tour. So I have like a kind of like 1 year no competing, and then the first heat always is like the most nervous, but I think I did good, and I was like trying feeling like relaxed a little bit in the water.
Yeah, your last competition was Sintra in September, correct?
Yeah.
So you've had a 10-month break from competition. I would imagine it feels pretty good to get back out in the water and get back to competing.
I'm so happy to come here, and actually to Arica, like it's like a good contest, and then good waves and good people, and I'm really happy to come back to compete in this situation. And so I was training in Indonesia. I was 1 month in Indonesia to training to here, because in my home is like the wave is pretty small and windy. So I was training there to come in here to Arica and try to catch like a good waves there to feeling like good to these conditions.
Meanwhile, out in the water there, you can see Alexandra Rinder getting a ride back on the ski, gets dropped off to the lineup. She's retrieved her board, jumps back in, and now with about 17 and change left on the clock, she's got some work to do. She's currently the heat leader, but she only has 1 wave on her scorecard. It's a minimal score at. So Alexandra Rinder looking to get some work done. Again, there you can see the current situation out in the water. 1.75 for Alexandra. Joanna with a 1, and Begonia Martinez still waiting to get on the board with her first wave ridden. So it's gone a little quiet out there after that quick opening exchange. Still waiting for the riders out in the water to get some substantial scores registered into this heat. But a low-scoring affair, a little quiet, not a lot of waves rolling through. As you can see, every once in a while there's a little bump, but it's carrying through to the inside. How difficult is this when you're sitting in your heat and time is counting down, and you've got almost 10 minutes off the clock, and you have 1 or no waves to your name?
Yeah, I don't like this situation. I prefer like get little ones in the beginning of the heat, and then coming like the yellows coming to catch that wave. Looks like good wave, hey.
Here we go. Begonia takes off, but this thing's going to section off and run off on her. So she will duck out on that one. So not a whole lot of luck for Begonia Martinez on her first wave of the heat. Now she's going to have to duck under this one and try not to get pulled back into the rocks. Meanwhile, Alexandra Rinder back to it. Alex driving down the line, hits the roll out section, comes out clean.
Ooh.
And that will definitely help her out a little bit score-wise.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there you can see she's standing up on that rock ledge. Throughout the course of this competition, all of the riders, guest commentators, myself included, have been talking about how those rocks come up on you really fast out there. You're riding, you hit a move, and oh, hey, the rocks are here, time to kick out. Or worse, in a lot of situations, you end up on the rocks trying not to get cut to bits.
Yeah, and this is pretty hard. You saw like now Alexandra just like, like stuck on the rocks, and then but for sure she in the lead of this heat, and then she was lucky too because the girls didn't catch waves the time that she was like trying to get. So look.
I would imagine this place isn't too friendly on new wetsuits. the way a lot of the riders end up dragging their legs and knees across the rocks out here.
And Diego was competing like with short wetsuit, and it's crazy because the wetsuits like make you feel a little bit safe, and then I hit kind of the rocks too a little bit in my fingers, and then it's pretty like
you shoot up your fingers a little bit out there. That's always fun. That doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, feeling like a little bit. It's okay, hey. It's okay. It's my tattoo from here.
Yes. So a little souvenir courtesy of Flopos. Isabella Souza with some tattoos, as she's referring to them.
You like it's the best idea. You don't think about the rocks. if you think about the rocks, to be like you be nervous, and I think it's more dangerous. So I prefer like think that sand, just go.
Yeah. Well, as you were, a wetsuit here serves two purposes. One, obviously, it'll help keep you warm in the cold waters of northern Chile. But two, a little extra padding. It's protection. It's like your rubber armor out here when it comes to running into the rocks. Better to gash the neoprene than to gash your skin, I guess.
And I was talking that it's crazy because Diego was surfing like with the wetsuit is short and like the arms is just like small arms too. So it's pretty like dangerous to surf with no wetsuit because look, Alexander is coming a good one. He's gonna see, good barrel. Oh, she didn't make it. You know, the end looks like kind of like a little bit more difficult to make the barrel.
Yeah, that end section on the left wraps around a little bit, so it tends to pinch.
Yeah.
If you're not in the right spot at the right time, you're gonna get shut down inside the barrel. Unfortunately, no exit for Alexandra Rinder on that wave, but she remains in the lead right now. She's sitting on a 4.75 and a backup score of a 2.75. That's enough to hold the lead. Meanwhile, Begonia Martinez with a 1.40 for her first wave, looking for a secondary score. She's currently sitting in second ahead of Joanna Soto. Joanna with one wave ridden. She needs to get down to business and try and put together some more substantial scores if she's going to advance out of this heat. We're down to about 12 minutes remaining on the clock, and here Joanna takes a look, but this wave is going to roll on through unridden. So again, here we are, day 8 of the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. We have just wrapped up the final day of men's competition, and we are still plugging along on day 1 of women's competition here at Flopos. Right now here in the booth with me, 3-time women's world champion Isabella Souza. And in a lot of people's eyes, one of the contenders for this year's world title. What kind of training have you been doing with all the time off? You mentioned that you were in Indonesia for a little while. What else have you been doing to train and get ready for the Women's World Tour this year?
And, I have a personal trainer in Brazil that work with me have like 6 years. Looks Alexander, it's a good one.
Nice size set wave for Rinder. She tries to roll off the top, but it didn't stand up for her, so she just falls off the back. And some tough going for the girls out in the water right now.
Yeah, and Alexander surfed really the kind of condition because she is from Canary Island, and I was surfing with her the last year in her home break, and then the conditions looks like kind of like it's no similar, but like you can do a good train to here.
Yes, you and Alexandra, along with several others, were actually featured in an episode of Prancha Pedapatu on Canal Off back in Brazil, the TV program of 2000 world champion Paulo Barcelos and bodyboarding legend Fabio Aquino. Had you, Diego, and
Amaury and Jeff too.
Amaury and Jeff Hubbard and Alexandra Rinder chasing waves in the Canary Islands. Bodyboarders in Brazil got to see that on television. That was actually pretty cool.
And then I was in her home break with the boys, and it was small, but you kind of can see that the conditions, like the wave is pretty like nice. And so I think the conditions right now looks really difficult because she's coming now.
Alexandra, nice size set wave, drops in, sets her line, driving through the and just got clipped at the end there as she was coming out. That section just kind of shut down on her. So unfortunately not finding the exit on that one. Solid score for Alex. She maintains the lead in a pretty low scoring affair out in the water. All of these ladies doing their best to try and get some waves under their belt, but it's been rather inconsistent out there.
Yeah, and it looks like slow to the sets, and just gonna see. And so, yeah, I have a personal training in Brazil about my training.
Yes.
Sorry. It's just, like you have like to get me to the conversation because sometimes I go away, you know. I forget from the question. So
well, before you get back into that, we're actually going to show a replay, and after this live action up and riding, a nice roll for Alex Rinder, throws into a forward spin. So a nice combo of maneuvers on that smaller wave. Meanwhile, Soto up and riding on the right-hander, trying to throw into a forward spin, gets stuck getting the rotation and digs a rail. And now we're going to throw into a quick replay as Soto paddles back out. You can see punching the board in frustration. Talk us through this replay, this last wave. There you can see Begonia Martinez, a down-the-line ride. She currently sits in the third spot behind Joanna Soto. Only needs a minimal score to catch up and advance out of this heat. There you can see on the bottom of your screen the current situation out in the water. Alexandra Rinder with a 4.75 on her last wave will increase her combined heat total. She has a pair of 4.75s. Again, a bit of a struggle out here for the ladies right now. Inconsistent conditions and some low scores as a result, which is kind of odd because usually you see, these girls racking up some bigger scores, especially Alexandra Rinder. She knows how to drop some big maneuvers and impressive scores during the course of a heat, and even she's been struggling out here. So difficult times for the girls out in the water.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back here in the booth, you were talking about the training you've been doing to prepare for the 2015 season.
Yeah, I have a big break, the competition. So I'm doing university too in Brazil. So I was studying and I was training, doing like a physical training. So I'm doing CrossFit and I'm doing like kind of like a CrossFit, but just to bodyboard, like to the maneuvers and everything. And then, and I was surfing every single day in my home. And the last month, I was in Indonesia and I was in Java.
Oh, wow. How'd that go?
Oh, man, it's so good, eh? so good. And so happy to oh, looks Alexander. It looks like good one right now. Let's gonna see. Oh, sick barrel. It's gonna see. Oh, good rollo. Yeah. It's a good wave to Alexandra for sure. You'll be the best wave of the heat.
Now, after losing her board and burning some time off the clock, retrieving it, Alexandra Rinder seems to be getting into a little bit of a groove out in the water. Meanwhile, Bigo Martinez on that wave. See, she's feeling pretty frustrated. You can tell by her body language. Not really happy with the wave she's getting out there right now.
Yeah.
So Bigo, very animated personality-wise, getting a little animated due to frustration out there in the water. Meanwhile, getting ready to get down to business out in the next heat, making their way out to the water. As we count down to about the 5-minute mark, we're going to see Jessica Becker, Brazilian national champion, go up against gold medalist Teresa Almeida and 5-time world champion Neymar Carvalho. So a pretty stacked heat coming up on deck. A lot of talent out in the water for this upcoming heat.
Yeah, and I can talk in Portuguese, just like a Portuguese girl.
Oh, I totally encourage you to talk in Portuguese and give updates in Portuguese as much as you would like.
Oh, looks Alexandra. It's going to fire. Oh,
nice
good
invert from Alexandra. So there you see she.
Yeah, I want to see the replay of this wave.
She rides out, then bails the board as she comes up on the rocks. Yes, would definitely love to see a replay of that. Alex already sitting on a 4.75, and she had a 6.50 for her last wave, so steadily building her scores. And time counting off the clock here, and that last wave is only going to emphasize her win. It looks like it's going to be Alex Rinder and Begonia Martinez advancing out of that heat. And we're going to take a look at this last wave, the invert from Alexandra Rinder. Take a look at this on the Arica replay.
Just going to see. Oh, it's good photo. For sure, the guys did a good shot. Good photo shot. And I think the judges looks that
Looks like they're actually going to score that as a no-make, a 3.0 for the effort. But not going to matter. She advances on, wins the heat.
For sure, she have a good photo from Instagram on the night, you know, like from this event.
Yes. So, again, Alex Rinder taking first, Begonia Martinez second, and unfortunately the rider from Chile, Joana Soto, the local representative, she is going to get bumped out of competition, finishing third in that heat. It just seemed like she was having trouble finding the right wave. She had a couple of minimal scores, looked at a few other waves, but just could not get into them, and struggled a little bit out there with the conditions.
Yeah, I think so.
On screen, out in the water right now, Neymar Carvalho in yellow, Teresa Almeida in white, Arica Becker in red. So an all Portuguese-speaking affair out in the water. Unfortunately, someone whose Portuguese skills are a little more proficient than mine here in the booth, Isabela Souza, will be giving updates in Portuguese throughout the course of this heat.
Agora a gente vai bateria com a Jéssica e a Neymara, que são brasileiras, e a Teresa, que é portuguesa. A Teresa estava na bateria comigo no round 1. Agora ela está nesse round 2, que no caso está aparecendo aí nas imagens como round 3, né? Mas que na verdade é o round 2. E Neymar Carvalho com a camiseta amarela, vai ter a Teresa Almeida com a camiseta branca e a Jéssica Becker com a camiseta vermelha. E a bateria vai pegar fogo, certeza. E eu vou começar a falar um pouco das notícias da bateria aqui com vocês em português. Just talking that time, you talk in Portuguese.
There you go. Yes, I still have some learning to do before I can consider myself anything resembling fluent.
It's coming, Teresa.
Agora, Teresa Almeida como onda esquerda.
Tá bom, good Portuguese. Can understand you.
Slowly but surely getting there.
Yeah, you can understand you. It's okay.
All right, so
it's like my English too. Like it's kind of like so, but.
Your English is definitely improving from when I first met you, and when you first met me, I spoke almost no Portuguese. It was like, bom dia.
Hello.
Ciao. All right, and.
Good roller to Neymar in the right.
Neymar looking to get the taste out of her mouth after that shocking first heat this morning. She only had a couple of waves, wasn't really getting the waves you would expect from the former 5-time world champion. And then she got hit with an interference call in that last heat. Almost didn't advance out of the heat.
I was talking with her. I forget that has priority. Okay.
Again, keep in mind that Neymar retired from competition on the World Tour 2 years ago, back in 2013, to pursue a career back in her home state of Espírito Santo. Now returning to the world stage, looking to compete this year. And it'll be interesting to see how she fares. A lot of people feel she still has it in her to win a 6th world title. She's going to have to go through you and the defending world champ Alexandra Rinder first if she's going to pull that off.
You'll be a good fight, hey. You'll be like a heavy fight. I won my 4th world title this year, so for sure the second, and then you'll be like a good fight. And Jessica too. Jessica is pretty like a good competitor.
Yes, and Jessica was another one we mentioned. She was in the title hunt right up until the last event last year.
Yeah.
Looked like she might actually take the world title. Unfortunately, things kind of came unraveled in that last event. Meanwhile, here she is up and riding, Jessica Becker.
Wow, good roll.
Critical roll.
Yes, it was sick, hey.
And unfortunately just gets lost in the wash there. But Jessica Becker, not one to shy away from heavy sections, trying to punch the roll through the lip on the right-hander. Again, wave exchange out in the water. All of the ladies out in the lineup right now on the board with at least one wave. Neymar Carvalho with the 5.75 coming out with the early lead here in this 25-minute heat. Jessica Becker on the board with a 2.75. Teresa Almeida with a 1.50. Teresa in the white jersey on the hunt for something a little more sizable to keep pace with the two Brazilians out in the water. And maybe once again you can give a quick update to the scores in Portuguese.
A Neymar pegou uma onda para a direita, agora um rolo bom, e ela acabou que ganhou um 5.75 nesse rolo. E a Jéssica acabou de tentar um manobrão que com certeza seria na casa de 8 pontos para lá, se ela tivesse completado a manobra. Mas acabou que ela não voltou, foi um rolo no acesso assim, bem difícil e bem forte. Voltou e teve 2,75. E a Teresa tentou um tubo um pouco menor para a esquerda e acabou que não saiu. E essas são as condições até então. Vou ficar falando aqui em português com o Chad falando em inglês. E a gente vai tentando passar as informações aqui para todo mundo entender.
All right, so there you have the update in Portuguese. Again, quick rundown out in the water, coming down to about 20 minutes left in this 25-minute heat. Still plenty of time on the clock. And we're going to throw into a quick replay, another look at the Arica replay coming up. And we'll have Isabella talk us through this one in Portuguese.
Essa onda é a onda da Neymara, que ela vai tentar dar uma cavada aqui bem boa, em um rolo bem redondinho, né, como a gente fala. Acabou que ela demorou um pouquinho para voltar ali, tá, tem muita pedra, ó, quando a água fica muito mexendo assim, aqui tem muita pedra. E aí vem a onda da Jéssica, que teria sido uma nota bem alta. Ela fez um rolo que a gente chama dentro do tubo, né, passando por dentro, que a gente fala, mas acabou que ela não voltou. Ia ser um notão. Lá vem a Teresa.
Teresa Almeida takes a look, decides to let it roll on by.
And Teresa is from Nazaré. Like
yes.
a good
Nazaré, someplace we'll be visiting later on this year on the Men's World Tour, the second event of 2 events in Portugal in September. We'll be we'll be heading there in September for the 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Portugal Pro, followed immediately after by the first running of the Nazaré Pro at Praia do Norte. And it's going to be interesting times in September when we go to Portugal, as 2 completely different waves. Sintra, one of the staples on tour, very consistent, usually smaller beach break waves, but very much contestable. We've seen some really great contests in years past there. Nazaré, which has the potential for some really massive surf, but keep in mind that even at 4 to 6 feet, there's some really good waves there, perfect for bodyboarding. So looking forward to seeing the World Tour there later this year in September. And then, of course, the season finale for not only the men's and the women's, but drop knee and pro junior as well will be in Puerto Rico in November. Be sure to stay tuned to apbtour.com for all the latest news, updates, press releases, highlights, live webcast coverage, and all the tour and ranking information that you need. Meanwhile, needing a score out in the water, Teresa Almeida takes a look at the right-hander, but quickly pulls off the back, so that'll give her her second scoring wave, but still waiting for something a little more substantial to work with.
Yeah, a Teresa pegou uma onda pequena ali que provavelmente ia ir, galera. Pegou uma onda pequena que provavelmente não ia ser uma boa onda. E agora a bateria ainda está um pouco no começo, ainda está um pouco fria, assim como a gente fala, né? Mas vamos ver o que vai acontecer. A Neymar está em primeiro, a Jéssica está em segundo e a Teresa em terceiro. Mas tudo pode acontecer. A Teresa é de Portugal e pega tubões gigantes lá em Nazaré. E certeza ela pode virar o jogo. E a Jéssica e a Neymara também são bodyboarders incríveis. Neymara 5 vezes campeã mundial. E a Jéssica já foi 2 vezes vice-campeã mundial. Então é uma bateria muito forte. Tudo pode acontecer.
All right. So there you have the Portuguese update. Now for the English update. Out in the water right now with about 17 minutes left on the clock. Teresa Almeida, the ISA gold medalist, in third position. Currently in second, Jessica Becker, the defending Brazilian national champion, sits in the second and advancing spot. And right now holding the lead, leading the way, 5-time women's world champion Neymar Carvalho. Meanwhile, up and riding, Teresa Almeida taking a look and quickly kicks out the back on that wave. So it seems like she might be a little indecisive out there. She's been paddling for waves, but really only has 2 scores registered so far. And time counting down, still plenty left on the clock, but she doesn't want to wait too long before she tries to kick into something with scoring potential.
Yeah, I think she try and catch a small one to, just to start to fight in the heat. But I think it's pretty like small, the waves that she was looking for. Maybe she have to wait a little bit more to catch a big one. And it's coming something. Looks Jessica is looking. She's gonna see what will happen. Jessica is coming to the left hand. Oh, good roller. Oh, on the rocks.
And she comes out on the rocks. You want to talk about commitment, folks. Jessica Becker punching the roll through the closeout section and riding that out onto the rocks so that she can demonstrate she maintained control. That's gutsy right there. And you know what? She's going to be rewarded for her effort. A 6.15 for that last wave of Jessica Becker. That moves her ahead of Neymar Carvalho for the lead in the heat. So again, situation change. Becker to first. Neymar to second. Teresa Almeida remains in the third spot right now with about 15 minutes left in the heat.
Em português, a Jéssica acabou de fazer um bom rolo numa sessão bem difícil, bem perto das pedras, e ganhou um 6.15, e agora ela está em primeiro lugar. Em segundo lugar está a Neymara com 5.75. A Neymara só sofreu uma onda até então. E a terceira, Almeida, tá na terceira colocação. Ela tem duas ondas bem fracas, mas que ela pode reverter isso sem dúvidas. Então a situação da bateria é Jéssica em primeiro, Neymar em segundo e Teresa Almeida em terceiro.
Meanwhile, rolling in, Neymar paddling for position, decides to let it go. And Teresa Almeida taking a look as well. I said it earlier about Teresa Almeida in the first round. You can't let the pretty face and the petite frame fool you. This girl is very dangerous out in the water.
Yeah.
She can strike back at any given moment. So, you know, we talk about the amount of talent out in the water right now. You know, you're talking about gold medalists, world champions, national champions, all battling it out right now out in the water. So, some legitimate female talent out in the water right now.
Yeah, when I was in the heat with Teresa, I was like feeling, oh man, maybe she can catch a good barrel and make that hit. So I was like taking care to catch the, you know, like, oh, looks Neymar, little barrel and a roller on the rocks too. What did you think about the last wave from Neymar? And so I was talking about that. I was thinking about Teresa on my hit, you know, like just taking care with her because she's like a pretty dangerous competitor.
Yeah, and she doesn't mind, obviously, all of you girls and guys for that matter, with the rocks in the back of your mind when you're riding out there. But she doesn't seem to be that fazed by it. Judging by her results in Iquique last year at the World Bodyboard Championship, she came out of the water all nicked up and bloody, and it didn't matter because she took the gold medal. There you can see her going for a roll on that wave and just came unglued. So Teresa Almeida going for the maneuver on that one, and incomplete, unfortunately. But no stranger to putting it on the line and willing to shed a little blood out in the water to get the job done.
Yeah. It's funny because we are here. If you are out inside the water, it's no funny.
Yeah, out in the water, it's a different story, folks. Trust me. Whether it's a three-time world champion like Isabella or a 40-year-old commentator who just loves bodyboarding like myself, you get out there, it's a whole different ball game. So there you can see Teresa paddling back out. Remains a sizable distance to make up. She's looking for a 6.86 right now to catch up with Jessica Becker and Neymar Carvalho. And they getting a 5.25 to go with her 5.75 on that last week. Leads the heat. Jessica Becker currently in second, has a 6.15, but looking to replace a 2.75 as a backup. And again, Teresa, she's sitting on some smaller scores, currently chasing down a 6.86 to advance out.
Let's gonna see. Oh, no. And then you talk in Portuguese. A última onda da Neymar foi 5.25 e acabou que ela assumiu a primeira colocação. A Jéssica está em segundo agora. A Jéssica tem a maior nota da bateria, que é 6.15. E agora a Jéssica, para ir para a primeira colocação, precisa de 4.86. E a Teresa continua em terceiro e precisa de 6.86. Tudo pode acontecer ainda nessa bateria. E lembrando que passa as duas primeiras colocadas, né? Então, no caso, quem está quem tá perdendo essa bateria, quem tá sendo eliminada é a Teresa. Mas ainda faltam mais de 11 minutos e vamos ver o que vai acontecer.
And with about 11 minutes left on the clock, Neymara taking the advantage. She's only got a couple of waves to her name. She's been picking and choosing out in the water, but so far she's chosen wisely. A couple of mid-range scores have her in the lead right now with the advantage over fellow Brazilian Jessica Becker and the young lady from Portugal, Teresa Almeida. Now, you're no stranger to the waves of Portugal. You've been there more than a couple of times.
Yeah. And I surfed in Nazaré last year. It's so nice, the wave. You know, I think everybody think about Nazaré and think about like huge waves, but I think this happened just like 2 or 3 times in the end of the year, and so you know the time that we will be there is like a good time to catch like a good and like perfect barrels, and you know like a 6 foot or some 8 foot, something like this, and the wave is like pretty nice and perfect.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Last year I was like pretty like when I arrived on the beach in Nazaré, I was like, oh no, I can't believe that I never came here. And because I come all the single years I'm going to Portugal, and last year was my first time there.
Oh really?
Yeah, in Nazaré for my first time, and I was like, oh, I can't believe that I never came.
So always going to Sintra but never going to Nazaré.
Yeah, and I was all the time in super tubos too. And it's pretty like good waves, but I think Nazaré to bodyboard is like kind of a little bit better than super tubos. For me, because all the guys, I'm sorry, people from super tubos.
Hey, everybody's entitled to their opinions and their favorite breaks, and obviously you like the wave at Nazaré.
Yeah. It's coming. Jessica Beck looks like a good one. It's gonna see. Hello to Jessica. Maybe the situation can change. It's gonna see.
The situation as is, Neymara Carvalho leading the way, Jessica Becker holding on to that second and advancing spot. We will wait for that last score to register. Again, she's sitting on a 6.15, looking to replace 7.5, and there it is. She has her new high score of the heat, a 6.80 to go with the 6.15. That's enough to move her. Actually, no, she remains in second spot. Neymara Carvalho, wait. Again, adjusting the score, we'll give you an update. There it is, 6.80 moves Jessica Becker to the top spot, bumps Neymara Carvalho to second. Right now, Teresa Almeida needs a pretty sizable 8.96 if she's going to advance out of the heat. And I think we're going to take a replay right after this wave. So Teresa not done yet, still trying to fight through this heat. Takes off, tries to throw into a forward, caught by the whitewater. So while she paddles back out, we're going to take a quick look at the replay. One more time, the Arica replay queuing up. Here's a look at that last wave from Jessica. Talk us through this in Portuguese.
Oh, bom rolo para Jéssica, que rendeu 6.80, foi a nota dela, 6.8. E agora ela está na primeira colocação. A Jéssica tá, a Jéssica tá na primeira colocação agora, depois dessa onda. Neymara tá na terceira colocação. Teresa até agora não pegou nenhuma onda que vai entrar realmente para entrar na briga. Ela pegou ondas ali que acabou que ela caiu e não conseguiu completar. Então a situação da Teresa, ela precisa de um 8.96 para passar esse round, né? Ficar em segundo e passar a bateria. Mas ainda faltam mais de 7 minutos e tudo pode acontecer.
All right, 7 minutes remaining on the clock. Jessica Becker in the top spot. Neymara Carvalho holding on to that second and advancing position. On the other end of things, right now in third position, Teresa Almeida needing an 8.96 as she's going to bump Neymara out of that advancing position. It looks like we have a wave rolling in.
Vem a Jéssica, uma boa esquerda, pegar um tubo. Ficou um pouco na boca do tubo, mas vamos ver o que eles vão pensar. Ela já tá querendo sair também da bateria, eu acho. Já tá vendo que tá terminando. E até para sair, galera, é difícil pra caramba, é no meio das pedras, ó. A gente tem que ter cuidado, tem um canal que a gente chama de canal mentiroso. Pra sair é bem difícil. You understand, eh?
As Isabella was saying in Portuguese, very difficult to line up that straight shot right into the keyhole. A little crazy. So, all right, so we actually have a little difference in time on my clock and the official clock. The horn has sounded, so the official result from that last heat, it'll be Jessica Becker in first, Neymar Carvalho in second, and unfortunately that will be the end of competition for Teresa Almeida here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge, day one of women's competition here in the water. We're going to let Isabella duck out of the booth, but before you take off, any last comments?
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye, everybody. And I'm go watching the heat from there and go be like ready to go to my heat.
Okay, sounds good.
Ciao, galera.
And muito obrigado, Isabella. All right, so thanks again to Isabella Souza, three-time women's world champion, holding it down for a few heats here in the commentary booth, lending some commentary for the ladies' heats out in the water here in round two. And there you can see the previous heat, Alexandra Rinder winning the heat. Actually, this is meanwhile, out in the water, underway, we have a nice valise from Chile, the 14-year-old, which is Montenegro, from Brazil, and Karina Carvalho. So again, round one was non-elimination. Here in round two, 3 riders in the water, 2 will advance. And rounding out things here, the last heat of round 3, we have in the water a nice valise, Kirtis Montenegro and Karina Carvalho. Valise in red, Montenegro in white, and Carvalho in yellow. Again, round one was non-elimination. So the winners of those heats went on to round number 3. Those riders were Paloma Fragan going to heat 1, round 3. Claire McGowan to heat 2. Valentina Diaz going to heat 3, and Isabella Souza to heat 4. Again, they will be coming up again in round 3, skipping around by virtue of their heat wins out in the water in the first round of women's action here on day 1 of women's competition at Arica Chilean Challenge. Out in the water right now, that was rider in yellow, Karina Carvalho, taking a look at that right-hander. She decides to let it go. Meanwhile, waves already ridden for a nice valise. 3.75 and 4.25 has the 14-year-old leading the way. Meanwhile, Kirtis Montenegro with a 2.25 gives her first wave. Karina Carvalho, meanwhile, waiting to get on the board with her first wave of the heat. And there you can see the final results from that last heat. Jessica Becker with a combined heat score of 12.95 leads the way. Neymar Carvalho advances out with an 11.0. And unfortunately, Teresa Almeida will bow out of competition. Meanwhile, out in the water, split peak, up and riding red on the left, valise. And it looked like rider in white, Kirtis Montenegro on the right. Meanwhile, still in yellow, Karina Carvalho has to duck under a set. So just like that, getting into the last heat of round 2. Day 1 of women's action here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Once again, the breakdown out in the water. Carvalho in yellow, Montenegro in white, valise in red. And it is Chilean women's national champion, a nice valise in the lead here in the early going of this 25-minute heat. Again, for those of you just tuning in and joining us, you've missed a pretty full day of action here at the 2015 APB Tour. Arica Chilean Challenge, event number 2 on the World Tour, as we crowned Jared Houston as the 2015 Arica champion in an extremely tight battle with Amory Laverne. Amory, the defending event champion. The two of those riders tying in the final, both finishing with a combined heat total of 18 points. Jared Houston winning by virtue of his 9.50 high score in the heat. And that was one for the ages, folks. Heavyweight battle was one. Both of these guys looked unstoppable on their way through competition, meeting in the final. And Jared Houston with the advantage coming out on top. And in the consolation final, we also saw Diego Cabrera beating out Zé Otavio to finish in third. Zé would take 4th spot. We have also run through the first round of women's, now wrapping up round 2. And just now the wind's starting to shift and come on shore. So we'll see if we can get official word on whether or not we're going into round 3 of the women's. Otherwise, we are looking at resuming women's competition tomorrow morning. An 8 o'clock call for an 8:30 start time. As we slowly but surely work our way to the full conclusion of this year's edition of the Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, the final day of men's has wrapped today. Day 1 of the women's underway. And no shortage of action still here at Flopos. Just a quick recap what's gone on out in the water so far in this heat. A nice Valise, the 14-year-old Chilean national champion, leads the way on the strength of a 3.75 and 4.25. Curtis Montenegro in that second advancing spot. She has a 2.25 and a 4.6 score sheet. Unfortunately, Karina Carvalho sits in the third spot. She's looking for a backup score. She needs a 5.41 to put on her score sheet if she's going to jump back into advancement position. There you can see the current situation on the bottom of your screen. Valise with an 8.0 combined score sits in the lead. She's followed by Montenegro. Carvalho currently in the third spot. Still plenty of time on the clock. 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored. Top 2 riders will advance on to round 3. Meanwhile, some shout-outs to everybody who has been tuned in, following along each day. And back out to the action out in the water. Karina Carvalho up and riding on the left-hander. Not a whole lot to work with on that one, but that will give her her second score of the heat. So she can look to build on these first couple of waves. She's got a couple of rides under her belt, ready to build some scores from here and try and work her way back into the heat again right now. She's trying to chase down a 5.41 if she's going to catch Montenegro and Valise. And here we can see Montenegro up and riding again. Nice roll off the closeout section, clean, smooth, solid wave. Meanwhile, out the back, it looks like the 14-year-old female Super Grom sussing out a left-hander, drops in, comes off the bottom, throws the roll, comes out clean, and a solid wave there for Valise. So a nice looking to strengthen her score, and this is going to be a pretty solid score. Definitely going to create a little bit more distance from her other competitors out in the water. And there it is, a 6.0 on her score card to go with a 4.25. So now she'll be looking to strengthen her overall combined score by replacing that 4.25, but she remains in the lead. Meanwhile, Kirtis Montenegro with a 4.65, looking to replace a 2.25 as a backup score and build her overall combined score. And there it is, a 3.25 on that last wave. And we're going to take a quick look at the replay. As one more time, we cue up the Arica replay here in the booth. And here's a look at that last wave from Valise. Nice roll off of the left-hander. Rides out clean. And again, a 6.0. That's the highest score of the heat. So the 14-year-old, the Super Grum from Chile, leading the way here in women's round 2, heat 4. There you can see the combined heat totals on the bottom of your screen right now. Valise with a 10.25. Montenegro with an 8.40. Carvalho still looking to get into a groove. She has a couple of mid-range scores totaling 2.50. Again, she needs a pretty sizable score to get back into the mix. Now she needs a 6.91. Here she is up and riding on the right. Throws into a forward spin. Looking to combo it with the roll, as she's going to get the spin to roll combo out in the water. So this will be the first solid wave that Karina has been looking for to get on her scorecard out in the water. This will definitely help get her a little closer to the other girls out in the water. So again, Karina looking for a 6.91, waiting for this score to fall into place. This will help change things up a little. Meanwhile, set rolling in. And it looks like Valise up and riding on this left-hander. Little check turn, slides into the pocket, throws the roll, and then she's going to bail as she comes up on the rocks really quickly. So Valise wasting no time getting back on a wave. Scored a 6 on her previous wave, now waiting for this to come in. Meanwhile, a 5.25 for Karina Carvalho. She remains in third, but now she only needs a minimal score of 3.16 if she's going to get back into the mix. Meanwhile, that last wave for Valise judged an incomplete, a 2.25 for the effort. And here we have Montenegro up and riding, punches the roll, comes out clean. She's going to throw into a forward spin and then kick out before coming up on the rocks. So Valise and Montenegro keeping busy. Carvalho trying to work her way back into the heat. So that's the current situation out in the water right now. A nice Valise in first, Kirtis Montenegro in second, and Karina Carvalho in third. And we're going to take a look at that last wave of Karina Carvalho. Here it is on the Arica replay. Right-hander down the line, throws a spin off the top, resets her line, heads up, hits the roll off of the section, and a nice spin roll combo there for a 5.25. Gets her a little closer, but now with scores falling in, a 5.90 for Montenegro moves her to the top spot. She has a 5.9 and a 4.65. She takes the lead from Valise. Valise bumped down to second. She has a 6.0, looking to strengthen a 4.25 as a backup score. And now Karina Carvalho with the 5.25, looking to replace a 1.50 as a backup. She needs a 5.9 if she's going to move back into advancing position. So there you see the current situation out in the water. Montenegro with the 10.55 combined score. Valise with a 10.25. Carvalho trying to play catch up. Karina Carvalho, that is, from Portugal. So time counting down. That's the situation out in the water right now. Looks like we have a set rolling in. Will we have any takers? A couple of the girls paddling for position. It looks like Karina Carvalho up and riding on the left-hander, driving down the line. A little check turn there in the pocket. and then she'll kick out. So that will be all she wrote on that one. Unfortunately, it probably will not gather up the score she needs to move out of third position. As we get down towards the end of this heat, this score will most likely not factor in. Actually, I stand corrected. The 1.65, a minimal improvement over the 1.50. She still sits in third spot trying to chase down a 5.01. There you can see a nice valise, the young Chilean signaling for an update. There you can see on screen all three of our competitors. A nice valise still signaling for an update. Meanwhile, Karina Carvalho, one more time taking a look, decides to back off. And right now we're going to queue up a replay. We have the last waves of red and white. A nice valise and Kirtis Montenegro. Here's a look at a nice. Again, a little check turn there. Sets up this section. She hits the roll, lands, but then gets pushed off the back as she had the bail coming up on those rocks. Meanwhile, white here, we see Kirtis. She scored a 5.90, so Montenegro on the strength of this wave will move to the top spot. She takes as we count down and work our way through women's competition here. And here we have in red the 14-year-old Chilean up and riding. She's going to throw a delayed roll off the top, throw into a forward spin as well, and then duck out as she comes up on that section with the white churned up foamy water. Very shallow maneuvering in there coming up on that rock shelf. So she gets the heck out of there. She'll head back out to the lineup. Again, sitting on a 6.0, looking to replace a 4.25 as her backup score. Just waiting for that last score to fall into place to see if it changes her situation any. Trying to create a little bit more distance between herself and Karina Carvalho. And unfortunately, that one coming up a little short, a 4.15. So still looking to replace a 4.25. There you can see she has a combined heat score of 10.25, sitting in second, trying to fend off Karina Carvalho. Montenegro, meanwhile, maintains the lead. She had a 5.90 on her previous wave, now a 5.15 on her last effort. That increases her overall heat total to 11.05. A nice valise with a combined score of 10.25. Meanwhile, Karina Carvalho trying to chase down a 5.01. Her best score is a 5.25, now looking to replace a 1.65. So working our way through this last heat of round two of women here on day one of women's competition at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Kind of opposite ends of the spectrum here today. Out in the water, Montenegro keeping busy. Nice roll on the left-hander. She will ride out and continues to look to build on her scores. She's not done out there, staying very busy. But as I was saying, opposite ends of the spectrum here today. Final day of men's competition. First day for women's competition. And what a day it has been. We have seen big scores in the men's. We saw big scores from Isabella Souza in the women's. Isabella with a 9.0 in her first heat of the day for a big, long barrel ride. And right now we're going to take a quick look at the last wave, pulling up the replay one more time for all of you at home. And here's a look at Kirtis Montenegro on that last wave, the left-hander. Eyes up the section, hits the roll, comes out clean, and then she will duck out before coming up on the rocks. So again, a 5.90, 5.55. She's increased her overall combined heat total to 11.45, and there's a look at Valise on her last wave. So again, Montenegro leads the way on the strength of a 5.9 and a 5.55. Valise, the 14-year-old Chilean women's national champion, sitting in second position, looking to advance out as the final seconds tick off the clock. And there you have it. Montenegro and Valise will advance on. Unfortunately for Karina Carvalho, her run is done. And it looks like we are already underway with the first heat of women's round 3. As we are just plugging along the, there you can see the scores from the on screen. Montenegro and Valise advancing on. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, Paloma Fragan in red, Luz Marie Grand in white, and Begonia Martinez in yellow. Color breakdown with our on-screen graphic here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. So we are already underway with round 3 of women's competition. Just plugging right along as the onshore winds really haven't kicked in yet. The winds are more side shore at the moment. So conditions holding, we're going to continue running heats. Well, it's been interesting because the last couple of days we've been getting to run until 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually by 12 o'clock the winds are howling onshore and we are out of commission. There we can see that was the rider in red, Paloma Fragan, on that wave. So Paloma getting things started on the water here in women's round 3. Day 1 of competition in the women's division here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. So again, welcome everybody to day number 8, 15 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. Final day of men's competition. We have wrapped the men's. We have crowned Jared Houston the winner in the men's division, taking out Amory Laverne in a highly contested final. Can't even really say down to the wire because both riders finished tied at 18 points. Jared Houston taking the win on the strength of his 9.50 invert in that heat. For the heat, deciding the winner in an unbelievable battle between two bodyboarding heavyweights. Also, day 1 of competition here. Women's, we've already gotten through rounds 1 and 2, and now we are into round 3 out in the water right now again. Paloma Fragan representing Chile out in the water with the Puerto Rican representative, Luz Marie, and coming to us from Venezuela, but residing in Iquique, Chile, Begonia Martinez, rounding out the field of 3 out in the water right now. And the top 2 finishers in this heat will move on to woman against woman competition in round 4. So 2-person heats. Keep in mind, we do have priority in effect for these 3 women heats, as well as the woman versus woman heats of the following round using priority event in the women's division. So Paloma on the board with a minimal score. Now Begonia on the board as well. Begonia always very animated, whether on land or out in the water. You can see after that wave, little flick of the board for emphasis, showing of frustration or her just being the animated young lady that she is. But always full of energy and very excited to be involved with the sport of bodyboarding one of the more energetic characters in the world of women's bodyboarding. And again, she is out in the water with Paloma Fragan and Luz Marie Grand, Luz Marie from Puerto Rico, Paloma from Chile. Paloma already with 2 waves on the board. Luz getting on the board as well. So all ladies accounted for out. Now they will look to build on their scores moving forward here in Heat 1, Round 3. So again, a big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in and following along throughout the event. We've had a ton of South Africans tuning in. They were showing their support in large volume for Jared Houston. Also, all the European countries, France, Spain, Portugal, all of the Moroccans that have been tuned in, all of the Aussies, including the crew at Riptide Bodyboard Magazine. Thanks to Dave Heavyside and all the boys for tuning in, following along, and supporting the event. Also, all of my friends and family back in the United States who have been tuned in, all of the Hawaiians who have been following along. This has truly been a full international affair here at Arica, as we've had the entire bodyboarding community watching this event all on Arica with the massive swell, the huge performances, the monster moves. This has been truly an event for the record books, and a very impressive 2015 APB World Tour continues. We opened up with solid waves at Event 1 in Itaquachara, Brazil, here at Arica, and now we are getting set, after we wrap up here, to competition at event number 3, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Pretty solid swell looking to hit there. They have downgraded the forecast a little bit, but there should still be some really solid waves there. Can't wait to see the competition. Men's, women's, and pro junior will be battling it out at Nilda Point. So we run here through Sunday. Monday will be a day off, and then Tuesday we will kick back into action 719 kilometers south of here at Nilda Point in Antofagasta. Meanwhile, here out in the water at Arica, women battling out on day 1, and Fragan Paloma with a nice, Paloma Fragan rather, with a nice roll there. She currently leads the way and looking to build on her scores as she keeps busy out in the water against Luz Marie Grand and Begonia Martinez. Again, top 2 scores will be counted. Top 2 ladies will move on to the next round, where we will narrow things down, and it'll be woman against woman battling it out in 2-person heats. And we will work our way forward from there. Round 4, 2-person heats. That will determine the field for the quarterfinals, sorry, I keep saying round 4. Round 4 is actually the quarterfinals. So the top 2 finishers in round 3 will go to the women's quarterfinals. And then we will go into semis, consolation final, the first consolation final for women's of the year, and then the women's final itself. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick look at the replay, that last wave from Paloma Fragan. She nailed down an 8.75 on that last wave, so here it is. Paloma takes off a nice wave, hits the roll, bounces, lands in the pocket, gets to the cover-up, comes out, and there you have it, an 8.75, one of the highest scores in the women's division today. The only score higher, Isabella Souza's 9.0 in the first round. So, as you can see, every once in a while, the right wave rolls through, and the ladies are taking advantage and dropping some pretty solid scores out there. It's just a matter of battling with some slightly inconsistent conditions today as the swell continues to drop, and most of the waves are moving to the back rather infrequently, so it's a matter of choosing the right approach out in the water. And if you're going to wait for those sets, you're probably going to wait for a while and definitely need to capitalize on the scores. So again, the last wave of Paloma Fragan, an 8.75. Now just looking to replace a 1.5 as a backup score. She has a pretty firm hold on the lead, though, right now with the biggest score of the heat. So again, right now out in the water, heat number 1, round 3 of women's competition here on day 1 for the ladies. The top 2 finishers in this heat will advance on to the women's quarterfinals, as we are already working our way through the women's field and narrowing things down on day 1 of competition. On the women's pro side of things, up and riding out in the water, Begonia Martinez driving down the line, punches a roll through the section, and that was a solid wave for Bigo. That'll be a little bit more to her liking. You can see she's standing up on the rocks. That rock ledge, as we've been saying throughout the competition, comes up on the riders unpleasantly fast. She will paddle over and look to make her way out to the lineup. She will get a 4.0 for her efforts on that one. That will move her into second spot ahead of Luz Marie. Luz sitting on a 1.75, still looking for a backup score. And here she is taking a look at this wave, looking for a second score. She's going to turn around and let this one roll by unridden. So there you have the situation on your screen, a 10.6 combined score for Paloma. So Fragan leads the way. Meanwhile, Bigo Martinez with a 4.0, now looking to replace a 1.0 as her backup score. And unfortunately at the moment, Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico has one wave to her name, a 1.75. She only needs a mid-range score of 3.26 to overtake Begonia Martinez, but she needs to get a second wave under her belt sooner rather than later as we work our way through this 25-minute heat. Now, as I was saying before, we'll get back to that in a second, as Paloma Fragan, not done doing work, rolls off that section out the back. And Paloma not letting up. Meanwhile, out the back on the right-hander, gets her second wave of the heat. She will gather up her board after riding the right-hander and make her way back to the lineup. So, quick wave exchange out in the water. Paloma Fragan, then Luz Marie. Paloma will receive a 5.0 for her second wave. She now has a combined heat total of 13.75, firmly in the lead. Meanwhile, Begonia Martinez trying to hold off Luz Marie. Begonia with a 4 and a 1 on her score sheet. Meanwhile, Luz Marie with a 1.75, waiting for her second wave to fill in. She needs a 3.26. That last wave is not going to do the trick. So again, right now, situation out in the water. Paloma Fragan first, Begonia Martinez second, Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico in the third spot on the outside looking in. And as I was saying earlier, the top 2 finishers here in round 3 will move on to the quarterfinals as we work our way through the quarters, semis, the consolation final, and the final of the women's, trying to crown our women's champion here. Again, already crowned Jared Houston the men's champion for 2015. And featured here in the women's event, the first tour event of the year on the Women's World Tour, will be the first time the consolation final has been put into use. on the women's side of things, a new addition here in 2015 to the APB World Tour, the consolation final breaking up the points standings a little bit, determining a third and a fourth place finisher as opposed to just awarding equal third in the event. This will definitely come into play later on in the season as every single point becomes more critical with each passing event. And by season's end, it could very well shake up the final point standings and rankings, could even possibly play into who takes the world title. But that's in the future. Right here in the now, out in the water, Paloma Fragan with an 8.75, 5.0 leads the way. Begonia Martinez in second currently with a 4.0, looking to replace a 1. And currently in third spot with 2 waves on her score sheet. Luz Marie Grand with a 1.15 and a 1.75, trying to chase down a 3.26 or better if she's going to steal away that second advancing spot from Begonia Martinez and move on to the quarterfinals. So again, right now, time counting down, and that lady right there in the white jersey, Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico, doing her best to get back into the mix of things. Only has 2 waves on her score sheet. All she needs is a 3.26 to move into advancement position and punch her ticket to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, this lady right here, Begonia Martinez, trying to hold her off, looking to replace a 1.0 on her score sheet. She has a 4.0 as her high score, looking to replace a 1. Unfortunately, I don't think that way is really going to help her much, as she will paddle back out and look for something else. Time counting down, getting into the back end of this 25-minute heat. And again, there you can see 2 ladies on the opposite side of the same coin here in this heat. Lady in red, Paloma Fragan in the lead. The lady in white, Luz Marie Grand, currently in third on the outside looking in, trying to chase down a 3.26. Paloma Fragan firmly in control with an 8.75 and a 5.0 right now. Bigo Martinez trying to hold off Luz Marie. There you can see all 3 riders out in the water. Luz Marie scratching for this one, taking a look at the right-hander, or takes off on the left-hander rather. Looked like she was going to go up for a roll on that and just got denied by the avalanching whitewater section. So some tough maneuvering for Luz Marie Grand. In the past, she's very well capable of dialing in some big scores. Unfortunately, the wave conditions a bit challenging. So again, working our way through day 8 here at Flopos on Ex Isla Alarcon, the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. We've already concluded the men's part of competition and working our way through day 1. Women's. So time counting down. Out in the water again, a situation update. Paloma Fragan in the lead. Bigo Martinez in second. Luz Marie Grand currently in the third spot. And right, a whole lot coming in. It's gotten pretty quiet out there as we wait for the next set to roll in, and Luz Marie waits for her opportunity to try and climb out of the third spot. And here we have a wave rolling in. All riders scrapping for the horizon, trying to get around this one. Luz is going to turn around and take this one, but it's all peak, no shoulder. Throws into a reverse and pulls off the back. That is not going to help her situation any. So again, there's the situation. 5 combined heat score. Firmly in control. Right now it's a battle for second. Martinez trying to hold off Grand. Meanwhile, on deck, coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Claire McGowan, Alexandra Rinder, and Savitri Alvarez in heat number 2. Round 3. Again, 2 of these ladies will be going on to the quarterfinals. The third one will be the odd woman out and eliminated from competition. Time counting down out in the heat. Luz Marie still on the hunt. Here she is on a smaller right-hander looking for a 3.26. Hits the roll off of the section, comes out clean. That'll definitely be her best scoring wave of the heat. We'll see, was it enough? She needed a 3.26. Can she track down Bigo Martinez in the closing moments of this heat? Waiting for that score to come in. Again, just waiting for that last score for Luz Marie. She's trying to score a 3.26 or better to take away the second advancing spot from Begonia Martinez. Time counting down. Was it enough? Again, Paloma Fragan firmly in control, dominating this heat. Bigo Martinez trying to fend off Luz Marie. Was that last wave from Luz Marie enough? Just waiting for scores to finalize from the judges. So a little tension at the end of this heat. Luz Marie struggled through the majority of this heat, but now trying to build her scores, scratch her way back into the swing of things. And again, just waiting for scores to finalize to see if that enough to supersede Begonia Martinez for that second and advancing position to the quarterfinals. So again, eagerly waiting that score. Meanwhile, out in the water, Red taking a look, and Luz Marie staying busy. She's up and riding on another right-hander. Throws into a forward spin, but then halfway through, bails off the wave. So again, time counting down, waiting for the update. There you can see the situation on your screen. Paloma Fragan with a 13.75 leads the way in dominant fashion. Meanwhile, Begonia Martinez with a 5.0, taking a look at that wave. Needs to build her score, trying to fend off Luz Marie Grand in the closing moments of this heat. Again, just waiting for scores to register from Luz Marie. Could change the situation out in the water. Counting down the final seconds of this heat. And again, the tension building. Was this last minute push from Luz Marie Grand enough to overtake Bigo Martinez? We'll give you an update on the score in just a moment. Just waiting for the last several scores from Luz Marie to update on our screen. There you can see all three of the riders out in the water. What's going to happen? Will Bigo Martinez hold on and advance to the quarterfinals? Will Luz Marie jump ahead of her on that last-ditch effort? All right, the final seconds tick off the clock, and we're still waiting for that finalization. Was it enough? So we know Paloma Fragan's moving on to the quarterfinals. Who will be the other rider advancing out? Will it be Begonia holding on? Will it be Luz Marie taking away the second spot? Scores starting to filter in. Whoever scores a 1.90. And there it is, a 3.50. Luz Marie Grand on the last-ditch effort moves into second spot. Unfortunately, Begonia Martinez out. She is eliminated from competition, so Paloma Fragan and Luz Marie Grand will advance on to the quarterfinals. And that was a little bit of a nail-biter there at the end, waiting for those scores to filter in from the judges. But there it is. Luz Marie manages to pull it off. Needed a minimal score of a 3.50 to move ahead of Bigo Martinez. And unfortunately, Bigo, she's eliminated from the event. Meanwhile, we are underway out in the water. In red, Claire McGowan from England going up against Canary Islander, defending women's world champion, 16-year-old Alexandra Rinder. And rounding out the field out in the water, Savitri Alvarez in the yellow jersey. So we are just plugging along here on day one of competition for the Women's Pro here at the 2015 APB Arica Chilean Challenge. There you can see the final scores in that last heat. Paloma Fragan winning in dominant fashion, a 13.75 combined heat total. Meanwhile, Luz Marie Grand and Begonia Martinez with a low-scoring battle for second, winning by 3/100ths of a point. It was Luz Marie Grand advancing on to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, there's the breakdown. Alvarez in yellow, Rinder in white, McGowan in red. So we've got Chile, the Canary Islands, and England represented out in the water. Two of these ladies will move on to the quarterfinals. And as I mentioned before, the third place finisher will be left on the outside looking in, eliminated from competition. So it's been difficult conditions out here for the ladies, having to pick and choose wisely. A low-scoring affair for the most part, but every once in a while, a little gem rolls through for the ladies to work with. We've seen some big scores dropped on the board. Isabella Souza with a 9.0 in round one. We've also seen Paloma Fragan dial in an 8. And bigger through the course of the event. So still some big scores on offer, just a matter of dialing into the right one. And there, Alexandra Rinder with a little jammer air, inverts it, tweaks it out a little bit. So the 16-year-old Canary Islander not afraid to take to the air. She's been working on her air game. And when you have riders like 2011 world champion Pierre-Louis Costas and 9-time world champion Mike Stewart in your corner guiding the way, it's not surprising. This girl is already a world champion at 16, the youngest in bodyboarding history, but also developing a wide array of tricks in the water, working on her maneuvers to put to full use here in competition. And actually, that was Claire McGowan on the opening wave in the red jersey. Claire, a veteran competitor, we're going to take a look at her in this Arica replay we're going to queue up. Claire McGowan, also no stranger to trying to take to the air, actually knows how to get the job done. There she is, comes off the bottom, hits it, tweaks it, gets some air, a little projection. More projection out than up. but still Claire McGowan taken to the air and waiting for the score to finalize from the judges. Meanwhile, already up and riding on a second wave, so Claire wasting no time. That wave will be a minimal size score, still waiting for finalization on her first wave, as now the judges trying to sort out scores for the first two waves of Claire McGowan. Again, scores filtering in. 25-minute heat. Top two waves will be scored. Top two ride women's quarterfinal. Again, real quick rundown of the riders in the water. Claire McGowan in red, waiting on her first two waves. Meanwhile, waiting to get on the board in white, Alexandra Rinder, and in yellow, Savitri Alvarez. And here we see Alvarez scratching for this one. Nice size left-hand set coming in. She drops in, pulls into the barrel, and unfortunately a little bit of a skip there. Scrubbing most of her speed, she gets eaten up inside the barrel. Now she will head back out. Meanwhile, pulling into the barrel, throwing into a spin, Alexandra Rinder getting on the board with her first wave. So we have all riders on the board and accounted for here in Women's Heat 2, Round 3. Again, just waiting for scores to filter in from the judges. Couple of scores coming down the pipe for Claire McGowan. Alex Rinder on the board with her first wave. Same for Savitri Alvarez. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick look at the replay one more time. For all you viewers at home, here it is queuing up the Arica replay. Here's a look at that wave from Alex Rinder. Cover up comes out, and then she's going to throw into a forward spin. That will get her on the board with her first wave of the heat. So waiting for the judges to sort out the scores and finalize on the scoreboard. Still in the early in this 25-minute women's heat. And right now, while we wait for scores to finalize, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
El sabor intenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz.
Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.
All right, and back to live action out in the water. Scores coming down the pipe while we were away at commercial break. And Claire McGowan with a 6.50 on her first wave, followed up by a 1.0, so she'll look to replace that 1.0 as a backup score sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Alexandra Rinder getting things going on her score sheet with a 4.75 to start. She'll look to build from there. Meanwhile, Savitri Alvarez with a 1.50 to start. And there you can see the situation out in the water on the bottom of your screen. Those are the scores thus far. The Brit, the seasoned bodyboarding competitor, Claire McGowan leading the way. Alexandra Rinder currently in second, looking for her second scoring wave, as is Alvarez in the yellow jersey.
as we have a wave roll through. No takers on this one. Again, we are working our way through day one of women's competition. We are in round 3, heat number 2. On the water right now, Claire McGowan in red, Alexandra Rinder in white, and Savitri Alvarez in the yellow jersey. Meanwhile, in the previous heat, we saw Reagan putting together a couple of solid waves to take away the heat win. So advancing out of that heat on a last-minute score, Luz Marie Grand from Puerto Rico moving up into that second advancing spot in the closing moment. We will see both of those ladies coming up in the women's quarterfinal, which as of right now, I'm going to venture a guess and say will probably be tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably be able to wrap things up competition-wise here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. There you can see getting ready to hit the water. Coming up in the next heat, Valentina Diaz. Valentina winning her first heat, skipping around as she will be coming up in the next heat. Meanwhile, out in the water, there's the situation as it stands right now. McGowan in the lead, Rinder in second, Alvarez in third, and here's Rinder on her second wave of the heat, drops in, sets her line, gets a little in and out barrel, comes down, and she's going to kick out before coming up on the rocks. Meanwhile, wave rolling through. No takers on that one, so Alex waiting for this second score to register. This will change the situation out in the water. There it is, a 3.50. That's enough to move Alexandra Rinder to the top spot ahead of Claire McGowan. Meanwhile, Savitri Alvarez resides in the third spot. She now needs a 6.01 if she's going to catch up with Claire and take away that second spot. And we're going to take a quick look at the replay of that last wave of Alexandra Rinder. You can see Alexandra dropping in, drives through that little in and out barrel section, and then promptly kicked out. That was enough to score a 3.50 and move Alexandra to the top spot ahead of Claire McGowan. Meanwhile, as I said, Alvarez currently trying to track down a 6.01 as we have worked through the first half plus of this 25-minute heat. Again, counting down, getting into the back half of this heat. And it's the Canary Islander leading the Brit. And unfortunately, the Chilean rider on the outside looking in, trying to track down a 6.01. Again, the waves have gotten a little inconsistent, a little quiet out there. A bit of a low-scoring affair with the exception of the occasional big-scoring wave coming through. So these ladies being patient and working with the conditions as best as possible, as now the wind's turning around and going on shore. This is only going to make things more difficult out in the water. Hopefully the conditions will hold up for the last two heats of round 3. Girls paddling for position. Alvarez taking a look at this one, but no takers as Rinder also took a look. Counting down, roughly about 9 minutes remaining on the clock. And situation remains the same. Rinder in first, McGowan second, Alvarez in third. So while we wait for the next waves to be ridden, there you can see the birds flying across the water.
Normally here at Flopos, once you see the birds cruising the horizon like that, it's only a matter of time before we start to see onshore winds kick into place. Meanwhile, out in the water, looks like Rinder taking a peek at that one, didn't like what she saw, so she pulls off the back. She'll wait for something a little better to roll her way. She currently sits in the lead out in the water right now. Up and riding, Claire McGowan trying to retake the lead, but not much to work with there. She makes her way around the whitewater section, only to find nothing there. No shoulder, no face, just time to kick out, paddle back to the lineup, and try and get something better going on the opportunity. Meanwhile, there you can see some of the spectators down at water's edge watching from the wall. The ladies out in the water out in front. And it looks like we have a set rolling in. We'll wait to see if we have any takers. A couple of girls paddling for position. It looks like Alexandra Rinder taking a look at this one. She's going to scratch into the left-hander, takes off, comes off the bottom, a little wobble in the wave face. Alexandra rides through, gets a little cover-up, comes out. Nice air roll spin, lands on the foam ball, and then pulls out the back of the wave. And right behind her, Alvarez up and riding on this left-hander. Drops in, pulls into the barrel, and that's with her inside. A no-make, unfortunately, for Alvarez. Alvarez still currently in the third position. She's still trying to track down a 6.26 at the moment, but it's going to be a bigger score coming down the pipe for Alexandra Rinder. This should improve her overall combined score. Here's a look at Claire McGowan trying to throw the forward spin and unfortunately slides off the back. So hard luck on those last waves for McGowan and Alvarez. Rinder getting the better of the exchange. So again, the judges sorting that out as they've got 3 waves, 3 riders to sort out. As time slowly ticks down here in the women's division. Heat 2, round 3. And here is a quick replay of the last wave. Look at Alexandra Rinder negotiating that little wobble in the wave face and then throws a nice, clean, cylindrical roll. Then right behind her, we saw Alvarez pulling in and getting faded in the closeout barrel. So a quick look at the last wave exchange again, waiting for scores to finalize on that last wave exchange. We went from quiet, no waves rolling through, back-to-back wave action out in the water. So again, just waiting for the judges to sort that out. Meanwhile, while we have an opportunity, taking a look at the APB World Bodyboarding Tour 2015 schedule. This is event number 2 for the year. The Arica Chilean Challenge, a men's and women's event. Coming up next, we'll be heading to the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival July 28th through August 2nd. That will be a men's, women's, and pro junior event. Then the Shark Island Invitational, a specialty event with a waiting period of August 10th to September 18th in Australia. We will also have an extended waiting period for the Enel Challenge specialty event running September 7th through December 7th. We'll see what day ends up being the magic day for them to run that event in Brittany, France. Then in September, as I mentioned earlier, while Isabella Souza was in the booth with me, we will be heading to Europe, more specifically Portugal, for the 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Portugal Pro. And then the Nazare Pro. Sintra will be September 22nd through September 27th. And then September 29th through October 4th, we will be in Nazaré. Then from there, looking at the rest of the tour, several events still being worked on, so stay tuned for event confirmation. Also, the season finale, we will be returning to Puerto Rico for the Encanto Pro Puerto Rico, November 4th through November 15th. That will be the World Tour finale for all divisions, men's, women's, drop knee, and pro junior. So there you have it, a look at the 2015 APB World Bodyboarding Tour schedule. Also stay tuned to apbtour.com for all the latest news, updates, press releases, video highlights, and continuing live webcast coverage. All of the major World Tour events in 2015. Lots going on. There would be no shortage of action throughout the course of the season. If the first couple of events have shown anything, 2015 is looking to shape up and be a very special year for the world of competitive bodyboarding. We've been blessed with a solid swell in Brazil, again here in Arica, Chile, and according to the long-range swell forecast, we will be receiving pretty solid swell for Antofagasta as well at Nilda Point. Fortunately, Nilda Point a little bit more forgiving than here at Arica, so that'll be perfect for the Pro Junior division. Meanwhile, out in the water in white, Alex Rinder airing it out. Little invert tweak there as she looks to build on her score. Again, Alex sitting on a 4.75 and a 6.65 as we get down to the closing minutes of this heat. Alex leads the way. Claire McGowan currently second, and Savitri Alvarez in third, and Alex Rinder with a 7.15 on her last wave strengthens her overall. She maintains the lead with a combined heat total of 13.80. Claire McGowan currently in second with a 6.5 and a 1.25, still looking to replace that 1.25 as a secondary score. Meanwhile, Savitri Alvarez in third, trying to chase down a 5.61. And again, we are going to continue on into the next heat. We'll be getting that underway in just a moment. But again, finishing up things here in Heat 2, Round 3. Women's competition, Day 1 of women's here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. And here we have Claire McGowan up and riding. Driving down the line on the left. Throws into a forward spin, comes around, and then will duck out. So this should strengthen her backup score. This will make things a little bit more difficult for Alvarez as we get down to the closing second. Counting down the last seconds. And there it is, a 3.50 strengthens Claire's overall combined score now. Savitri Alvarez needs a 7.86 as we count off the last seconds of the heat. So there we're going to see Alexandra Rinder win the heat. Also following out, finishing in second, Claire McGowan finishes second. We will see both of those ladies again in the women's quarterfinal. So actually, I stand corrected. We have less than a minute on the board. But at the moment, again, Rinder and McGowan leading the way. Alvarez needs a little bit of a Hail Mary out there. looking for a 7.86 to roll her way in the closing second. Counting down. There you can see the riders in the next heat already jerseyed up and ready to go. Here's a look at Alex Rinder for counting down. She's going to take that one in and probably just head in. So again, counting down.
5, 3, 2, 1.
And there it is. The heat is over. And it is official. Alex Rinder and Claire McGowan will advance on. Meanwhile, the horn has just sounded, signaling the start of the next heat. All right, there you have it on screen, the final results. Alexandra Rinder with a 13.80 takes the heat win. Claire McGowan advances out over Savitri Alvarez. Meanwhile, in the next heat, we're going to see Valentina Diaz in red, Jessica Becker in white, and a nice valise in yellow. So for some of these ladies, this is already the third time out in the water today. So again, Diaz, Becker, and Valise out in the water. We're just underway. Again, just underway with Heat 3, Round 3 of the women's. Top two riders will advance on to the women's quarterfinals. Waiting for the first waves to be ridden. It looks like we're already underway out there. More updates as soon as they are made available to me. Yellow up and riding on a left-hander. A nice valise again out in the water for the third time today. The 14-year-old national champion. And here's at Valentina Diaz getting things started on this wave, getting herself going here in round 3. So again, underway in this 25-minute heat. Top two waves will be scored. Top two riders advance on to the women's quarterfinals. And Valentina Diaz already on the board with her first two waves, a 1.75 and a 1.25. Meanwhile, Jessica Becker getting started with a 1.40, a 1.15 falling into place for a nice valise. So quick exchange at the opening of the heat. All of the ladies on board and accounted for. Now they will look to build their scores from here, and we will see who advances on when all is said and done at the end of the 25 minutes. There you can see on screen the early standings here in this heat. Girls out in the water looking to add some solid scores to their score sheet. And it looks like we might have a couple of waves rolling through. We'll see if we have any takers. So of Chileans out in the water with the Brazilian powerhouse, Jessica Becker. Becker again, the Brazilian national champion in 2014. One of the ladies in contention for the women's world title on the world tour last year. She was in contention right down to the very last event in Sintra. Unfortunately, did not have things fall her way in the end, and it would be the 16-year-old Rinder taking the world title last year. Meanwhile, Jessica Becker coming into this year's World Tour ranked number 2 in the world. And there she is on that wave, busting out the big roll. She loves powering through those roll sections and putting those to full use, using them to her advantage. So as I mentioned, she ended up finishing second behind Alexandra Rinder last year, comes into this year's World Tour ranked number 2. 5 coming into this Alexandra Rinder from the Canary Islands, Becker from Brazil. And meanwhile, up and riding, Valentina Diaz driving through a barrel. Goes to throw the roll off the end, but lands off the back. So Diaz going after it out there. Meanwhile, just to return to a quick rundown of the women's rankings coming into this event, Alexandra Rinder, the world number 1, the defending world champion. Becker second. Former 3-time world champion Isabella Souza, currently ranked 3rd. In 4th spot on the rankings coming into this year's tour, Sari Ohara from Japan. She was not able to attend this event, but she is already in Antofagasta for the next event from what she is followed by her fellow countrywomen Minami Hatakayama in 5th and in 6th, Ayaka Suzuki. So the girls from Japan, we will see them in the next event. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick look at the replay. Right after this live action out in the water in yellow, taking a look at this wave. It is the young Anais Valise on this left-hander. So while we wait for that score to fall into place, we're going to take the replay. And here's a look at Jessica Becker's last wave. Comes off the bottom, punches the roll. Solid maneuvering there for Jessica. Quick wave. Here's the last wave of Valentina Diaz. Little drive through the barrel. Scores falling in. And a 5.75 on the board for Diaz, a 4.75 for Jessica Becker, and a 3.65 for Anais Valise. So there you have the last wave exchange. The early advantage going to Valentina Diaz. She holds the lead. Now we're looking to replace a 1.75 as a backup score and extend her lead. Meanwhile, Jessica Becker in second, currently with a 4.75 and a 1.40. Anais Valise with a 3.65 and a 1.15. And here we have Anais up and riding on this small right-hander. Throws the roll, and she's going to ride this right up onto the rocks. There you can see standing up and jumping back in. So nice to replace that 1.15 as a backup score. May very well improve her top score. Just waiting for that to finalize. And I have just been informed that this will be the last heat. Tour director Alex Leon jumping into the booth and giving me the update. And welcome to the booth, Alex.
Thanks, Steve.
So it's been a wild day here.
Oh yeah, wild day. Mate, that final was, just something just historic. It'll go down in a lot of people's memories how tight that was, and what Jerry did against probably the best guy. He's unstoppable, and today Jerry won wrong. He's got what it takes, and that was an amazing. So happy that the waves were still here
again. Flopos delivering the goods. A little smaller today, but still some some really fun, punchy bowls out there. We've even seen some big scores come from the ladies out there.
Yeah.
Especially Isabella Souza. She dialed in a 9.0 barrel ride first thing this morning. At that point in the day, it was the highest score of the day.
Yeah, and you know the levels. You know, this will be the last heat of today, but tomorrow we're going to see that level even rise more. And the reason we're going to stop now is just that it's breaking right on the rocks, and it's becoming pretty shallow, and it's just a bit too dangerous for the girls. I don't want anyone to get hurt, so we're just going to hold off, and we'll come back and do heat 4 of this round tomorrow.
Now, I was going to ask about that. We've seen several girls wash up onto the rocks. We even saw Curtis Montenegro earlier lose both her fins and actually have to walk up and across that rock slab down there. So some dangerous maneuvering for the ladies out there today.
Yeah, you know, it was we were sceptical of putting this event on for the girls, but I see Jessica Becker. Nice big roll there for Jessica.
So Jessica already with a 4.75 on her last wave. That wave there will definitely replace the 1.40 as a backup score, if not improve her overall top score. So Jessica Becker, the second-ranked women's competitor, doing some work out in the water.
Yeah, and Valentine is, you know, basically Chile's best bodyboarder, women's bodyboarder at the moment, and she's just improved so much over the last couple of years, and you know, she'll be a real threat in this event, especially out here at Floppos.
And no shortage of a threat of her own. A nice Lee's, the 14-year-old national champion out in the water right now. We have a set rolling in and a replay ready to queue up. We'll wait to see what happens with this set as we have Ryder up and riding Jessica Becker. Jessica on the right.
Yeah, nice technique there for the roll there. She executed that nice, just punched it through under the lip. And Jessica's, you know, she's just so fit too at the moment, Jessica. She's constantly training, and they're just right on the rock.
Yep. So while we were away at replay, we actually had Jessica Becker. My apologies. We had Jessica queued up on the replay. Jessica queued up out in front of us, live action. And meanwhile, no action shortage going in this heat. Valentina Diaz up and riding again, punches the roll. And it looks like she's going to ride out. But this is exactly what you're talking about. The riders are having to ride up right onto the rocks on a lot of these waves just to demonstrate that they've completed the maneuver. So it's gotten a little dangerous out there for the ladies.
Yeah, you could see that was a perfect example for what I was just mentioning about those rocks. You know, it's especially at this size, it's more dangerous than when it is 6 feet. You know, because it breaks off the ledge when it's a bit bigger, and you know, it definitely this favours a low tide. You know, when it's smaller, it breaks out the back more, and you know, this is the reason why we're stopping now. And obviously, the wind's starting to make conditions a little bit more harder as well, with the wind just capping the barrel. So that also is another factor why it's so dangerous to get the girls. You know, it's not really creating those sections for high performance. So you know what, the swell's still supposed to hang in there tomorrow, about this size but cleaner. So you know, and it'll be low tide in the morning. So you know, we should be able to wrap things up tomorrow with the girls and the Make a Pro Rider campaign as well.
All right, so it sounds like we'll have a pretty full slate tomorrow, lining up tomorrow for the final day of competition here at Arica. Meanwhile, out in the water, wrapping up the last heat of the day, Jessica Becker on the board with a 4.75, 7.0 leads the way. Valentina Diaz with a 5.75 and a 4.90 on her last wave. And we're going to kick into another replay. So they'll cue that up down in the booth, and we'll take a look at the Arica replay one more time. Talk us through this, Alex.
Yeah, Jessica Becker is just, nice, is it? Just pulling into that one. Just see that wind there, just pinched on her. You know, normally that would have opened up and allowed her to sort of, you know, get a pretty good, decent score, but so dangerous there too, right on that. If you go right on that peak, you know, it's probably the most shallowest part, because the current actually pulls you right in onto the left, right on the reef, and you know, it's not really a reef, it's more of just a rocky outcrop that's just hard and condensed. And we've had a few riders, you know, in this event hit the rocks bad. Sergio Luis injured himself pretty bad. You know, he's he's suffering from a pretty serious back injury and not been able to put pressure on one side of his leg. So, he's obviously going to be trying to recover for Antofagasta, which is starting next Tuesday.
So quick turnaround with the events here in Chile, as Sunday will be the last day of the contest window here, Monday an in-between day, and then Tuesday right back into competition as we head 719 kilometers south of here to watch the riders battle it out at Nilda Point in the 2015 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Yeah, and the forecast looks really good for the wave too, Steve. Apparently the last few days it's been pumping there, and we thought it was going to be too big. We were a bit worried, but that was the swell that was here was really big, and it actually was handling, and the last couple of days have been pumping there, firing. So this next swell that's coming is a bit smaller, and it's just going to line it up. It's going to be insane. So I actually can't wait. I've never actually surfed this wave, but I've heard good reports, and with the swell that's going to be on hand, it's something you don't want to miss.
A lot of good reports, and even a couple of photos trickling into the APB from Tessa McKenna, who traveled to Antofagasta ahead of us, has been helping the event organizer Arturo with a bit of a press junket, doing TV spots and cruising around doing interviews and gearing up for the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. That's on deck next on the 2015 World Tour schedule. But right now, looking to wrap up women's today and get into the final day of competition tomorrow with Alex here in the booth. Now, you mentioned the Make a Pro Rider campaign. This is the first year for that. Can you tell us a little bit about what we can see from that?
It's obviously a first here. I'll just talk you through this one. Anais just pulling in there. Look how gurgly that's going. She's going for a shallow there.
Surging and bubbling and just getting nasty in there.
Yeah, very, very dangerous. Make a Pro Rider. It's a campaign that the Gungo Association here, Hano and Roberto, behind this campaign that's basically bringing up the youth bodyboarders in the area, and it's Mega Pro Riders, basically a bunch of riders, a couple of pro riders taking the couple of young people in a heat together, and it's actually to the youth, the young bodyboarder that's in the heat will be surfing alongside a pro rider, and the pro rider will get one wave scored, and the young kid will get their best two waves scored, and it's basically a team sort of challenge against another pro rider and another kid.
Well, thank you for the explanation. Right now, we actually have the guys down in the transmission booth ready to queue up something for us. So let's check this out. We're back to live action out in the water again right now. The last heat of the day, heat 3, round 3 of the women's. Top 2 waves will be scored. Top 2 women will advance on to the quarterfinals. And right now it's Jessica Becker with a 4.75 and a 7.0 leading the way. And here she is up and riding again. And
it's just, these conditions are really deteriorating. So, I think we've made a good decision there. It's not really offering her much, and that's best women bodyboarders in the world, and there's not much on offer for them at the moment. So fingers crossed the conditions are nice tomorrow for the finish.
Yes. So just to touch upon the trailer we just saw, we had been talking about Antofagasta and Nilda Point. There we just had the trailer. Some pretty killer scenes in the teaser clip. Looking forward to traveling down to Nilda Point and seeing what the riders have on offer for the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Yeah, for those of you don't really know too much about it, the last 3 years we've held it at La Cupla, which is another left-hander just further down in Antofagasta. But nil to points. Similar setup to Fronton, I believe, and obviously not it's not on a Fronton level, but it's a similar setup. And the left, apparently, when they're swell, creates a really nice barreling tube into a nice ramp. And I can't wait to see the top 32 going crazy on it. And what we saw today, coming off the Brazil event and into this, the momentum's just right behind us. Look at this barrel.
Wow,
Nice barrel
the
there.
14-year-old Chilean finding some barrel time, combos it with the spin, and she'll pull up as she gets onto that rocky slab area. But this kid looked pretty fearless out in the water so far today. 14 years old,
nice.
Chilean national champion, and she's just been charging it out there.
Yeah, that was good. She needed to get that on the board. With only 4 or 5 minutes remaining, she needed to get. She's only got a 3.9 and a 3.65, so she's just dropped a 7.5 for that last wave. So that's put her in the second position now, which leaves Valentine fighting for second now. She's down in third, so she needs a 5.66 to move up. And we got some sets approaching.
Yeah, look at this, stacking up on the outside. Girl competitors scrambling, and it's going to be rider in red, Valentina Diaz, up and riding on the left, trying to set this one up, stay in the pocket. She's going to reverse off the top. We'll see if that was enough. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll go close. It was a bigger wave, it was a set wave. She kind of got tubed a little bit. She had to stall though for a fair bit for it, so it didn't really, wasn't a deep barrel or anything. But
and there it is, a 3.50, so not quite what she was looking for. She remains on the hunt for a 5.66 as we get down to the last few minutes of this heat, and more waves rolling in outside, Alex.
Yeah, it looks like Jessica Becker's going to have a look at this left. Let's see what she can do here. Shaping up nicely for her. She's just trying to look for that bowl and just foam balled out in the channel there for her. But an ace out the back too. She's paddling for something. And coming back tomorrow, the first heat will be Isabella Souza and Neymara Cavallo and also Curtis in the first heat tomorrow morning, which will be interesting, especially if it's pumping. I can't wait to see Isabella back out here. Obviously, she tore the bag out of that last heat. It was incredible.
Isabella with a solid first heat, a 9, a 6.50. She got to skip around, go right to round 3, as the first round was non-elimination. And we'll see her first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you again to Isabella for spending some time here in the booth to call the ladies' action in round 2. But, it's definitely been an interesting day. We've had some big scores from the ladies. Obviously, as you mentioned, that unbelievable final with Jared Houston and Amory Laverne. And the esports manager for You Riding sent me a message. Manny Vargas tuning in to say, holy hell, that was awesome. Meanwhile, trying to make some awesomeness of her own, Valentina Diaz going for the big rollout there.
Wow, that was super, super heavy. She landed right on the... She did the wrong, got stuck in the air. Like, she basically just landed... Nice air, just following through. Another little tube for her. Geez, that Valentine, that roll was heavy. I like the commitment, but the lip just drilled her as soon as she sort of landed. She would have got drilled straight in. I hope she's okay.
Mentioning we've had several riders bounce off the rocks and get hurt. Meanwhile, pulling a little barrel time and coming out, Jessica Becker. She wasn't super deep, but she did manage to get in there a little bit. She's already the heat leader right now. Valentina Diaz currently sitting in third, trying to track down a nice valise. Valentina needs a 5.66. Still trying to chase that down as we get into the closing moments. So as I was mentioning, hearing word from You Riding obviously with the new You Riding the Journey available now on iPad, iPhone, and Android devices. 26 regions, 300 waves, and our good friend Manny Vargas, working as the esports manager at You Riding, found himself a nice little Monday through Friday office job back in California. He's been overseeing that project, also coming soon for him. So be sure to check out youriding.com for all of that goodness.
Yeah, just to say big shout out to Manny. Hope you're well, buddy. We've been in contact a little bit, and we might see Manny later on this year back on the tour.
Yes, keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, there's some rumours floating around that he might be joining the commentary later in the year. You know, we'll see what happens there. We're not too sure yet, but let's just say we're stoking the fire. There's a little bit of wood in there.
All right, and the horn has sounded, signaling the end of the day. So it looks like it's going to be Jessica Becker and Anais Valiz advancing on. Unfortunately, Valentina Diaz left on the outside looking in. She will be eliminated from competition, but I'm sure we'll see her again in Antofagasta next week.
Yeah, that's right, and that's commencing next Tuesday, and that's going to have Pro Junior as well down in Antofagasta, which is going to be pretty amazing too, because there's a lot of grommets in Chile that are, that platform now, and after the success we had in Iracocha with the Pro Junior, I look forward to Antofagasta and what the talent's breeding down there, and especially the rest of Chile. If we get some of the youth there to compete, and I try and I commend the Arturo and his team for supporting the Pro Junior project that APB's running with this year, and putting on the event as well for the men and women. I'm stoked it's happening again for the 4th year, and we'll be back tomorrow to finish this event first.
Yes, definitely a few names to look forward to in the Pro Junior. Joshua Toledo, the 17-year-old super ground from here in Chile, will be at that event. He had a nasty encounter in Iracocha in the men's division, but fortunately able to shake it off. No permanent damage done. We'll see him in the Pro Junior in Antofagasta. Also, we'll see the other finalist that went up against Tanner McDaniel, Mateus Bastos, already in Antofagasta training, as well as Socrates Santana. So a couple of the top Brazilians, the top Chilean riders, and of course the winner of the first Pro Junior event, Tanner McDaniel, will be there to try and make it 2 in a row. So it'll be interesting to see how the young guys battle it out in Nilda Point. In the meantime, Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with Alex Leon, and that's a wrap for today. It's been a full day of action here at Flopos. Be sure to stay tuned to apbtour.com for all the latest news, updates, press releases, video highlights, and continuing coverage of the live online tomorrow for what should be the final day of competition here. I'm going to let Alex sign us out today and have the last couple of words.
Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in today. It's we hope we brought a pretty good show for everyone, and there will be some amazing highlights today from that final that was just spectacular. In the end, Jared Houston was able to stop Amaury Laverne on continuing his world title campaign. So the race is now pretty wide open. Amaury's still leading; he's number 1. But Jerry's hot on his heels. So it's going to be a pretty good year. I'm pretty psyched, and this event's been incredible for the men's. It started in good waves. It got really big. We had an then it tapered down, and we were able to finish in some epic conditions today. So I'm stoked, and all the guys are pretty stoked, and we all move to Antofagasta next week, and that's going to be just another spectacle. So we'll finish up with the women tomorrow, and we just hope everyone tunes in tomorrow to support the women's event and see who can take that one out. But once again, stay tuned, apb.com, apbtour.com, and all the social platforms. Share it as much as you like. We're giving away T-shirts and rashies from the contest here, and signed by Jared Houston for all the shares and likes. We'll pick some winners out over the next few days, and that'll be it. So thanks everyone for watching.
All right, so there you have it. Until tomorrow, I'm Steve Action Jackson, Alex Leon, on behalf of the APB Tour. We're out of here. You.
Donde comenzamos nuestra aventura en Arica, empezó también nuestra amistad.
Compartir con quien amas ese paisaje único.
Tenso y apasionado de estar contigo.
Descubrir ese lugar donde te encuentras a ti mismo.
Sentir que en Arica soy feliz.
Respirar la libertad en cada segundo.
Las palabras sobran al estar contigo.
Porque soy chileno, yo amo viajar por Arica y Parinacota.
Juntos un Chile mejor. Cernatur, Gobierno de Chile.